runs the DifferentFight YouTube channel.
Hello everyone, I'll be providing commentary for both Standard, Premium and Buddyfight throughout the day, and I think we'll have a lot of exciting rounds coming up throughout the day, so hope you guys stay tuned for the entire day.
Next up we have Jun, also known as CardProtagonist, who will be providing commentary for Vanguard and Buddyfight.
Welcome back everybody, thank you guys for coming and I hope you have a great day today. And I will do my very best to give you guys the best commentary for this year.
Right, and last but definitely not least, we have Kai from Team WCC, who will be providing commentary for Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz.
Hi everyone, I'm Kai from WCC. I'll be providing the commentary for Weiss and Vanguard. Hope we have a lot of good games to watch.
Right, thank you guys for being here. So we're having a bit of an early start. It's like almost 9 AM. How are you guys feeling? Is everything okay? Is the weather getting all down?
Feeling great. I'm actually really excited to commentate once again.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really happy to be back here, third year in a row, and it's been really exciting rounds. You know, every single year, basically, we've had really just exciting coverage, I feel, and I feel like this year is going to be the same, if not better. And I mean, for those of you watching at home, there are a lot of improvements to look forward to this year as well, so I'm really excited to show all of that. So I think that a lot of you will be happy with what you see today.
Again, less than 30 seconds.
Okay, so before we hop into our games, we actually did prepare the regional meta game breakdown. So I think let's get it up on the screen. So let's talk about it a little bit. So starting up, we have Vanguard Standard.
Yes, so we'll now show you the breakdown of the BCS, the entire season of this year's BCS events throughout all regions. So this will be all representation for all games, including Standard and Premium, separated for Vanguard as well. So we're going to be taking a look at that just in a moment. But yeah, I feel like, what are your kind of like reflections of this year so far in general, you know? Apart from just the result, obviously in the decks, but you know, from the event organizer side as well, how has it been?
Oh, it's definitely been fun. I think we did actually have more regionals this year compared to previous years, so that's definitely been great. Of course, we definitely want to bring out the game to more locations and stuff like that, so because there have been places that may have been missed out. We can't go everywhere. We want to go everywhere, but we can't go everywhere. So we're trying to be able to cover more ground. I think we did this year.
Yeah, I think I saw that actually South America got some new locations this year as well, right?
Mid-circuit, they added a couple so far.
Yeah, and I think that was a really nice change because I know a lot of players were very vocal and really were requesting that, and the fact to see that you managed to squeeze that in the middle of the circuit was just incredible. So I think that's honestly really awesome.
How about you guys? Do you guys have anything this circuit that you guys saw or you guys thought were...
I think this year there's a lot more teams, big teams, and bigger ideas as well coming into all the metagames. So it's really interesting to see what people are thinking of and what they're cooking up, especially for Worlds. And the vibe has been really, really good, really good.
Yes. Yeah. And personally for me in Asia, Vietnam has been a very great addition to one of the circuit series.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of participants for its very first championship, and I can see that it's good that more of these kind of locations are introduced throughout Asia, because there are still a lot of countries that has huge passion for Vanguard, but didn't really have the chance to, and hopefully it will grow much more next year.
It seems to me also like more players are traveling a lot more. Like I just think like this is like a Europe, North America thing, but it seems like in Asia as well, people are starting to travel more. Is it true?
Yes, it's
do you see
true. Personally, as a person who has been traveling for the past few years, I can see there's a huge surge of players who are going overseas, especially in those, what you said, team members. Yeah. So it makes the game very competitive, which is very exciting right now.
Yeah, we do see a lot of teams nowadays. Actually, even today in the hall, we have a couple of people decked out in all their like team shirts,
the jerseys.
And stuff like that. It's pretty good.
I wanted to note on the teams actually. What's really interesting is that last year at Worlds was kind of the beginning of the teams. We had a few like WCC that started showing up as teams in Worlds, but then this year it's gone crazy. It's like, I feel like half of the players, at least for Vanguard, honestly, are on teams. And it's really interesting because when you have these team organizations, you have ideas that are kind of closed in that team. Right. They all just test with each other, brew with each other, and just create ideas for Worlds. And they're all just kind of trying to outsmart each other in a way. But obviously, you know, in all fair competition. But I feel like that's really exciting because that makes, from our perspective, much more entertaining, just because we don't, like, obviously we have expectations for what will be appearing on stream, what is supposed to be good for each game, but because these teams have been kind of brewing on their own and testing on their own and just trying to outsmart the game for each format, for each game, it's really hard to predict what we're going to see. So there's a really high chance we're going to see a lot of surprises throughout the day, and I'm personally super hyped for that.
Right. Okay, so hopefully we have the metagame data for the regionals prepared already. Maybe?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Yes. As for the venue, we did switch to a new venue this year as well, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we did. It's actually looking pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
You guys can see it on stream, but yeah, I think the hall is pretty good.
It's
Yeah.
very packed.
Yeah.
It's very packed. It's
Yeah.
getting full.
Yeah.
All the players are coming in right now, and I think Weiss and Buddyfight just started, but
Yeah,
Vanguard
yeah,
is starting
yeah.
very
Yep.
soon.
Yes, so Buddyfight and Weiss do begin a little bit earlier, especially for Buddyfight. They need to accommodate for the fact that it's best of 3, and therefore takes longer, and that just needs to be accommodated for. Whereas Vanguard will be starting later. I think in terms of rounds, Vanguard standard has 7, and the other games have
Yes.
6, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna be the kind of breakdown for today, if you have not seen the schedule yet, is that we'll begin now with the meta-analysis for the BCS, the entire circuit, and then we're gonna move on to the first 2 rounds of Vanguard, then followed by round 3 of Buddyfight, and then I believe we are going to transition into rounds 4 and 5 of Weiss,
Yes.
then followed by the breakdown for today.
Yeah, today's
So,
metagame, correct. That's
for those of you curious, what decks people are playing, what clans, what worlds, you're all gonna see all of that today after round 5 of Weiss. So if you're interested in the breakdown and what the representation is for each game, then you're gonna be able to see that after round 5. And then we're gonna jump to round 7 of Standard, if I'm not mistaken, being the last Swiss round of Vanguard. And then after that, we're gonna do back-to-back-to-back finals of each game.
Yep, that's right.
But the other improvement that we've added is that we have a second stream
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
right.
So that one will not be commentated, unfortunately. However, if you do, if you wish to check in on what the other games are, what the other players are doing, maybe your friend is on stream, on the stream too, for example, you can always keep another tab open and just check in there. That's the pro of having dual monitors at home as well. You can just watch both at the same time. So yeah, there's a lot of changes for this year, and I think a lot of them have been really, really exciting for people at home and for us as well, I think. So
Yeah.
definitely really good.
Yeah, this has been based on the feedback you guys have been giving us, so
Yes.
thank you guys so much.
So keep it coming.
Right, so I think we'll be having the metagame data really soon, but I think for now, let's just quickly run off the stage. I think we have a couple of things to take note of, so let's continue the stream a little bit.
Yes.
So in the meantime, I think the second stream will be starting games really soon, so do take a look.
Yes. quick note first. So the thing with Standard, and I mean with I guess all games really, is that we have had releases throughout the circuit.
Yes.
So I think when we started the BCSs, we had VBT05, Aerial Steed Liberation.
Yes, that's right.
That was the latest set. And then the majority of the BCSs took place during VBT06, so that was Phantasmal Steed. And then we had the Tachikaze set, Tachikaze Spikes, and Mega Colony set coming out after that. But so I think a lot of the results, because there were so many results throughout the VBT06 circuit, we see a lot of like clans like Pale Moon, Murakumo, Shadow Paladin. But Pale Moon coming out on top, they're in usage, so this is not the top cut, but this is specifically on how many clans entered into the game per event, essentially. So seeing Pale Moon at first does not surprise me too much. I think it's definitely expected.
Yeah, it's really popular among players as well, since it's art and its gameplay is really, really good, especially in today's meta still.
Yeah.
But all the clans from that Phantasmal Steed set have been really, really strong and really taken the entire metagame by storm since its inception. Pale Moon being popular is just because, it's a strong set, it gets power. It doesn't really, you can just play with yourself, your opponent can't really interact with you because you just don't have a board. So overall, it's just really nice pick for players just to take to tournaments.
So the second most popular one was Narukami. So do you think this is a metagame choice?
Yes.
Like Narukami is for sure, right? Like
With
on the
the-
Buster Dragon.
With the metagame being so Excel focused, Narukami definitely has a decent matchup against a lot of clans, able to just damage deny opponents with Gauntlet Buster crits or just wiping the board repeatedly. So it's got some really good matchups, especially against Murakumo as well, which is another strong pick that a lot of players are taking.
Yeah, I think the fact that the format, I mean, going into today as well for Standard is quite Axel focused. You know, we have Shadow Paladin and Genesis arguably showing up as the kind of the force picks, but a lot of Axel clans got really, really strong from the last few sets, and therefore playing Narukami into a lot of these events is just the perfect call because a lot of them don't have ways to recuperate after being, just demolished by a Gauntlet Buster turn. And therefore it's really hard for them to recover outside of a few clans. And so I think honestly, anybody that takes Narukami is making a good call. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Narukami on stream today either. I think it's definitely still expected.
For sure, yeah. It also kind of hits specific clans like the key rear guards, right? So for example, like Gunslot decks, they'll need like their Blaster Blades.
Yep.
So it forces you to play more defensively. You don't want to invest too many of these things too
Yep.
early. Like for example, the Moderate deck as well.
Exactly.
Use shadows, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another big Excel clan is also Tachikaze, and Narukami actually has an okay matchup against that because they can actually remove their rear guards. The Sweeper Actor counter grade 2, that you can't target, but Narukami doesn't care.
Yeah,
All
Gauntlet
its
Buster
effect,
doesn't target.
It
Yeah.
doesn't target.
Even Cho
Yes.
doesn't target, so
Yeah.
it's good times. Good times to be Narukami.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, as you said, Tachikaze is definitely really strong, and we've kind of been seeing this like almost like a trend. We have a few decks going into today that kind of fall under the same kind of style as Tachikaze, which is just insane aggression.
Yes.
Just insanely aggressive, able to win games really early, but really needs to draw into the right pieces.
Yes,
Very
correct.
piece reliant, but if they draw the pieces, then they can really just pop off.
I think when you're going to Worlds, you are going to a place where a lot of players are also very switched on and they know how to play the game. So you need a bit of luck to definitely take yourself to the top. And relying fully on luck is not actually a bad idea. If you need a high roll to win, then let's do it, right? Let's play Tachikaze. So I definitely think Tachikaze is a great pick. And things like Agravain going in, like Tachikaze Light, but still does very well, are definitely great choices that should take you to good places unless you don't get your luck. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
it happens. So Tachikaze.
One thing to note is also a lot of the strongest clans are those that has focused Vanguard. For example, the real Hyuga and the Tachikaze's the boss monster.
Anger Blader.
Yes.
It's a kind of like a draw or break kind of game. So there's a bit of risk involved in this type of gameplay as well.
Yeah. With Murakumo, for example, you still need to draw the Hyuga. Shuriki's okay, but you still need to draw that Hyuga.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's kind of the same as just drawing Anger Blader. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's why Pale Moon, it's interesting that Pale Moon comes out on top because that kind of shows that a lot of players actually go for the consistent choice because Pale Moon is able to actually search out their grade 3s.
Yes.
And get them back to hand really easily, thanks to Dorian. and just able to just have really good tempo and also not risk too much, like, oh, I didn't draw my grade 3, therefore I lost.
Yeah, like the good thing about Pale Moon is that both your grade 3s are good. Your Dorian and your Luquier are really good ride targets at least. So in a 7-round tournament, that could be the idea you're going for. I don't want to brick. I want to always just draw like a decent grade 3. So Pale Moon is that's also one of the reasons why Pale Moon is so good. So many people played it at regionals.
Yeah, for sure. And then also Shadow Paladin, as I noted, one of the kind of main Force clans, and I think also you noted that like Narukami has a good matchup against it, but Shadows themselves have a lot of good matchups against
for sure,
more or less everything else, and the fact that they have the Force numbers to back it up, you know, the 13k base, and you know, just being able to defend against all these aggressive decks a bit easier, and then still come back with their own aggressive push at the same time, puts them in a pretty sweet spot for today's tournament as well, I would say.
Shadow Paladin is pretty much the Excel deck of Force.
Yeah.
Able to get the restand, so and has Danger Lunge that can just randomly swing back games.
Yes.
One of the reasons why it's one of the few Force decks that are still popular, I guess, with Excel being so dominant. So yeah, Shadow Paladin will definitely be the premier pick for people who like to play Force, in my opinion, for this tournament.
I'd like to also talk about Genesis a little bit, because we haven't seen this so much on the English side, but in the Japanese side, we had, there was WGP Tokyo that concluded last week, if I'm not mistaken, and Himiko actually did quite well. I think either XO or X1 in Swiss, which is really, really fascinating to me, because Himiko is an interesting deck because ever since the addition of Force 2, it's been able to put on a more control playstyle, since you're able to activate a crit to your front row, and then also put Force 2 markers on your front row. Therefore, it's like, take 3 damage, or you know,
die,
essentially. And so we have, like, Japanese players even just call it Himi Control. So it's a really interesting deck. I would really like to see that today as well, because I feel like it has this kind of position where it can damage choke some decks. That's the weakness of Pale Moon as well, is that they need to counterwise to do their plays. Otherwise, they have to leave their board up, and then suddenly Narukami just eats it up, for example. So they need to really be careful with that, and then there's a lot of decks that can actually kind of control their damage, not give them that 2 damage necessary for the skill, or if they use like a Lillian, for example, earlier on, and then, you know, wasted their counterblast and they don't run like Knife Dancer or something, then they can't countercharge and actually use their Lukier, which is the backbone of the deck.
Yeah, that's right.
So I really like these interesting like damage control and, you know, mostly Force decks actually that do that. Gauntlet Buster can do that too. So it's just, that's kind of like the jack of all trades in a way. But yeah, so it's really interesting. So what other decks do we have to note on?
One of them is actually Nova Grapplers. Have you been seeing them?
Oh yes, yes.
First I thought God Hand was not very good, but then I played Ryan Kai's build of it that he took to Malaysia in top 8. That deck is really good. I really like that deck. It's just it one-shots opponents from 2 to 6, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that rely on its combos, and if you manage to check that front trigger, you pretty much are set for game. It's a really, really strong deck. But yes, it does have its own problem as well.
Yeah, and you also have the grade 1 that stacks fronts as well. So
yes, that's right. Yeah.
The only like problem, or not so much problem, but the slight downside of the deck is that it doesn't really plus, in the sense that I think you've also noted in the past where it's like every effect is like, oh, you draw, but you also discard. Get an extra drive check, but you have to discard for it. So it's like, oh, you know, check top 5 for your grade 3, but you have to discard 1. So it's like, no matter what effect actually pluses for you or which effect actually gives you an advantage, there's always a downside to it. So I guess that kind of controls it, but then you can play cards like Ladle Mechanic that, you know, let you draw extra cards if you have a really limited amount of cards on board and hand, and therefore it kind of like helps you recuperate if you got, you know, if you didn't win on a turn and then Gauntlet Buster just took out all your stuff, for example, or people just attack into everything and you're left with an empty field and no cards in hand, then, you know, cards like Claydol can help you potentially top deck into victory if possible. So
I think the interesting thing though is that a lot of these decks are cutting heal triggers in favor of more fronts. And with more fronts, if they attack your Vanguard first, suddenly you get a front trigger, your entire front row is saved. So that means you also save cards from dying.
Exactly. So yeah, God Hand is really interesting, especially as we said, Ryan Kai's build. He's definitely a player to look out for today. Definitely a name that a lot of people will recognize at home. And so I think it's gonna be interesting. He does play this kind of like Beast Deity variant as well, which is pretty interesting. Some people play pure God Hand, some people mix it with Beast Deities. And so it's really interesting. Beast Deities was an interesting deck going through the shop challenges. because it was like during that season that BCDs were kind of in their prime. And so now seeing them being mixed into God Hand is pretty interesting.
The best thing about the Azure Dragon that he takes in is that it gives you that extra aggression, but it also just draws you a card as well. So, and gives you like an extra attack with that just one counterblast. So it gives you that early game aggression, but you don't need to commit a lot of cards. And against decks like Murakumo that like to wipe the field, just wiping away one card doesn't really impact your hand at all. You're just more worried about just dying. So if you stay low, conserve your hand, and then just one turn just bash and excel it, they usually can't keep up.
Yep, exactly.
So hopefully now we have the next slide. Maybe we can talk about. We just want to look at the conversion rates for clans going into. So
Yes.
we just saw the usage rates. So we want to see how well each clan performed at each regional and how many of them made it to the top 8.
Yes. So here you go. Here you can see the number of decks in top 8 with Murakumo with 52.
Wow.
That is the large majority of this entire thing. So really interesting. But in terms of conversion rate, it's only 13%. So that means there's a lot more entering than there are topping in that sense. But that makes sense because there's too many of them entering to top in the first place. But
Precisely.
considering there's only a very limited amount of slots in all top 8s in the world, this is a huge number.
Yes, and it's also Murakumo is also a very budget deck, so it's very accessible to most players. That's why, therefore its popularity.
Yes, yes. Especially if you were picking up cards like from ever since like the V series started, and you've been picking up all the Murakumo cards as they've been coming out.
Yeah.
You know, it's really easy to build a deck, and that's what was a big boon to it.
A lot of people would already have Murakumo pieces from before because since its inception, it's always been a really strong deck.
Yes.
And especially when it got to Shiryuki, you take in your Shiryuki with old cards, suddenly bam, you have a great deck again.
Yes.
And now it's kind of the same thing. If you had all the cards before, you have a great deck with Hyuga, and then later on you just need to get Miyamaru's and you're pretty much fine. But one thing I'd like to say is the Pale Moon conversion rate is very low.
Yes, only about 5%. That is very low indeed.
Most played deck to not showing up a lot in top 8s. I mean, it does have a lot, but it did have a lot of entrants as well.
Do you think it's because of the meta and the decks being played in top 8?
Pale Moon is a pretty passive deck in a way, so as long as it does its own thing, it's good. But then when it doesn't, when your opponent just high rolls, you don't really have much happening for you. There's not a lot of ways to recover.
Yeah, I think the other interesting thing about this is that I think we have 19 clans total out of what, 23 that the game has, if I'm not mistaken, or 24?
25? I think 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty big majority, actually. And I think the one thing that's also interesting is that, I mean, personally, I'm almost disappointed. Only one Nubatama top, even though, like...
It's one of the best Protect clans, in my opinion.
Yeah, right now, especially for
yeah.
today, I feel like it's one of the
Offensive
main Protect clans you would play if you're playing a Protect clan.
Correct.
I think this might be just because Hanzo came out really late.
Yes, it's true.
I think one thing you have to remember is Hanzo came out after Tachikaze, and
Yes.
with
Yes.
Tachikaze being something, Nubatama doesn't really have a great matchup against that, to be honest.
Oh, true.
It's when your Hanzo doesn't actually bounce those super Acrocantos. So again, Tachikaze goes first against Nubatama, they win. Tachikaze goes second against Nubatama. Nubatama doesn't really get the full amount of its effects off, and then
That's
just
true.
loses its entire board to Tachikaze.
That's true.
And it's also because Nubatama is a combo-based deck, so you gotta draw your combo pieces. I think it's the Tengu size 3. You have grade 3 Tengu, which depletes opponent's hand and make them random left with one hand card. Unless it's a very good combo. If you manage to pull it off, there's a high chance you'll win because your opponent will definitely not be able to make a comeback.
Yeah.
With that very strong combo.
I want to quickly note, we have talked about a lot of these clans, but Bermuda Triangle is an interesting spot because some of the BCSs did play out prior to the Liselot / Sonata choice restriction.
Yes.
So there, I feel like a lot of these Bermuda Triangle tops did come through. I think it still did get one or two here and there, even after the restriction, showing that Melody is still a strong deck. But it's pretty interesting how, like this is what I said, like we've had a lot of releases throughout the BCS circuit. We've also had a big restriction taking place, you know, both for standard and premium, just in the middle of, well, not really in the middle, more like in the first third maybe. And so that kind of impacted Bermuda's showing. We might have seen a lot more, but who knows? I mean, with Hyuga around, if Bermuda would have actually survived.
That's true.
So, yeah. And
so
then
actually, we also have a breakdown for by region, so we can take a look at
Ooh, yes.
which ones are which clans seem to be more popular in which region. So I think we have a breakdown by North America, Latin America, Europe, and for AO. So if you look at it here,
yes. So this is
obviously
your standard
Murakumo
one.
is still
Asia Oceania representing that Murakumo tops
Yes.
25.
Wow, that's incredible. Narukami really coming through more in the Americas. I'm trying to see. I don't think there's anything in Europe that is the most. This is sad.
Murakumo is very popular in Asia as well.
Yeah.
25 being
Yeah.
the highest amount.
The Bermuda showing coming from NA makes sense because I think that was the first
Yeah,
regional.
those
Yes.
are the first regionals.
Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
Yes, exactly.
That's huge.
Yeah, they had the first few regionals, I think, actually, with Bermudas. So that really, really makes sense. Neo Nectar, I think, it did have its top in one of the American regionals, and I'm not sure where the other one was.
Yeah, that would have been early in the region.
Yes,
The
yes.
season, I mean.
Vanguard.
Yeah.
So-
And then we have quite a bit of Pale Moon across all regions, Tachikaze as well, Narukami as well. And then-
I'd like to point out the random Aquaforce reps.
Yes.
Glory Maelstrom showing
really,
up.
Yeah.
But I saw it in Vietnam, if I'm not wrong. He
Oh, yeah.
actually got first place, against
think-
Naokamis, which got second.
I think it just randomly pops up every single top 8
Yeah.
around the world, no matter
Yeah,
what
actually,
the time
yeah.
it is.
Every single event.
Yeah.
basically.
It's always an
true.
Aquaforce.
Yeah, I think that's really nice, and like now with even more Aquaforce support coming out in early March, that's going to be even better. Revon is looking really, really good.
Yeah.
So for those of you preparing for Springfest, you might want to start picking up your Aquaforce pieces if you're starting to think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's our kind of like breakdown by region. It's interesting. There's some clans that don't have any representation outside of like one region. Like Spike Brothers is literally only in Europe. And that's because Europe has a lot of just crazy Spike Brothers, like really passionate Spike Brothers fans.
players, yes.
I shouldn't say crazy. And so I think that's kind of where that comes through. And I think after the set where they got support, the clan really became much stronger. And I think especially the weekend after it got the support,
Yep,
it was
yep.
the one opportunity where it had a lot of chances to top because some people didn't prepare for it at all.
Yeah.
And so they could easily just like take some games from people that were unexperienced against the
Yes,
clan
yes.
and therefore get out into top 8. So one spikes.
I'd like to point out just with Gold Paladin at Neo Nectar and Great Nature, Mysterious Fortune only got released on the Malaysia.
The very last one, yeah.
So although it's not represented here, there's a good chance we will see some representation at Worlds.
For sure.
And
Yes.
Gold Paladin definitely for sure. I mean, those are probably the Ezel tops, but Agravain is
Agravain
definitely
is
looking
definitely
good.
looking good.
There's a lot of Azo right before the meta shifted to a Shinemon arc.
Yes.
Azo was a huge deck even around Asia.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to note that my boys Dimension Police are looking, they got some good representation. I feel like this also, Dimension Police also fell under this bracket of like good damage control deck, where if you run the Force 2 build, you're able to choke Pale Moon players out of their 2 Counterblast, and also like Mordred players out of their 1 Counterblast, etc. You just had a lot of leeway, like pushing your opponent to 2 or 3, and then just kind of keeping them at bay essentially for the next few turns until you kind of just snowball into a victory. So I'm really happy to see some good 9 tops from Dimension Police this year. Thank you to my boys.
Dimension Police is actually one of the stronger decks during the July to August
Yes.
period. Before some of the support came out, Dimension Police is considered one of the best decks.
Yeah.
I actually personally tested it myself, and I went to regionals and I saw a lot of people playing Dimension Police because it was very strong at that period of time due to what you just said just now.
I think during release as well for Dimension Police, that was also a bit of a downtime just between Springfest and the BCS happening. Yeah.
Doing the shop circuits, yeah.
Yeah. So it might not be represented here, but Dimension Police is definitely very, very strong on
Yes.
release. So
Yes, very much.
a bit
So.
unfortunate it wasn't released a bit later, but
Yeah. It's
Alright,
okay.
so continuing on, I think we have the data for premium coming up next. So let's take a look at the usage data for premium. All right.
So we have a 12% of Neo Nectar. I think we can all say with utmost confidence that this is the Katrina build, focusing on the plant tokens, able to essentially make a lot of multi-attacks thanks to cards like Maiden of Gladiolus, and just strong, big pushes. Does have like both Force 1 and Force 2 available to it as well, thanks to, all the grade 3s being Force grade 3s. So just an overall really strong deck.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that you could just technically throw in a G strike to your V deck. and
Yes.
It's a deck that you could work
Without the
against.
VR too.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
which is-
The deck is very, very accessible, very easy to build,
Yeah.
and very
Yes.
easy
That's
to
why it's-
play. Very easy to play.
This is popularity.
And yeah, it's,
So if you want to get into premium, you better look at Neo Nectar.
It's really strong.
Yeah, then moving down, we have Gold Paladin at almost 10%. I think this is kind of my prediction for today, for what's going to take the tournament. Personally, I feel like this is one of the best decks for today, honestly.
but remember, the best deck hasn't always won the tournament.
Yes,
That is
remember
has
last
to
year?
be, so-
Honestly, I don't think it actually has since 2016. So that's going to be my second place pick.
Yeah. Gold Paladin has been seeing play every year at Worlds. Last year as well.
Yes.
Yes.
But we need to note it's
yes.
changed so much.
Oh yes.
Yes.
And also last year it got countered by Mega Connie, was it?
Yes.
Oh, that was I was mind blown by that game.
That was so emotional.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gold Paladin is just like, it really evolved from last year. It was very much like, I have my combo, I need to do this, I'm gonna get to it, and I'm gonna win just through just being ahead of my opponent. Whereas now it's like, the deck can start second, it doesn't matter. It has so many different plays, so many ways to control the tempo of the game right now, with its like main win con being the Ultima, you know, that they can really access super easily.
Yeah.
And it really takes a skilled opponent to make sure that they don't access it super easily. Gold Paladin just looks really, really strong going into this.
It did get hit with a ban list, but it didn't care.
Yeah,
Gold
it's like,
Paladin-
we lose Criff? Okay, here's two more.
Here's Spear X.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of the ban list, Oracle Think Tank at 8.5.
Yes. It was
This, we need to mention, some tops were before the Ichikishima restriction. However, Tsukuyomi just like showed up. It's like, oh, you take down my stride? Well, here's an entirely different deck that is still capable. It topped in WGP in Japan. It topped in Europe. I'm not sure did it top in...
Everywhere.
Oh,
topped
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Wow.
Maybe not America, but definitely in Asia.
Yeah.
Oceania, definitely topped it. Like, when Premium Collection got released, we had the super broken Ichikishima. And then after it got banned, people kind of just forgot that there was an Ichitom combo.
Yeah.
Until later on, then they went, wow, Ichitom is still good.
Yeah, and you have the new Tsukuyomi.
Yeah, they figured out ways to slow down the game against these fast decks. So once they got that sorted, started showing up quite a bit in all the tops.
Yes.
Alright, so let's take a quick look at the conversion rate for these clans.
All right.
Oh.
46 gold paladins in top 8.
17%.
As I said, this is definitely my pick, but 36 Neo Nectars. So we have these two champions of the meta right now. Shadow Paladin at 10, interesting.
Luard
Majority's
variant.
Luard.
Yeah.
I really like Luard, honestly, just because like if you built Luard when it came out, you could have just kept updating it until what today is the 19th of January 2020.
Yeah.
If you've been just picking up Luard stuff over the years and just playing it, you've actually had a viable, super competitive deck for years.
Correct.
You invest into one deck like what 3-4 years ago, and you could have just played it for like 3-4 years, and it's just amazing, and it still tops. It still does great.
Because his new strike is it's just so amazing. You just
Yes.
on your first strike, you could potentially win the game, which is huge in premium.
Yep.
Yep.
I want to talk about the evolution of this Luard build a bit. In the
yeah.
beginning of the year, we had Solemn's build, which just focused on doing the more Fessa, like kind of an OTK kind of thing. But then later on, it kind of dropped out when Neo Nectar and Gold Paladin got some really strong cards that
Became a bit too fast.
Yeah. But then, just at the end of the year, just in Malaysia, we had Ryan Kai again taking a pretty interesting, more
Yes.
defensive Luard build to his regionals and top 8 with it. So
Yeah, and Ryan Kai has definitely been known as an innovator for Shadow Paladin, so
Yeah.
perhaps we'll see some innovation today as well.
yes.
What else? I want to note on Kagero, we didn't get a chance to talk about it in the pie chart, but Kagero really came back. Like, last year, nobody really expected Kagero at all. Honestly, until the shop circuits, until the end released, and people were like, wait, we can use the cross again. And then it really just started coming back, and I feel like that was really, really exciting. So seeing 11 tops for Kagero is super nice. The deck is just ridiculous once it gets to it.
Yeah.
Being able to recycle triggers, restand a bunch of times, and like burn the field as well.
He
Like,
has so much pressure as well.
Yes.
I personally saw it in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Damjit stride allows you to not on hit, you just restands, which means your opponent will have to definitely guard it.
Yeah.
And deplete their shields.
yeah, exactly.
Kagero is like the Aquaforce, like Aquaforce in
Yeah.
standard. Kagero's
Yeah.
like that in premium.
Premium.
It always shows up in the top 8 somewhere, and it's one of those kind of new standard decks that can just run a lot of stand cards with a few of the old cards, and you're fine.
Yep.
And it's one of the just scary things. You can run 12 crit or
Yes.
just 8 crit with Force 2, and that is
Yes.
with restanding Vanguards.
It's so
everything,
beautiful.
Everything restands.
Crit
So-
works well in the deck.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. Then I wanted to note again, Bermuda Triangle. The Unge restriction again came through after a couple of regionals. So prior to I think September, we had Unge at 4, Ellie at 4 as well.
Yes.
And also I think that's it.
Yeah. So with Bermuda Triangle, it was a big deck in premium for Japan.
Yes.
We had like the boring Bermuda deck that was super defensive, and but that didn't really pick up in the West. In the West, a lot of people still stuck with their Gold Paladin decks.
Yes.
So we see a lot of Gold Paladin doing well, and Gold Paladin did take a lot of wins as well compared to Neo Nectar. It is the most represented deck in top 8, but it also took a lot of the wins as well.
Yep.
One thing I'd like to point out.
That's true.
But yeah, Bermuda really got hit badly after that ban and didn't really recover until maybe next week.
Yeah.
Until next week.
Let Bermuda take a break for one.
Yeah. They're on vacation.
I mean, they had a good time.
Yeah.
If you had Anj, you had pretty much the last season of Giera all the way till last year.
Until September, basically, yeah.
Yeah, such a strong deck.
Yeah.
So
Then,
let's take a look at the distributions for
Yes.
the regions. All right.
so there you go. Gold Paladin, 25 in NA, 15 in AO, only 6 in EU. A little bit surprising.
Gold Paladin represent.
Yes. And then looking at it more, Royals got a couple tops, none in EU, but alas, still very good. Dimension Police only 2 tops as well. It's I'm personally a big fan of what it can do in Premium, but unfortunately it's not the most consistent option. Link Joker is interesting. Throughout this entire circuit, it has been getting tops. I personally got destroyed by Chaos in my London regional, so I can vouch for this.
There is the one Angel Feather and one Aqua Force represent.
Oh, yes. I mean, Angel Feather is... It's kind of interesting because actually, I feel like that is one of the secret spices for today. I don't know any players running it. However, there is a player that was with us in the 2017 World Championship, Sindre. He essentially created an angel list for BCS London that was created to fight Azel and Neo Nectar, which was no CL. With like, there's a new card from the recent set that says like it gets 5k for every card in damage on both turns. So therefore, it just sits as like a 28 on your opponent's turn, and it's kind of like an aggro. The patch cards are great too. That just can't really be like taken out unless you actually retire it. So you can't really attack over it. And therefore, like, it is just really, really strong. And I played around with the deck myself, and I was like, wow, this actually has a chance in this meta. So if I see it today, I'm going to be really happy. So that's just something I wanted to note there.
There's so much innovation in Premium.
Yes, that's the nicest part about it.
And the best thing about Premium is that with Mysterious Fortune release, we have Great Nature, Gold Paladin, and Neo Nectar all getting support. And quite likely going to be played today.
Yeah, Great Nature gets this like mini Denial Griffin, or actually Denial Griffin Plus in a way, since it could use Almirage to guard 1 column and then use the new Grade 3 double rare that retires a column. And with Isabel's effect, you get both effects of the Grade 3 no matter what you mill. And so it's really, really strong with interactions like that. And then Neo Nectar, I mean, has been consistent and now got even more support.
Yeah, more support, more cards that they can play with.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen too many lists so far from this like last support, you know, outside of Japan. So I feel like it's going to be really interesting to see how we're going to see the meta shape up today with, you know, what we have here for the BCS so far.
All right, so now let's move on quickly to the Buddyfight clan breakdown.
Yes.
So let's look at that. All right.
We have, of course, Dragon World. Dragon World being the most being played by the protagonists of the time. Second,
Star Dragons.
World, and thirdly,
Bang Dream.
Bang Dream, which is the collab set.
With Legend World being really close.
Yes, because Legend World did make a huge comeback due to Legend Dragons, which is very, very strong, and it's gonna definitely be the meta deck to see today.
I've heard a lot of players are taking it today.
And for Dragon World, the reason why there's so many Dragon World players is due to Dimension Dragons being one of the decks that has been consistent throughout last year and this year.
Yeah. It's kind of like Luard, where if you built the deck like the year before, you've basically been playing it non-stop.
Correct. It's small cuts, small double rares from the recent sets has actually given the deck relevance in competitiveness, which is great. And for Star Dragon World wise, there's a huge up and down because there's some decks like Atora.
Yeah, Atora has been getting a lot of tops actually.
Yes, correct. And Jackknife, which made a comeback and moved away.
Yep.
So you definitely will still see a bunch of Jackknife players because there's still a lot of passionate players out there that really likes the deck.
Yeah. And then we have Bang Dream, and I want to just like note that this is the big change from last year for Buddyfight. We have the collab sets that have been happening. You can see Detective Conan there on the left. That was the first one that entered. And then we have Bang Dream, Idolmaster as well. that will potentially have a showing today. I would really expect that, honestly.
Correct.
So you don't see it on the pie chart here. I'm assuming it's in the other section
it fell
because
into the other
I believe that it did have tops in some regionals in
because
Europe.
it just came out very recently.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's one of those top, really strong decks that just recently came out. One reason why I really like these collab sets is because it's really good entry point for beginner players. Because
Yes.
the cards are very cheap and you don't really need to use Lost World.
Yeah, and you just need the one set.
Yes.
You just buy the one set, build your deck.
Yeah, and the cards actually look really nice and really easy to play.
Yes, exactly. And if you're a fan of those franchises like Detective Conan or Bang Dream, or we have Gridman coming up that I'm really excited about. So definitely very good for that.
Yeah.
I think you're definitely right because if you look at the next slide for the conversion rate for Idolmaster is actually really high.
Yeah, really
It's
high.
Ooh,
doing
let's see it.
really
Let's see
well.
it.
So let's take a look at the conversion rates.
All right, there
Yeah,
we
we go.
go.
Yeah, look at that.
27%.
That's huge. One reason why this is made possible is because also Idolmaster Cinderella Girls, the main deck, which is Kirari, is actually just a double rare, or it's actually just a double rare with a boss monster, which is very powerful, and the deck's really cheap to build. So most of the players just manage to just pick it up, master the deck within the days just before regionals, and make it to the top easily. So it's a really worthy investment for them.
Yeah.
EF is having a showing here as well.
Yes, it's
There's
very interesting.
top 8s, right?
Yes, because I know one player, I think Javier, who actually top using Thunder Emperor Fang in Singapore, if I'm not wrong. So Thunder Emperor Fang actually is a very strong deck that is able to turbo into Lost World. Nowadays, most of these decks that you see here mostly have the ability to turbo into Lost World, which is
Right,
kind of like
that's right.
win con, unless you're using the collab sets. Which actually makes up quite a lot. A lot of players actually use the collab set and made it to Worlds as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Conan is also having Conan was a pretty low usage rate, but looking from this,
Yeah,
the
it's a
high
conversion is
conversion,
actually pretty
yeah.
good. Like I think we did see quite a few.
Yes, from what I know,
Top tables.
most of the players who actually piloted Conan, they actually practiced a lot, even before the set came out, because they already saw the potential in that.
Yeah, from the Japanese release.
Yes,
the
correct.
release,
They practiced so much, they immediately brought to Worlds. Like what you said, a lot of them travel overseas.
Right.
Yeah, and these experienced players brought Conan there and won. Conan actually did very well against Atora, which is one of the very commonly seen decks outside the collab sets. So there's tons of Atoras. You will definitely see a couple of
Star Dragons, 25.
5,
yeah.
yes. And those collab sets actually does really well against them. Yes.
Exactly.
And let's talk about Legend World. Even though it's quite low at the current moment, if you want to,
The support was quite recent though, no?
yes, the initial support of releasing the double body wasn't that hyped out.
Yeah.
It's actually hyped, but it doesn't really do well in competitive play.
Yeah.
But with the latest
triple
set,
body.
yeah, the BD7, the triple body made the deck really insane.
Yeah.
And if I'm not wrong, you will see a lot of them today at Worlds.
Yes.
Because it's one of the decks to use.
It's
Yeah.
very anticipated here.
Yeah. And Darkness Dragon World did see a bit of winnings because of
I think it won one of the regionals too,
Yes.
actually.
because it has a very good counter to Dimension Dragons, which is the majority of the deck played in most of the circuit. And its ability to steal the gauge just shuts down Lost World, which
Yes,
is huge.
exactly.
Yeah, and most of the Dimension Dragon players do dread fighting against Demonic Dragons.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's quickly take a look at the regional data. All right, here we go.
Yep. So we can see 20 tops for Dragon, 18 for Star Dragon in NA. So it's definitely very impressive. I mean, Dragon is just expected. I think also we need to note that, Garga has seen showings as well.
Yes, correct.
So I think that kind of goes into those statistics as well because, it's got good matchups across the board and also the burn damage that kind of just like helps it push through.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's really strong as well. And then Dungeon World is an interesting one that I wanted to take note on because there's been recent support, and especially after the weekend that the support came out, I feel like we saw quite a few tops, and then it slowed down a little bit again.
Correct.
But would you still expect it today?
Based on what I see, you might not see that much because after interviewing some of the players, a lot of them choose to go for the meta play because
Yeah,
this
the
year
consistent choice.
the stakes are really high due to the fact that you get to defend your title for as champion.
Yes.
You get to fly back to Japan for free
Next year, if you win
Yeah,
World
that's right, yeah.
Championship.
Yeah. So most of them will definitely do their very best and play the top choices right now, which is
Exactly.
in my opinion, is DD, Star Dragon World, and Legend Dragons.
Or like Bang Dream,
Yeah,
Title Master.
Yeah, so one very interesting thing to note is you see NA at the bottom
Yes.
left. Bang Dream seems to be doing very well in NA.
Yes.
Due to this popularity of Bang Dream as well, they also do have a mobile game.
Yeah, exactly.
And they are huge fans of Bang Dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Idolmaster also showing up as the main one for EU. I know a lot of players secured their cards as early as possible.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people, the moment they saw the cards in Japanese, they ordered cases. They
Yeah.
just went to their locals, one case please, and they were ready
Yeah.
to, like, they booked tickets to regionals and just went
Yeah,
off with the deck because they knew its potential. They knew that this is basically a ticket to Worlds.
Yes, it's
Like,
the
they
key
knew that
was-
it was a ticket to Worlds and they just wanted to chase it as fast as possible. And so I think a lot of the European players here, especially the UK players specifically, will have players like Krisha, for example, that will be, maybe we'll see during the Buddyfight rounds, that definitely were making that smart choice with Idolmaster as soon as it came out. So
Yeah.
it's very exciting.
Right, so last but definitely not least, we have the Weiss Schwarz breakdown. So let's take a look at that. So the Weiss Schwarz breakdown coming up really quickly.
There you go.
All right, so Kai, what do you make of this?
So, most played clan, not clan,
The
series
title, yeah.
is Bang Dream. Not too unexpected. Bang Dream is very popular around the
Right,
world.
that's right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Very accessible set, but there has been a lot of usage of it in Japan, and that means a lot of players will look to that and go, wow, this set is really good. And it is true. It's a very accessible clan, as well as having a lot of different bands that are also very strong at the same time. So Bang Dream, definitely a great choice, and that's why it's been used a lot. Sword Art Online as well.
It's a consistent pick, right? I
yeah.
mean, the card pool is huge. There are a lot of good cards.
It's going to keep on getting support, right?
Precisely, right? That's right. That's right.
Sword Art Online is just a favorite in the West. I think it's just overall a favorite.
That's right.
Again, it's a very consistent deck as well. It's just been representing since the beginning of Weiss in English, at least. Apart from Attack on Titan, but Sword Art really
Right.
got a lot more support
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Moving on to that, Attack on Titan is still having a really, really good showing.
Yeah.
Like,
Even though it's forced, that's only because there are a lot of other series that have come out and are
Right.
really competitive as well. But Sword Art Online, since the beginning, one of the best picks, and now that it has like standby support, it's one of the best standby series until kind of recently, but also able to play other ways as well. Like I know the Europeans like Yuki Sinon still, and that's surprisingly good against things like Rascal that just got released.
Right, that's right.
Able to just deal at 7 damage. And then coming in third, we have Konosuba, another great pick in English. And it's just a great pick in Japan as well, but in English, same thing. The finisher just breaks walls. It has a great level 1 combo that people like to refer to as a Super Shimikaze. And then it's just got a great Union engine at level 0 that will let you plus continuously, even if you can't get those reverses off. So great choices. Love Live Sunshine is also kind of up there, but it's actually kind of not that easy to get the cards now because of
Right,
accessibility.
right.
But
It is,
they
yeah.
had a ban list in the Japanese side, but not in English. So you can play an unbanned Love Live. But it's actually not that easy to get cards for it.
would you say it's like one of the better decks, the best deck
It's
maybe?
definitely one of the decks to look out for sure.
Right.
It's just able to play out your entire grade 3 plan, level 3 plan at level 2. Early play them and start finishing your opponent from level 2 onwards is definitely something that a lot of decks cannot do.
Let's see if they manage to convert those strengths into a top 8 finish. So, here we go. Wow, ReZero is actually doing really well.
We didn't log on, go 4 tops. That's all that matters.
Reezy very popular. As we can see, it's converting extremely well. A lot of just popular series.
Right.
Technically a very consistent deck too. Your early plays can compress your deck, get big, have heals. And then I think the English players like the 8-book combo with ReZero, the 8-book decks,
Right.
where you get the -2 souls out early and just control the game from there. So it's definitely a really good showing from ReZero.
So Sunshine Love Live Sunshine did convert pretty well here as well. If you look at
yeah,
it, it's like the 5th
third
use,
place.
most used, but it's converting really well. It's the 19
Miku
decks.
came second, but those are the two.
Yeah, that's because not a lot of people used it, but there were 2 tops, so I guess that was why. There's a lot of people actually asking for support, so we can see why they're doing really, really well.
Yeah.
Actually.
And then we still have the favorites there, Attack on Titan, Sword Art Online. But I think one thing that hasn't been represented here, well, it has. It's Fate right at the bottom there of 2, but it recently got very, very strong support.
Heaven's Feel set, right?
Yes, Heaven's Feel was released on the Australia's BCS.
Right.
And then after that, I don't think there's been any more Weiss Schwarz regionals.
No,
Yes.
not
Yeah,
since
so
then.
was the last
you're
one.
right.
That was a really great set. Recently got banned in Japan side. I think
They have a choice 5?
Choice 5.
Crazy.
But nothing is banned in English, so it is definitely one of the best decks to look out for in Worlds right now. I know a lot of people are looking at that deck and going, this is definitely the choice for me.
Well, good luck has more tops. I'm not sure about this.
Just to make sure everybody knows, right?
The people must know the truth.
Alright, let's quickly take a look now at the regional breakdown for this.
Attention all Weiss Schwarz players, physical pairings have been posted. Again, all Weiss Schwarz players, physical pairings have been posted. Please make sure you are on
So
the
we can
correct
see
round. Find your
most of
seat,
these regionals will be from
prepare.
NA and EU. Australia and
We'll
New
begin
Zealand
in
make
less
up
than
for
2 minutes. Please
Asia Oceania.
prepare.
But yeah, 8 for NA for AOT. Definitely one of the favorites, yes. Love Live Sunshine with 13 in NA and ReZero with 12. So that's where a lot of the representation comes. Well, it's actually pretty equal. You have 8 from EU as well for ReZero. So
Yep.
that's definitely showing up. Sword Art Online as well. A very similar split. With all the other clans are pretty good. With only Konosuba is the one that's really weird. And Love Live Sunshine as well. So Konosuba having that 8-1 split between NA and EU. And Love Live Sunshine with 13 and 2. So Europeans not liking Love Live Sunshine and Konosuba that much, but Americans just taking it home with with all those tops. And there was actually, for Love Live Sunshine, there were 4 tops in Asia Oceania, so that's 25% of the
25%,
top
yeah,
slots.
it's pretty good,
so
yeah.
2 top 8s.
You know, if I chose to play Weiss instead of standard day 1, you would have seen 1 EU Gridlock on top there. Sorry, I'm so
See you
annoying.
next year.
Yeah, I'll see you next year.
Yeah, pretty good. Rascal, I think, showed up for the last regional. Near the end of the regional season, so showing up 3 is actually pretty strong in my opinion.
Yeah,
Definitely a deck to look out for too. A really good standby deck and getting those, just stalling out the game longer. So another deck to look out for.
Alright, I think that's more or less it for the regional metagame breakdown data that we have for you today. So as we mentioned, today we have 2 streams going on. So the second stream should still be going on, a couple of different games. If the main stream is not something that you're interested in, you can definitely take a look there. So we'll also be announcing something later at about 2:30, 3 p.m. So it's something pretty exciting, it's new.
Ooh. It seems to be a yearly tradition at this point.
yeah, definitely, for sure. So remember to stay tuned to the stream for that. So I think we will be jumping on to the rounds really, really soon. So do stay tuned for that. Right.
Yes.
Buddyfight Ace. New Dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace. The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Miseria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory too.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲームヴァンガードがスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
じゃがれ、僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
welcome back to the live coverage of the BCS 2019 World Finals. Joining me right now is Chris and Jun. So we'll be commentating on the next round 2 for Vanguard Standard really soon. So any thoughts, guys?
Yeah, so unfortunately we did not make it for round 1 of Standard.
No, we didn't, yeah.
Team analysis took a bit longer than we expected.
Yep, we did.
But round 2 should be exciting. We don't know the matchup just yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, we're waiting for them to bring it to us.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
we'll get a confirmation after that, but I think it's going to be an exciting one. As we talked about already, Standard's a diverse pool right now in the sense that there's a lot of decks that have potential, and it's like, it's a toss-up in terms of what we're actually going to see today. And I think it's going to be really exciting. I think maybe while we're waiting to start off the round, maybe we should do a little bit of catch-up for some of the players at home that might have not had time to play recently. I think, you know, there's been quite a few changes, even for Standard recently. Like, if you have not played since, like, last Worlds, for example, we have Gift 2s that have released in June?
I think around there.
Around that time, June, July. And so we have the inclusion of Force 2, Protect 2, and Axel 2, with Axel 2 being the same kind of additional marker, but with only 5k bonus, but you draw a card instead, which is really strong.
Yeah, really popular right now.
Part of the reason why we've seen all these Axel decks come up in the meta right now, right? So it's been a lot of Axel, just because the Axel 2 marker is that strong, and it pushed... It's like, in the sense, you can make an argument that it's like, oh, the Axel 2 pushes the weaker Axel clans up, because you can now like draw cards faster, but it also pushes the strong Axel clans up too, because they get the same
used to be a problem
utility.
for XL clans, right?
Exactly.
They wouldn't be able to keep their aggression up because they lose their hand size really quickly.
Yeah. And then for Protect 2, it's instead of giving you a PG, Perfect Guard, it does instead give you this like a marker you can put on a circle, much like Force 1, and that circle gets plus 15k shield, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we also have Force 2, which gives an extra critical to the column that the circle that it is on, but you cannot stack it. So you cannot, much like, Force 1, you can put multiples on one circle and then just put power up into like plus 50k, plus 60k, like Genesis can do these days.
Pretty much, yeah.
But Force 2 instead trades that power for an extra critical, which, as we talked about in the meta-analysis earlier, really is able to have they enable a good matchup essentially for quite a few decks, because you want to deny damage for some matchups, not give them the counterblast to do their plays, and therefore win by just playing the longer game, snowballing them out, and therefore just coming out victorious. So I really like the addition of these gift markers. I feel like, we don't know if that's going to happen again. If we'll get Type 3 gifts, but I think it'd be really exciting to keep giving more options to players and more ideas, for players to work with, to build decks with, and therefore just kind of excel, no pun intended, with their deck choices as well. So I think it's really exciting. So yeah, what other kind of changes have we had this year?
Perhaps the anime changes, the Shinimo art.
Oh yeah.
You see, they brought back a lot of the old clans from the previous seasons, which is actually very good.
Yeah.
Is there any particular clan you like to see, or archetype you want to see coming back? Personally, I like to see Battle Sisters. It's like one of my favorite.
Honestly, I want to step away from the game for a second and just kind of gush about the Shinamon arc in general.
Yeah.
I've actually heard, rumor has it, that I'm not sure if it's a storyboarder or one of the staff working on the Shinamon anime, as well as one of the spin-off manga series for the Japanese releases, is actually coming to the venue today. He tweeted that he wants to come watch today's event. And so apparently we might be seeing one of the Shinamon arc, staff actually coming into the venues. That's really exciting. Maybe if you're here, actually, if you are in Tokyo right now watching this on your phone or wherever you may be, you can actually come to the venue. It is the Asakusabashi Hewlett Hall. It's quite easy to find. It's right next to the station. So if you want to join in and watch us here right live on stage, there are seats. So feel free to come and join here live and see the competition unfold. But yeah, Shinamon arc honestly has been such a treat. It's been really amazing. I think this is the peak of the Vanguard anime in quite a while. I've really been enjoying this kind of retrospective and being able to appreciate the characters that we already knew, like Shin, for example, from what we've seen of him so far, but then seeing this nerdy, geeky side of him from the past, and then all his relationships that built up towards that. It's been really exciting. And now with the second part of the Shinamon arc taking place right now, I'm really excited for where it's going to go. I feel like it's been such a treat to watch the anime every week. I think if you haven't been caught up to the Shinamon arc, really, you should do it. We don't want to spoil anything here on stage, but you should really do yourselves a favor and catch up, because the anime's been absolutely excellent so far, and it's really worth watching. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. We really need to talk about that. So yeah. But apart from that, I feel like the circuit has been interesting, as we said earlier as well.
Yeah,
Quite a few
for
new
sure.
locations. And, with that, more players, more chances for them to qualify. Some people that, might have not been able to access competitive events outside of local shops until now. And so having that freedom and that ability to do that is definitely very, very advantageous as well. So
And there's one thing very important, interesting for Buddyfight this year, that the Japanese winners for champion will be joining us for.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Is he
Next
right?
round.
Is he there right now?
I think he is. Yeah, he is playing in the Swiss
He's actually
rounds.
joining us
That's
for
right.
this championship, so it's cool because this might be the first time that you kind of invite a Japanese player, a community player, into our English scene to see how they feel about it. So
Yeah.
perhaps we get to ask him how he feels about the English version of Buddyfight.
Yeah, I
so
think
it's
we
really cool.
haven't had Japanese players join the BCS events since 2013, I think.
I think it was, yeah.
Because
Pretty
back in
long ago.
2012 and 2013, they had special qualifiers for Vanguard throughout several key cities throughout Japan. So you had like Tokyo, Osaka, etc. And then it stopped after 2014, if I'm not mistaken. And then now we have the national Buddyfight champion. He just won yesterday the Japanese nationals, and he's joining the world finals. So instead of having the WGP finals like Japan has for Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz that just concluded the other day, even I think, or just last week, we are having the Buddyfight one join us for world finals, and that's a move that I'm so happy about.
Yeah.
And please push this to Vanguard as well.
We're really excited as well because I mean, Japan has never really been able to compete like us because the Japanese edition is only available in Japan.
Yeah.
So having this kind of it's not really a Japan regional per se, but it's nice to have like a different player who's, I think maybe I happen to see a couple of different styles come up in Japan. So players tend to like to follow these things, but of course they will tweak it a little bit.
Yeah.
But Japan is always like the forerunner. for
Exactly.
example,
A
right?
lot of us English players are very curious to see how our standard fares against the Japanese players.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
So
right,
this
right,
is
right.
actually quite interesting for us.
Yeah. I think another thing I want to note in terms of these different regions as well is that, like as we saw from the regional breakdowns, there's a lot of clans that have more success in some clans like NA more than Europe, for example. And it's interesting to see these kind of changes, or like how Spike Brothers only really gets representation in Europe sometimes and like sometimes in America. And it's really interesting to see those changes. And I think especially with Premium, we've seen some interesting shifts in that in G, for example, the kind of think tank where all ideas originated with all
Right.
these like wacky decks and everything were
Right.
created was Japan. Japan would create them, and then Europe would try them, or like NA would try them, etc. Like all the regions. Sometimes they would work in the foreign metas, sometimes they wouldn't, and then we would see these like meta shifts. But now it feels like with Premium, the West, like outside of Japan is what I'm calling West basically,
Yeah.
has really taken the forefront of innovation.
Yeah.
Because we've seen a lot of decks that get created in Europe and then start topping in Japan, for example. I think with the exception of Tsukuyomi, who saw a top in the WGP, but then I talked to the European players that topped with Tsukuyomi, for example, in Premium, and then they were like, oh, I was already working on the deck before that, but it's really cool to see that it topped before I did,
Right,
for
right,
example. And so I really like this kind of shift. I mean, it's related to a lot of factors, but it's interesting to see that now the English side is the one kind of directing the change, So, and I think that's what's exciting about the World Finals as well, because the decks that we're going to see today will be what is going to dictate the meta for the coming months,
Right,
because
right.
it's all up to date.
Okay, so I think they're already ready. So let's jump
Yes.
straight to the table, get right into the action.
Yes, so round two of
Vanguard standard.
Standard.
Right.
Yes. So we will be jumping into it in just a moment, and there we go. So the players have been given sleeves, for this event itself, and so it's definitely very nice. So we are looking to see, an interesting matchup. So we're looking to have on the right Chris van der Linde against Michael Richmond Fangre on the left.
Both players have a 1 win currently.
Yes, so round one has concluded. And so this will be very, very exciting. So, but I do believe that this is premium, however, not standard.
Oh, this is premium?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I did see a grade 1 Conroe from back in G era flash in Chris's hand. So we are going to be looking at round 2 premium, so as dictated by the schedule. So this will be exciting. And here we see it's going to be Great Nature
versus
against
Kagero.
Kagero. So these are two clans that we talked about in the sense that they were just, you know, these kind of interesting decks that aren't the most consistent tops from the entire BCS season, but are still very, very good in that sense. Especially Great Nature with the recent support. I'm really excited to see this. And so we do have Great Nature going first. He's going to ride into the Sable Dragonute. That is a really nice grade 1 ride because you are able to draw an extra card if it does hit. He did also draw from the starter. And he's going to call down the Conroe immediately. Able to, show the Overlord. That is a Kara Expo Overlord, if I'm not mistaken as well. And search himself. Yes, for the Great. This is the more recent one. So probably runs a variety of the Overlords. I'm assuming we're going to see the Cross.
The Cross and the Legion.
And the End,
It's basically as strong as the Stride, which is why the End together with the Cross makes it as strong as the Stride, which is actually a very good thing for the Kagero player.
Yep, exactly. So going to drive check. Gets a heal. Unfortunately, that does whiff. He did discard a Neo Flame earlier because that's actually really nice because by being able to discard that Neo Flame from the Conroe, he's essentially able to immediately put that into the drop zone and then pull it back up with the Great the following, well, the turn after the next one. So very nice. Rides into a Bobo here, so we see some interesting deck choices here. Bobo was seen as a quite popular Cray Elemental to play last year, simply because you wanted to give yourself extra damage in case, you know, you had decks that just didn't give you anything.
Damage deny is huge in premium, especially against DI in one period of time.
Yes. We see a draw come through for Chris. It's definitely very good. And so he's going to be able to take that into the next turn. So, goes into the Berserk Dragon. He does have the Counter Blast 1 and Soul Blast 1. And while the effect does state that you retire one and then draw one, you can even draw one.
Up to 1, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because of the up to 1 wording on the card.
Exactly.
Cause the Neo Flame.
Yep, so there's the second one coming through. Definitely going to be a pressure point for the coming turns. I'm interested if this is actually potentially a not so traditional, you know, the End, the Cross build. This could potentially just be the Great. You know, with just your Overlord engine in it. So it's definitely very interesting. It's going to be swinging for a 17k with the Berserk. So I'm going to see Michael debating it.
Yeah, we can also observe that a Great Nature's player trying to keep it conservative since it's going up against a control deck like Kagero.
Yep.
Yeah, and saving his rear guards for combo plays later during his strike turn.
Yes. We saw the Airmo come through there as well, which will be a source of counter charge. So definitely very interesting. He's going to just guard the last Neo Flame attack, go into his own turn with 2 counter blasts. Now we're going to see if he's going to ride up here or not. I believe he does. Oh, he's hovering over a Big Belly, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be pretty interesting. But this is definitely a really peculiar matchup because these are also both the only, well, not the only clans, but the 2 main clans in this current format that are able to actually retire things on the opponent's turn. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's like Kagero has the Nile Griffin as well as the Overlord G-Guard that can pop an entire back row. Whereas
they also have a G-Guard.
Yes, they have El Mirage that can call down the grade 3 to pop an entire column. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this matchup plays out simply because of that. So he call down the Armadillo. He did ride the Big Belly, therefore he does not receive any axle markers. So a bit unfortunate, but we'll be using those sweet BCS dice. I did want to note that is one change into the BCS season that I've loved so far. We got really nice free dice every time you entered a regional event throughout this BCS season, and I really hope they keep that up for the coming circuits. He's going to call down the Mike Saburo, which will target the Armadillo, and therefore when at the end of turn it is retired, he's going to be able to search any grade 3 he wants, which is one of the strong points of Great Nature, is that it's able to tutor out basically anything it wants, just like that. So, or well, not anything but any grade 3.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like he's still debating his plays for the rest of this turn. He does have 2 damage to work with. I mean, he is not able to stride, obviously, but he is able to still put on some aggression through this turn. So it looks like he's going to just keep the field as it is and swing with this Big Belly and potentially give an additional counterblast for Chris. So let's see, Michael will be drive checking. There's a 3rd Armadillo that we see, as well as the Mika Saburo. So literally his field being copied into his drive check.
Oh, yeah.
See a Dragon Armor Knight come down into the damage zone there as a 2nd damage. And then we're going to see where he will target. There's absolutely, I mean, you either stop attacking here to not give him more counterblast to work with, or, because there's actually, I feel like either you give him a counterblast if you're trying to finish him next turn here.
Or just control, or just wait out and just attack the rear guards.
But thing is, there's not much point to attack the rear here because it is a Neoflame.
Yeah, you could just get revived by the Great, right?
Exactly.
Which actually gives him, but there's actually one in the drop zone already.
Yeah, so maybe he wants to protect it.
Yeah.
So we're going to see that because maybe he wants to have both on board.
Yes, for
but
few presents.
yeah, but with only 1/2 counterblast to work with, there won't be too many plays that he can actually do here. So he's going to just let it pop so that it is going to go. And then now he's going to be able to activate the Mike Saburo to retire the Armadillo and also draw one from the Big Belly effect. And I was going to be able to search any grade 3 he wants. And that's going to be, let's see, perhaps the Isabel or the grade 3 that pairs up with the G-Guard. It is the Isabel. And that looks like the Eska, the S-Rare version. I love how clear the cards look on stream this year. It's a treat for sure. So he's going to be preparing that Isabel for next turn. I'm certain that he plays this Big Belly more as a combo extender, kind of like the Crayon Tiger. It's meant to just restand stuff, extend attacks, and I'm sure he probably would have liked to ride the Isabel instead. That way, for the G-Guard turn now, he would have been able to instead, you know, have both effects no matter what he mills. Whereas now if he mills something with any effect on this turn, he will only be able to apply the effect of whatever he milled. So we're going to see Chris going to go into the Great to revive his Neoflame and get a Force 2.
Yeah, and strikes for Damjit because you can get early game pressure.
Yes.
The crit.
Yep. So he's going to use the Damjit to flip an Overlord. And so now he's going to be able to retire the Mika Saburo. I guess Great Nature doesn't really mind too much.
Retiring, yeah.
Because it would have probably retired it itself anyway. But that is going to be pretty interesting. Damjit does apply a lot of pressure, as we discussed in the meta-analysis segment.
But Conroe is actually very good because he gets a counter charge as well every time he restands.
Yes, exactly. So,
and also with Neoflame, additional ability to give you extra critical.
Yes,
might make this a fatal.
Yeah. So we're gonna see here.
Really hard.
Yeah, he puts on 2 of the premium collection criticals as well, which will enable him to get a bit of extra power in his Vanguard, draw a couple extra cards, dig through that deck because I'm assuming he wants to see the cross fairly soon. There isn't, I mean, there is a consistent way to search it in the Conroe, but if he doesn't draw the Conroe, then unfortunately there's nothing. So he did use the Conroe that was on his board previously. He retired it to give counter charge of 2 every time his Vanguard attacks. And I was going to be using this counterblast again for the Neoflame because he does have the great name, which is an excellent play, honestly.
Yeah, and now he will have to use Pure Shields to guard, am I right? Or
yes.
Or is it a GB2 skill?
Yeah, I think it's still... Unfortunately, I can't remember exactly, but I guess we shall see right here.
Because it restands if you're using a Sentinel.
Yes, exactly. Or a G-Guardian, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Yes, so we're going to see how he's going to try to guard this because this is really big pressure just because, I mean, he has the extra crit from the Force 2. So if he checks 2, as we had Kai note earlier, you know, this deck is seen running 12 crit quite often.
Yes.
And therefore, if the opponent thinks, okay, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I'm at 2 damage, you know,
Crit.
You just like crit, goodbye.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see. And also we have the Dragon Knight on the right also being an Overlord Searcher potentially. We have the Conroe here, that's big, as well as the Cross 2 times. So unfortunately that's going to be just 2 damage. And let's see, a defensive trigger, that means the other attacks will not be hitting. That is unfortunate, the Damjit will not be going off. And the heal trigger as well, putting him back down to 3 damage. A very comfortable spot to be in now. And so, very, very good. Oh no, he does have 1 more damage.
Draw trigger.
Yes, so that is a draw. Again, the Eska rare. Oh yes, there was 1 more damage because of the Neoflame.
Yeah,
apologies. That was my own mishap. But that will be the end of turn because none of the other attacks do hit, unfortunately. So we're going to be going back to Michael here. Let's see if he's going to rewrite into the Isabel, get himself an Axle marker, and then be able to... I mean, kind of the first strike targets here are usually looking at either Balawoodle or the recent premium collection, not Fighters collection, premium collection Stride that essentially gives you either drive checks or extra power onto the board. So hovers over that Isabel. We did see him search it, so it is public knowledge.
Yeah.
But it looks like he will be riding into it, and he's going to be able to get himself an Axle marker. There it is.
So 2 to draw 1 card.
Yes, so it is the Axle 2 that we spoke about. And here we're going to see him use the effect. And let's see, he's going to mill. And what will we get here? It is a Mike Saburo. And so now I think looking at this, you know, going forward is just, I'm really interested in what his first stride will be because Chris is only at 2 damage, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to close out the game here. I think what he's going to try to look for in this turn is to really just push him to a state where he can Zoa next turn.
Yeah, for at least 4, right?
Yes. And I think it's a bit unfortunate that he didn't G-guard the previous turn, because that would have brought him closer to the Zoa for next turn. But he can still achieve it next turn.
Yeah,
And, ooh, okay, that is not the stride that I expected, but nevertheless, it's still quite valid. So we're going to see what plays he does set up here. I think he does have a Crayon Tiger that he drive checked in previous turns. So Chris does pick it up for a read. There is the Crayon Tiger that we mentioned, double Crayon Tiger. He might be trying to just push it, but I feel like if you're trying to push a game, Bala Whittle is a, arguably more aggressive option here as well. So we're going to see where he goes with this. Very, very interesting. He have an Armadillo floating in his hand as well. But Chris has a pretty hefty hand, I would say, although he did drive check 2 the crosses in that previous turn. He is going to use the Bobo to give himself a 5th damage, I think, or because he did tap it, which normally means he's going to go for the use, but doesn't look like it, so he's just calling it without using the effect. Calls down the Armadillo. And now we're going to see.
Activate the ability of Armadillo.
Yes. All right, going to put it on the Bobo. So there we go. Gets the extra critical there, and the Mika Saburo going to be targeting the Bobo as well. So with Great Nature, when you have these retiring effects, you're basically just going to be putting them all on one unit if possible, just so that when that unit is retired, you can just proc like 3-4 abilities just like that. Crayon Tiger being kind of in the same position in that sense. So it's going to be interesting because it's going to be interesting to see how Chris will respond to this, because if he has any heals in hand, which we don't actually know, that's not public knowledge, there is a potential chance that
he can push for game.
Yes, but also
you have to check the critical trigger in order for that to happen.
Yes.
Because there's actually 2 great trees in the Kagero's player's hand.
Yep.
It's actually quite dangerous for him.
Yep. He's going to be using the stride skill, Kamas 1 and flip 1. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious because, there's a Sea Breeze coming up, so there is a Sea Breeze being played.
We will start the round in less than 30
But I think the interesting thing is that essentially for Chris to be able to deny all one of these columns, he'd have to take a damage from something. So I'm assuming the Bobo will hit first, and so that will be for 2 damage, or potentially the stride as well, just to put trigger power into something and then restand them with the extra power. So he'd have to take an attack, and then he can potentially just use the Nile Griffin there and try to come back just like that. So we're going to see what that's going to be. We see crits. I think we don't actually see a heal in his hand, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, there is one. Yes, there is one heal. So that is an option for G-Guard. As I said, he will be attacking with Vanguard first here. So how will Chris respond to this? I think the play here is still to take it. Either this or that first Bobo, but at least this one does not come with the crit attached. So I think he will be taking it. So we're going to see what Michael will drive check here. He sees a draw that is a PG for next turn. That's definitely going to be really big. Gets the power on the Bobo. As I said, you want to be restanding it with those Crayon Tigers as much as possible with the extra power. Draws the extra card here. Then we're going to see the second check come through, which is an Isabel, which is perfect because that is going to be the Zoa cost for next turn, and a Mika Saburo as the last one. So only one trigger, but one trigger is all it really takes. We see one Dragon Armor Knight go to Chris's damage zone once again. And so I think for Michael, this is looking pretty good because now the Bobo can swing 3 times essentially with the Crayon Tigers because he does have the counterblast to do that. So he's going to guard that with a 15k. Does not use the G-Guard there. So it's definitely very interesting. So now let's see how he's going to proceed with the remaining attacks here. I think Chris is still in a confident enough position to be able to defend himself here, but will definitely be pushed to an extent and will not be in the same comfortable position as he could have been otherwise, but still a good spot. And so I think, Michael has been showing a really nice playing with Great Nature as well. Definitely an interesting build, not one that I would have expected. Also in terms of card choice is also a little bit unprecedented, but still very interesting. So Armadillo will be popping. They're just checking effects. I mean, when you're on stream, right, you really want to make sure you have all your effects right.
Correct.
You want to make sure there's no misusing.
These plays are from the world stages, so you are looking at the world best players.
Yes,
so
exactly.
The level of misplay is not present much, a couple of times at most.
Yeah, exactly. And even if they do, right, it's mostly just because it's just pressure, right?
Correct.
You're literally standing on stage with the best players of the world. The best players that have showed up on this stage today. And for some people, you know, it's not their first time. We have a lot of repeating qualified players actually from the last few years that are showing up today. So for them, maybe the pressure isn't that bad. But if you're here for the first time, if maybe you only started playing competitively in the last 2 years, there is mountains of pressure, you know, coming onto you. So we see that Chris actually didn't use the G guard, interestingly enough. He discarded the heal just for a regular guard, and he did not choose to actually use the... also, apologies, there was no critical coming through. That was just a marker for an effect. That was me misremembering, so apologies for that. Another draw trigger for Chris coming down into the damage. That's really big. That is the second one of this game so far. Definitely very big. And so we're going to see, he still has a pretty hefty hand, so this will be the end of Michael's turn. And all the, like, this is where Great Nature's, like, effects start to come through, really, you know? So we're going to see, you know, extra draws. We're going to see a search from Mike Saburo as well, I believe. So let's see, he's going to choose to do Mike Saburo first, I think, because all these effects do happen at the same time, so he can choose to resolve them in any order he wants to.
Weiss, that is time. Please,
and so it's pretty good because this way he can search a grade 3 and then draw. So that way he doesn't draw into his grade 3s and have no search targets, or, you know, optimally he's searching a grade 3 and then, you know,
kin.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they can draw to other key cards.
Yeah. Have you actually had experience, I mean, from your regional so far this year, playing against either of these two decks?
I played against the Kagero most of the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I actually know how it works. The Damjit combo is actually very deadly.
Yes.
If potentially, might be his only chance to win the game, since he already has another Isabel on hand, and there's a chance that we might go to Zoe next turn.
Yes.
With the Kagero play at 4 points of damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if he were to go to Zoa, there's also a huge risk. If he doesn't check the crit, he might go to Weiss as well.
That is correct. However, he does have the option of the cross the end right now, because we see 2 of the crosses in his hand. He still has the end in deck, and even if he doesn't, there's 1 in drop that he can recycle with the Legion skill. And so he has 2 crits and a heal in drop, meaning that he can go for the other cross and simply just, there we go, the cross coming down. He's going to be able to recycle 4 cards with the Legion skill and search himself at the end, and then restand a whole bunch. There's a regular Overlord coming through. He's able to Soul Blast 1. And that's really strong because he used those crits the previous turn to Soul Charge them, now Soul Blasting them for the Overlord, and then you just put them back with a Legion skill.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. So we're going to see here, hovers over the Conroe, does call it down. He's going to be able to retire it so that every time his Vanguard attacks, he'll be able to countercharge 2.
Yeah, potentially leaving him with unused Count Blast at the end of the turn, because there's a lot of attacks from Overlord at the end.
Exactly.
The good thing about showcasing this matchup is because Kagero is so underrated in Premium right now, and Overlord DN is such a cool deck.
Yes.
I really enjoy watching this deck play.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, it appears there was a soul charge that was missed by Michael, so we saw the players looking up to the judges there, and so that's definitely fine because that was a reversible game state. We didn't have any disruptions in Michael's deck yet. He didn't take any damage, so the soul charge could have come through without any problems.
Very fortunate as well.
Yep. Ooh, that's essential information. Chris played a grade 1 PG on board, which means he doesn't play grade 0 PGs, which means 12 crit.
Yes.
And we haven't seen that many crits. We've seen 2 draws, a heal, and I believe 4 crits come through so far out of his deck. And now he's going to be putting back a heal and 3 crits back into the deck. And so I think the only triggers not in the deck is 2 draws and whatever might be in his hand. So a deck packed with triggers and a lot of restands. And with Michael at 4 damage and this being a force 2 attack, it's going to be devastating. This is going to be so deadly.
Every single attack.
Yes, he literally has to guard every single attack. And, I mean, his hand is very healthy.
Yeah.
And he did drive check a PG last turn as well. And I believe he might still have a heal.
Yes, he has a heal trigger. He haven't used it. Yep, he had a heal.
I think he had a heal on damage. So I'm not sure if he actually checked it on drive yet.
He whiffed with 1 heal, I think.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the first damage, first dry check, he whiffed with the heal.
That's correct, that's correct. Oh no, that was the Kagero side.
Kagero side?
Yes, yes, I think that was the Kagero side. So, yeah, a lot of question marks. Looking at Michael's hand here, but if he can live through this, he can basically seal out game. But if he can't, then it's going to be a big question mark. So we're going to see. But it's nice. We have some European representation here as well, you know, playing Kagero. And we get the countercharge 2 there from the Conroe skill. That's going to be happening a lot here. So you can look forward to a lot of cards being unflipped. And so Michael now has to carefully calculate what he's going to do here. Hovers over that PG already, but you might want to be keeping it for later attacks because every time he checks the trigger, he can just put it back onto the Vanguard, restand, swing for even bigger numbers, higher attacks, and therefore just devastate. But he is going to play down the PG. Maybe that reveals that he has several in hand, perhaps. Going to drop the Mika Saburo. It is only a 5k shield, therefore it's fine. We see the Kimnara and a heal come through. That does activate, actually.
Wow.
So I'm sure that potentially Chris wanted to see a crit there, but alas, still good. So now he goes up to 5 cards in hand. And as that did not hit, I think he's able to use the crosses Persona Blast to retire 2, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a really long time since the cross was viable, actually. But looks like he will first use the end to discard 3 and restand the Vanguard. So that is the first effect. And then if he has an Overlord in the soul, which he does, be able to restand once again. But the cross will activate Counterblast 1 and the discard of the cross, which will retire 2, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2. Yes, I was correct. My memories from early G era are still there. And here, because something was retired, the Airmo does proc and give him yet another counter charge and another draw, which is really important because he needs to, you know, still keep up the hand a little bit because, I mean...
It's not guaranteed that he will end the game right here, right now.
Yes, exactly.
And next turn would be very huge if the Great Nature player does survive.
Yes, because Zoa is already set up. We saw him have an Isabel in hand. He has 2 damage face up. You know, Zoa is ready. And we see a second PG. Does that mean he has 3? That would be absolutely massive. We see a crit come through. That's going to be big pressure. He should put that crit on the rearguard. He will put on the Overlord. This way, he has a threatening attack on the rearguard circle as well. This way, he essentially has to block 1 more Vanguard attack and also worry about that Overlord on rear that he needs to block all of them. So here we're going to see he's going to use the other Overlord effect to counterblast 1 and soul blast 1 and restand once again. So he's going to attack once again. The third attack, he got a plus 20k bonus here already, and also the extra crit from the Force 2 and extra crit on the Overlord. That attack should be hitting for, has plus 20k, so it's going to be 40, if I'm not mistaken, with a crit. So that's a lot. We see a third Perfect Guard in his hand.
No wonder he was so confident in guarding with the Perfect Guards early.
Yeah, exactly. I was so surprised that he used them on that first attack because that was the smallest one that you could afford to kind of hard guard with just your regular units. But wow, Michael just had a outstanding hand ready. Look at that third one, and also the mild flex. You know, the S rare. You know, every single time. Trigger? Another crit, putting it onto that next rearguard circle. That's massive. And another heal that does not go off, sadly, but that is a G-Guard that will potentially help him survive because of the availability of Denial Griffin. But the problem is that's not going to do much against Zoa. And so if he doesn't, I don't think he has a PG because he discarded 1 for the end, and he also called 1 down. There's a small chance he has 1 in hand, but I'm not counting on it.
Perhaps it's just gambling with the drive checks that Overlord will give.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
He's confident in drawing 1 due to the amount of drive checks he'll be getting.
Exactly. And now this column is 40k with a crit. Michael's face does not look too good. Yeah, he just dropped 3 PGs.
Oh my goodness.
His hand doesn't look too healthy either, but 40k, I mean, is guardable. It's 30k guard from hand. There it is. And this final attack will be, it's an 18, 23, 33 if I'm not mistaken. So a 25k shield will block this. And he had exactly enough, I think. Oh no, he has 1 more card in hand. Yes, that is correct. That is 25k shield, 2 V-Series grade 1s, followed by Mika Saburo, which is 5k shield. So that perfectly blocks Chris's entire turn.
If we were to check 1 extra trigger, it might be the end.
Exactly. Literally 1 trigger would have made everything make or break there. Apart from potentially, I mean, if we could have seen Michael have...
I'm guessing it's last Isabel in hand.
Yeah. I think, he only had Isabel in hand.
So perfect, man.
Wow, that's actually just... That's insane. That's actually incredible. So here, he can just Zoa. Like, that is, I think, absolutely the play.
The only play he could go for now.
Yeah, because he saw his opponent put down so many PGs.
Yeah. Or it could be also a way for him to lure him into the trap.
That's also true. That's also true. So he's going to take his time and consider his options. I would like to remind the players at home that this is a best of one. So the winner of this round will be the winner of... the winner of this match will be the winner of the round.
Yeah, only one chance.
Yes, exactly. So there is no games 2 or 3 outside of Buddyfight. And therefore, this is where players start to get nervous. I think if you're sitting in Chris's place, it's like... It might be even like a state of disbelief at this point, just because you did so much last turn, and it wasn't enough, It really must be slightly disappointing, but it's just amazing how he had exactly enough shield. 3 PGs followed by exactly the right amount of shield value for the rest. So he's hovering over, he's looking over his Battle Whirl, checking if that's the answer.
If he were to go into Zoa, will he still have any extra play? Because his bot seems to be quite destroyed by the Kagero.
Yes, you are very much correct, but the thing is, I don't think he has many other options. He's looking over the Progenitor Dragon there, which is also an option because it prevents him from not losing. But I think if he were to play that, that would have been the play last turn instead.
Yeah.
But I don't think he had the Isabel in hand for last turn. So maybe he would have optimally gone for it, but it just wasn't the case. And it would have let him survive if he had lost here. Because, he was this close to losing, actually. Ditching that Isabel.
Right. What unit will he go for?
Will it be the Zoa? He's hovering over it. But I think he did not choose it. That looks to be the Managarmr Aurum. He's hovering over it until he places it in the Vanguard circle. It is not confirmed.
Yeah.
He's able to hover. He's allowed to just consider, also considering the Battle Whirl.
This choice will make a break his game.
Yes, for sure, but the big question to be asked here is, does he have any resources to actually pull through here otherwise?
Do you know what's the last card in his hand?
I don't actually know because he just drew into it, right?
Yeah.
So I guess it could be anything at this point. Probably not a PG considering what happened last turn though.
Yeah.
He's still hovering over Zoa. He's still looking at it, trying to find himself an answer.
If he would have more rear guards, he would have definitely went for Zoa. It would have been a better play.
Potentially. If he had the Rhino, he could have gone for the Zoa because then that means it's basically unblockable.
Yeah.
Especially with the Monoculus Tiger, if I'm not mistaken, the grade 1 that also guard restricts.
I see.
So that essentially makes it an unblockable Zoa combo, almost.
Yeah.
He does go for the Managarmr Aurum, so he will not be going for the Zoa as we had expected. So he's going to use this effect to combo 1 and flip 1. He's going to be able to mill several cards and then potentially get extra drive checks for each, but I'm not sure if that was the play. I'm really wondering if he should have just gone for Zoa because he saw so many PGs come through. I think the only read you could have made there is, okay, my opponent called and discarded a PG. Maybe that means he had 3 in hand.
Yeah.
That's like the only call he could have potentially made.
Perhaps he could have checked the opponent's drop zone as well.
Exactly, yeah.
For any PGs.
So we had 1 normal unit, 1 trigger unit, so we get an extra drive. Another normal unit. So he's distributing power. All right. But yeah, definitely an interesting spot for Michael because Zoa did have potential. Ooh, there's a heal that he had to mill. Bit unfortunate, but he will get extra 2 drive checks. So I guess his game plan here was literally just to, the last card was a Crayon.
Oh.
That kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I'm still a bit iffy because now he needs to essentially attack with his Managarmr with all its extra drive checks, try to check as many triggers as possible to stack onto units.
Is there a PG in Kagero's hand?
There is not. But there was a heal, and he's dropping it for the G-Guard now. And so this one is just going to power up, so he's not... Obviously, there's no pointed Denial Griffin here.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that's pretty interesting, the way that this is playing out. So we're basically going to be looking at Michael, hoping to check himself some triggers to stack onto the other units, and then restand them with the Crayon. The Crayon is only at 14k, though. It's pretty unfortunate. Going to drop an extra 15k shield to be able to block this for a 3 to pass, if I'm not mistaken. It should be, at least, I think, but we're going to see. So they're still talking numbers. As the casters, we cannot hear them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
first check.
Ooh, that's a crit. That's a crit coming through. Goes to Vanguard. A second crit going to Vanguard. Oh my god, is that going to be it? We've seen Isabel. There's still more. Oh no, the one last check. There's still another crit. But was it actually 3 to pass? Wait, no. Yeah, because I think it was a 4 to pass actually that Chris put down for him, which is really good care that he put through there. 3 crits, 2 of them going to Vanguard. I don't know if that was the play he wanted. And then this one going to the Crayon.
Perhaps you see the first 2 being crit, you just go all to the middle and gamble for one, because that might be his only one way out.
Yeah.
Gamble for that win.
Online and physical pairings for the next round have been posted.
Yeah, so definitely interesting plays from Michael's side here.
Online pairings and physical pairings have
We're
been
going to see here, it's going to be 1 damage coming through, but there's no physical way for him to end the game right now because this Armadillo is just hitting for 1. I think you should attack the Overlord here. And yeah, okay, he's just going to attack the cross and it's going to get guarded with a Kimnara. So we're going back to Chris's turn. I think he has 2 cards in hand, but...
Will he be able to stride?
Honestly, he could just do the same thing all over again, and he's actually just going to do just that. He's not going to stride, he's literally just going to do restand.
Oh, yeah.
And that's honestly perfectly fine because he doesn't even need to stride in this deck right now to finish the game because he has his opponent where he wants him. He has him at 4 damage. The cross with the end will be just... Yeah.
With the Force 2, it's actually fatal.
Yeah.
He has to gut every single thing, and with his hand, which doesn't look too good, it might be a big problem. And he does not have any more perfect gut.
Exactly. So, very devastating. We're going to see where that's going to go, but Michael, I don't think he can do anything. There's a crit coming through, so that's going to be 3 damage. We're going to put the power onto the Knight and a Berserk. And unless he checks a heal here, that is going to be game. We see a big belly followed by a heal, actually. That does come through, but he has 1 more damage to take, and that is not a heal, and therefore that is game. And Chris will be your winner of round 2 of Premium. We can see both players really exasperated. Chris, I think he cannot believe what just happened this entire game, honestly. What an emotional ride for both players, honestly. It's just been back and forth, but Chris really showed the strength of Kagero. You know, we've been talking about it, but that was an excellent showing by Chris of what Kagero can do in Premium in this meta.
Yeah, he doesn't really need a stride to win, which is really good.
Exactly. You just go into Dungeon first stride, you know, depending on whether you went first or second or like how you've been setting up so far. And then just with Force 2, you're doing so well because you still want to ride an Overlord previously, you know, for the ends restand skill. So usually go into the Great as he did. And then, you know, he had a bit of pressure there at the beginning. And so then being able to like lead into the cross with the restand just like that and keep your opponent at 4 damage that entire time. And that really goes to show how good Dumjit is in the deck too, because he puts your opponent into this situation where it's like, okay, here's an attack with a bunch of crits. If you guard it, it's going to restand. If you don't, you're going to be at 4, and therefore you're exactly where I want you to be.
It's also possible that he didn't go to Dumjit because Dumjit is good against players who have a Sentinel, and as you can see, the Great Nature guy didn't have Sentinels at all. He has pure shields.
The last turn, yes.
So perhaps going to Overlord multi-attacks will be better than Dumjit, since if he guarded Dumjit properly with raw value, he won't be able to restand.
Exactly.
That might be the play that he's been going for.
Yep. So, Matthew, our dear host, how do you feel about that match?
Triple PG, not good enough.
No, that's still not good enough. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out. Yep.
Yeah, honestly, that was really emotional, really a lot of back and forth.
Well. Yep.
Yeah, honestly, like I really like that we're seeing Kagero this early into the tournament, and now Chris is going to proceed through the day 2-0. You know, after round 2, a very solid showing, but as you proceed through these rounds, you know, being undefeated, you're going to keep running into the big names, you know. You're going to just keep running into the big names that have tested against your deck over and over and over again. But I mean, every player at this tournament is a big name. You know, you cannot make it to Worlds unless you are a big name. Or you've made a name for yourself, or you're going to make a name for yourself through this event. And so definitely a lot of players to look out for. And it's just really exciting, honestly. This was a great round 2. First game to take a look at, and honestly just really excellent. So I think honestly it's just really nice that we also have a lot of premium coverage throughout the day as well. And then while we will be going to Buddyfight next round, if you want to keep seeing, you know, Vanguard coverage throughout the day, there is the second stream as well that you can tune into and see that as well. Unfortunately, there is no commentary on that one, but if you want to just see raw gameplay, that will be there for you and to see the players as well. We just saw the players walk out of the stream table, so that was...
Chris definitely looks happy with his win.
Yeah, for sure.
2 triple PGs.
Yes, so honestly, very cool.
Alright, so we'll be going for a short break. Then join us again for the Buddyfight next round. Really soon.
Okay.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Mysteria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale on December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, the Vanguard!
大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
じゃがれ、僕の分身。この世のすべてのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate's Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to the stream. Before we start off with Buddyfight Round 3, we actually have a quick announcement to make. So on stream, on the second stream at Round 1 for Buddyfight, there was a misplay by one of the players that resulted in some issues, so which is why the stream was a little bit delayed. Okay, so just to address this, the player who made the misplay was given a game loss. That's right, the player was given a game loss that resulted in him losing the match. Right.
Yes, because I believe he won 2-1.
Yes, that's right.
It was a three-match game. Yeah,
that's
make
right.
a difference.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna jump into the Buddyfight round really, really quickly. But right before that, we have the data for the world meta-analysis.
Yes.
So let's take a quick look at that.
Yes, so this will be not looking at the BCS so far, but specifically what we have today in Buddyfight. So. As you said.
Yeah, I walked around and I saw a lot of Dimension Dragons, which will make up the Dragon World / Lost World. So we have 15 of them right now.
Yes.
Oh, I'm surprised. It's only 4 Legend World.
Yeah.
Because it's actually one of those decks that I have seen a lot of favor over the Dimension Dragon matchup, since you'll be able to nullify most of the D-Dragons from searching the Lost World flag.
Yep.
There's also Legend World / Lost World, which is 4/4, because most of the Legend World decks must include the Lost World in them, as they are able to turbo into Lost World with their draw engine.
Yep.
There's surprisingly still a lot of Detective Conan deck. It's actually one of those decks that has survived the meta for quite a long time.
I'm surprised there's only one Idolmaster.
Oh.
Like, personally, I really expected to see a lot more of this than just one. I mean, at least up in that 4 bunch, but I mean, in the end, it's nice. We have a lot of diversity. I do want to, speaking of diversity, Danger World.
Oh,
that's an interesting one.
I saw it was Godpunk's ability to steal the gauge is still huge in Lost World.
Exactly. Like, when you have, 15 DDs on the day itself, going in with Godpunks isn't actually that bad of an idea, I think.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting. We have 1 TEF.
And 1 Star Dragon World, which
Isn't
I'm
it
actually
a bit
quite surprised as well, because
I would expect a lot more Star Dragon World.
There's a mix of Atora and Jackknife.
Precisely.
Potentially competitive right now.
Right.
But there's only one. I believe it is Atora, because I saw an Atora player while I was walking around during the break.
Yeah. And I'm assuming the 2 Bang Dream players most likely are playing Roselia. That has been the deck that's seen a lot of success throughout the BCS so far, and so seeing that convert into today is very nice. So this is what your kind of metagame looks like for today, and I think it's quite exciting. I mean, hopefully we're going to see, I'm expecting for this round, since we don't know the pairing just yet, probably DDs against one of the other decks.
Yeah, with a majority of the competitors making out of DD. I guess it's still because of this consistency, and you in a world stage, right? You really want to play the best deck, and you can see that D-Dragons is really the one to play. For me personally, I would gone Legend World, but perhaps during playtesting, some of these players might not prefer its playstyle and might have dropped the idea. So D-Dragon is still the most considered choice. And as if you were to win this year's championship, you will be back for next year. So these players are playing their very best.
It's really high stakes this year around, and so that makes it really exciting. And I think one thing we need to keep in mind is that we are going to be seeing round 3, and there's a high chance, because if you're X2 by now, you have a very low chance of topping
top 8.
So some of these decks might have already, being kind of out of the question for what we're going to look at in round 3 and future rounds as well. But I'm assuming a lot of the DDs did probably sustain and stay strong so far, because I believe I'm trying to quickly count the amount of players we have, and I think it's just a bit over 30. So if almost half of them are DDs, then that probably means at least a few of them have actually dropped potentially to facing each other.
Yeah.
And, because when you have 50% of the playing field playing one deck, it's really expected that they will actually knock each other out.
Yes.
So just to note, also the Dragon World will also encompass the Garga side of the game itself,
there was
right?
one or 2 Gargas when I walked around.
You did some scouting, right?
Yeah, correct. And one interesting deck I saw is Messiah Arms being played. It's one of the Legend World being played among the 4 Legend World decks. So Messiah Arms is also a pretty interesting choice.
It's very recent, right?
Yeah, it's a new deck.
Yeah.
So the key thing about Messiah Arms is that it kind of deals with dragon.
Correct. It's an anti-dragon, so it's really good in this meta. Since unless you're fighting against collab sets
like Conan or Bang Dream, you kind of don't really.
Most players that I've interviewed, tell me they wouldn't choose Messiah Arms because of the fact that collab sets are a thing. But it might be a good chance today because there's not a lot of collapses other than Conan. Most of collapses, there's only one player playing collapse in this whole tournament. One of each, if you think about it. So
two Bang Dreams is the only other one,
what the Messiah Arms does, right, is whenever dragons enter the field, they get automatically rested, and they also prevents those dragons from re-standing after attacking, so it actually kind of shuts down the double attack or triple attack, which is huge because decks like Legend Dragons or even D Dragons, when they go to Lost World, some of them still maintain the Dimension
Dragon. They still have Dragon, right?
Yeah, they may be Last Vader something else or Last Vader
like
D
/
D Dragons.
Yeah.
So it's actually very useful since I'm sure almost everyone plays Lost World in this tournament.
Maybe except for the collapse.
Yeah.
One interesting thing to note is that I've heard that the Japanese national champion from yesterday, because their WGP is played in 2-deck format.
Oh, yes.
Yes, and they do have the most recent set with Time Dragons out already. So he played Time plus Detective Conan.
During the event, right?
Yes, and he won with it. So I'm assuming that, considering only one of those decks is in English, he probably is playing Conan today. Yeah. And I wonder how he's doing, honestly. So it'd be pretty cool to feature that again.
Yeah.
It's such an amazing feat that we have the Japanese national champion actually joining us for the World Finals. It really does make that, this is the ultimate international final event,
Yeah,
we're finally here, at the final stop, and it's just, it's incredible to see that.
Yeah, good chance for us, English players, to meet Japanese players and compare our skill level because they are the ones that come out with these deck lists, initial deck lists in Buddyfight.
That would shape the meta.
Yeah, Buddyfight has a huge pool of cards, which makes it very confusing for players, and they are the ones that are the pioneers for those decks.
The innovators.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think Messiah Arms would be interesting to see. I feel like if we see Messiah Arms against anything that it counters, it's going to be a pretty sad matchup to commentate because it's just going to be like,
rested.
We kind of knew where this was going.
I've actually also heard about a hybrid deck running around. So like a Messiah Arms, but they have like a splash of another trait.
Imperial Corps.
Yes. I think that's here today, actually.
Yeah, it might not be pure Messiah Arms. Pure Messiah Arms may not be able to hold on, but we've mixed in Imperial Corps with additional defense. The deck is actually quite solid by the mixed version.
So Imperial Corps is the one that they play most of the things on
it just calls out because it doesn't require you to have an Imperial Corps on field, and most of the time when you advance, you can just call down as a charm blocker so they can block incoming attacks and do abilities like draw and all those. Yeah,
that's true. One thing we should also note with the collapse sets is that they do lose out on the generic support.
Yes.
And there's so much good generic support these days that it's almost like a detriment almost.
Yeah.
The collapse sets need to be so good that they can make you want to pick them over the traditional decks.
Yeah.
For all those reasons.
Correct. Like Conan and certain sets do have generic duplicates like a body block. Like after multi-attacks you can block, but stuff like a loyalty is still exclusive to generic.
Yes.
Which is one of the key meta cards. If you are checking the world international standards, right, most of the decks actually pay 3 to 4 loyalty just due to the fact that Time Dragons.
So many decks.
Yes, Time Dragons and a lot of decks like Lost World. Dimension Dragons. Is reliant on calling monsters 2+.
Yeah, exactly. Like so many effects are just on play, gauge draw, etc. Or draw more than one perhaps.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. And the other thing important to note is that loyalty's been in the meta for so long.
Yeah.
Like last year, if you played in the NEBCS in 2018, you had to play loyalty if your deck could afford to put it in.
Correct.
Because it's it was already shutting down a lot of decks. Because the deck pool was somewhat similar.
Yeah,
with,
D-Dragons. As soon as D-Dragons stop, there will always be loyalty there.
Exactly.
And one reason why D-Dragon is so strong is because D-Dragon is able to search out loyalty. There's a card called... There is a card that allows you to search your deck for any card and place it right on top.
Yes.
So you could actually search cards like loyalty.
Yeah.
That might be the one reason why the card that prevents you from drawing actually got banned because of how D-Dragons is able to abuse it and shut down any deck that is in the meta.
Exactly.
Then.
Yeah, that was an important ban, I would say.
Yeah.
For sure.
Correct.
Because there was a lot of decks that were able to actually make use of it last year. And that was, kind of the issue there. But honestly, how do you feel about the meta, looking at the entire format of 2019?
Well, pressure aside, since you'll be able to come back to defend your title next year, it's quite sad because you have to see players playing the best decks. But previously in the previous worlds, right, you see players playing their favorite decks like Hero World, Magic World. But now since the stake is so high,
everybody wants to
win. There might be only one or two who play their favorite deck. Because based on what I say, all the decks that I've go through in my meta video actually appeared here, right here. Yeah. Otherwise, if it's last year, I won't really be able to confirm what decks will be appearing because of some players being favorite towards certain world and clans and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, and that's that's kind of the just
competitive side of the game.
Exactly, that's kind of like the thing with the previous years where because we didn't have this like first place prize of being able to return, people could just relax and just like play Worlds for fun, really, which is an interesting concept. But at the same time, it is the World Championship. It is the finals. You want the players to take it seriously.
It's good that Buddyfight is actually bringing up, actually the whole event in general is bringing up the competitive level. You can see that they're taking these major tournaments more seriously. And with that, more teams are emerging just to grow stronger.
Exactly, and so I think it's a good turn for the game. I mean, for all Bushiroad games, really, because with World Championships, very often the people that come out on top basically become role models for a lot of people. Like we had Jesus 2 years ago for Vanguard, like we've had just world champions from all years really that become role models to other people. And so having it be more serious in this sense because of the first place prize is honestly just
correct.
It's a good thing, I would say.
Like role models like from Indonesia, Juvento, he's such a huge role model in Indonesia. Because he topped worlds. There are so many players that respect him, and Buddyfight actually grew because of him as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Indonesia it's huge because Juvento is actually he actually does teach a lot of players on how to play the decks.
Oh.
Yeah, and if you do go there to participate in any of the regionals, you can see a lot of Dragon Worlds because he's a specialist for Dragon World.
Right. And that's really exciting. As we said, it's just like Worlds creates role models for every game. And that's part of the magic of it. So I think it's honestly really amazing. And hearing that about our previous world champion from 2 years back is really, really exciting. So definitely happy. Unfortunately, he's not with us today, right?
Correct. He's not here today.
But alas, still, that's what Worlds does to you. So if you want to get involved, look for your nearest BCSs, look for your nearest shops to start playing, if you want to get into the games. I mean, so many different ways.
Yeah, as long as a huge passion for the game, like these players, you definitely you'll find a spot in the top tables as well.
For sure. It's like anybody can do it, in my opinion. All it takes is just having the determination and drive to do it. But, I mean, while we're waiting for the rounds to be confirmed, I think we might even want to talk about, if you are watching the stream right now and let's say you haven't ever played in an official tournament before, there's so many ways to like get your way into here. There is, on the official Bushiroad website, it's like for the Vanguard one, the Buddyfight one, etc. You can always search for shops in your area. You can go to your country, or region, if it's in the US, your state, and then you'll be able to find which shops are actually close to you. And you might come to a surprise that actually there are shops around you that host, whether it's Vanguard tournaments, Weiss tournaments, Buddyfight tournaments, and get yourself involved. Start, becoming part of the community, start playing, and therefore, whether you have your goals set on being competitive or simply on enjoying the game, you can get all of that just by beginning. And there's so many good entry points. And I wanted to raise this question with you, Jun. What would you say are, like, if somebody wants to get into Buddyfight right now, what would be, like, the best entry point?
Well, the best entry point, in my opinion, is just always... Buddyfight is a game that is easy to learn but hard to master. This is what makes the game really appealing to some of the younger audience back in Singapore. Buddyfight is actually huge because of how easy it is to get into. However, as a competitive player like myself, it is also very hard to master. So if you truly want to get better at the game, the few things I recommend is firstly, you gotta check out the social medias. Join the social media groups for Buddyfight because. Probably at your region, if you're staying in North America, I believe North America, Europe, and Asia, there's their own groups. Or if you're like me, just join all of them and just see what players are posting, so you get to keep yourself up to date.
And you also learn from the other regions, which is really important. So there's different play styles between the regions and stuff. And then what about products? This year we've had a lot of releases. So what would you recommend to like a beginning player to maybe pick up if they're not sure what they want to actually start with?
Well, for me, Dragon World is one of the easiest deck to master because some of the decks really do take a bit of time to learn. Like if you ask me to jump into Buddyfight using Legend Dragon, I might be very confused because there's 3 triple buddies.
Yeah, it's very unconventional rule set.
Oh, most important is you gotta learn the basic rule of the game. And if you really want to invest more time, you do look through YouTube videos on your favorite decks.
Yeah, a lot of content.
Yeah, with a pinch of salt, one of the important things about Buddyfight is playing. Don't take it too seriously because sometimes you might get too disappointed. Especially a lot of kids at my locals, they do tell me, "Oh my God, I'm getting bullied." Just because of how tough the matchup is. Do play around, and if you're ready for competitiveness, do check out deck lists, Tournament Reports deck lists on Twitter, and build your very own deck. Yeah, there's in Buddyfight, since there's a side deck and such not, there's so many ways to build a deck, and that's the beauty of the game overall. And its competitive level is because it makes it really hard. It's because of its rulings. Its ruling is counter timing is really hard. But
it's good to have a good judge in your locals that helps you with that if you're starting out.
That's true.
Yeah, got to find a senior player to teach you some of it sometimes as well.
Yeah,
that's my 1 cent.
Yeah, that is the important factor here. But yeah, I mean, each of Bushiroad's games I think has really nice entry points, and like I said, it's easy to find a community. You just have to do a bit of searching, and then I'm sure that it's going to be fairly easy to find something nearby, and that way, just get into the game, get into the community, see what you can do, and then honestly, you could see yourself next year maybe on this stage, being cast by, the commentators on, next January basically.
Yeah,
so,
for sure,
yeah, you can start right now and pave your way to BCS. You will have the Spring Fest coming up for the next semester, basically. Starting from March, was it? Or April?
Yes, March.
Yeah,
that's right.
So you'll have team leagues and, just the spring circuit in general. And then that's a bit more casual oriented, going in with your teammates and your friends.
Yeah.
I believe Buddyfight's team league was the first one ever this year, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So it's really exciting because before they would do single events, even in Springfest, which was then the entire year felt super competitive.
Yeah.
But then the kind of nice thing of Team League is that it lets you just pick up 2 friends and have a good time. Really.
Yeah, I actually love Team League a lot because you get to bond with your friends and you get to learn. A lot of my time I got to card games because I joined some Team League and I got to know them so much. Then until today we're still friends, even after I think 10 years of playing cards.
Yeah.
Team League
you also get to see like different decks as well, right? You get to see a lot of different.
Yeah, it's a lot of variety. Since it's not everyone playing like D-Dragons.
Yeah, because the restriction of you can't play the same.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. I think that's the interesting one. Like I like to see what people like to bring to the table. Maybe they have like a home brew that they've never been able to bring to like BCS. But
that's true.
BSF is like, I can just have fun with my friends.
Yeah, homebrew decks, if built well, right, can actually win because there are not a lot of people who know how to counter those decks.
That's right.
Also, new decks, studying and learning new decks as soon as they are released also helps you win locals most of the time. Trust me.
The expert's advice. Yeah. So, as we said, a lot of nice ways to get into the community, and it's just definitely worth it. It's worth your time. And then, you never know where getting into a card game might lead you to, When I got into Vanguard, I didn't think that I would be sitting on this stage, to be honest.
Yep.
So, it's these kind of things that it's very unpredictable, but you're in for a surprise in a lot of ways. And so it's definitely worth it to give your time. But yeah, so after this spring circuit ends with the team leagues, you go back to the BCS, back to this competitive circuit that leads into World Finals. And then if you're unaware, at least for this year, essentially for most events, you had the first place that would be receiving a sponsored invite to fight on this final stage.
That's right.
Essentially with all accommodation and travel paid for this weekend. And then if you come second or third, in most locations, some locations were only second, or they got an invitation to a different regional, for example.
Continentals.
Yeah. Then you get an unsponsored invite, so you fly yourself out to Tokyo to compete. And the nice thing for me is to see a lot of players actually fly themselves out.
That's right, yeah.
A lot of players, they don't get the sponsored invite, but they still want to fight on the world stage. They want to prove themselves. They want to leave their name in this community. They want it to be remembered. And therefore, that's just some people's passion, and that's how they chase their dreams in a card game, and that's the beauty of it, really.
Yeah. Another thing about this community is one thing that really bonds us together is now that Bushiroad allows the second and third place to come participate, most of us make it a point to save, working adults in particular, save the money just to come over and visit and meet the same friends from last year.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually kind of my life goal now. It's just to,
every year come by.
Every year, it's like visiting everyone. Yeah, it's really cool. Now, and I'm really happy that Bushiroad allowed second and third place, because back then regionals was World Finals was only around 12 people or more.
Yeah, from the Continentals.
Continentals,
That's
which
right.
is quite small.
Yeah.
Now it's such a grand event. You get to meet so many people.
Yeah, I think the total amount of players today is like 180 something.
Something like that. Yeah, it's actually kind of quite lively in the hall right now.
Yeah, it's very lively, and it's great to see because we're already like heading into round 3, and even with some people dropping, they're still doing great, and it's amazing. I feel like every year it gets bigger, doesn't it?
It does.
I think every single year it's gotten bigger so far.
And we also talked about like having teams coming over. So I actually spoke to a couple of friends who actually didn't make it, didn't qualify, but they came because like their friends are playing. So they're like, we're not just all of us come here, support you, and then we're like, maybe we'll go for a holiday after that.
Exactly.
So it's
Exactly.
Okay, now
it seems like the stream is ready. I think they have the Japanese player here. So
we do have the Japanese national champion on the left. This is a feature to be excited about. So it's going to be very interesting.
We do not have any idea what decks are you using currently. Can you see? Is that a sleeve or is that?
No, I believe that's just a sleeve there.
Oh, I see.
So
it looks like Star Dragon.
So I think I heard that the Japanese player is using Conan.
Detective Conan?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's as I expected. All right, that's very interesting. But yeah, honestly, this is very, very cool.
Now to see what the player on the right is using.
Yep. But yeah, so both players are setting up, and we're going to give you some context on the player names very soon. But yeah, so honestly, again, I keep repeating this, I keep talking about it, but seeing the Japanese national champion here on our world stage, this feels like an achievement. This feels like a life goal achieved, in terms of competitiveness. And it's just so exciting to see it happen. And so both players are going to set up. The Japanese player will still need to, put their flag and buddy back on there, but he will be doing that soon. The sleeves that the players got this year are so nice. Ooh, and from the shuffle, we do have some information that, as we expected, the Japanese player will be using Detective Conan Black Organization.
Personally, I play against a deck and it has a lot of resource and a lot of gauge.
Yes, and a lot of bouncing too.
Yeah.
It's a lot of just like multi-attack bounce plays, and it's very exciting to see that.
Yeah,
All right.
Awaiting both players to raise the flag so that they can begin commentating.
So they're choosing between rolling the dice and rock, paper, scissors. The problem with rock, paper, scissors when you have an international event is that each language has a different counting system.
Yeah, Jankenpon or rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Oh, looks like they managed to agree on one.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to see which decks they are playing in just a moment. They're going to draw their 6 cards and get their 2 gauge. Yep, we see a little notepad with life as well there.
Interesting. What do you think about using notepads as a site?
Oh, please. I love them. I wish
really
every
good.
game would
It's
allow
very
notepads.
It's very professional.
Yes, yes. Honestly, it's really nice because like
You
it
write
lets you
down.
backtrack through like any potential mistakes that might have happened.
Yeah, you can actually write down your life points, and it's less likely you forget to pay your cost as well, from my experience.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, both players are setting up. We do have the translator for the Japanese side as well. So they're just checking things up because, that's what happens. Like you have these international events. Some people might have a bit of a language barrier, but thankfully, we do have translators to assist and help out with these kind of situations. So, yeah. So it looks like they are just slowly waiting for the OK sign to begin. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting for this upcoming match. So
yeah, more preparation needs to be done since it's an international play. Japanese and English might be the language barrier.
Yep. Oh, we see a very fancy life counter from the Japanese player. Those are really popular in Japan.
Yeah,
those like customized, life counters.
You can track both your life points and your opponent's life points.
Exactly. All right, so they're still setting up, but we are going to be ready to go any moment now. And so that should be exciting. But I really wonder which decks both players have brought. You know, it is round 3, so that means that both players are potentially at X0, 2-0?
Yeah, 2-0.
Yes. So that will be very exciting. So, yeah, this is just the,
Asking some rulings, yeah. The Japanese players asking some rulings.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Attention all Buddyfight players, you'll be in the round.
And there we go. The time on the round has been allowed. And we see Idolmaster versus Conan, the double collab set matchup. So, I mean, let's just break down these decks, you know, to begin with. So, what can we say about Idolmaster? You know, we've been hyping it up a lot.
Yeah.
You know, just like saying like, oh, it can do this, it can do that. You know, it's so good. But I guess we haven't really gone into specifics on what it can really do.
Correct. It also depends on what build she's using. In Idolmasters, there's not only one build, there's a couple of builds. So I have to watch her play her first monster or first card in order to find out what card she's going to try new things, allowing her to play charge and draw.
Yep, and gain life as well, right?
Yeah, and place one card into the body zone.
Yes, and that is the gimmick of Idolmaster. So with their flag, they are able to essentially power up with the amount of cards under the buddy. That's a very new concept, a very different concept from what we're used to, but...
She calls out the Chiro and allows her to check top 7.
Top 6, I think.
Yep. Look at top 6 cards of the deck and to choose one idol among them. Be noted, you cannot choose her.
It's 2 idols, and then one of them goes to your hand, and the other one in bottom deck. So he's going to find 2 Anzus. This is a very, well, some players might find this a somewhat annoying card, as it does burn and take away your hand.
There's also a possibility that she will be able to discard opponent's 6, if not wrong, 5 cards of their hand. With Anzu Kanako combo, because Anzu, whenever she's rested, opponent deals 1 damage and
has to drop 1.
And with Kanako, you will be able to force rest those Anzus during the main phase.
Yes.
And also with cards like, with a certain card with a certain spell, you will be able to resend those Anzus and redo it one more time.
Yes.
Which is pretty insane.
Yep, exactly. So we're going to see a response from Simon here. So it's going to be interesting, but of course, again, as we have been mentioning, that there are some issues, you know, I mean, with translations and all things that have to be considered. Buddyfight, as we said, is a complex game. A lot of rulings that need to be, you know, comprehended and understood, and you know, by all players. And when you have this little language barrier, it is important to take note of it. So, yep. So they're just updating the life tracker here.
Yeah.
Because she did also buddy call, so there's also that needs to be noted.
One interesting thing about Anzu, right, is most people do buddy Anzu instead of Kirari because of the ability to resend Anzu with some spells. I think I wasn't expecting this many. You'll be able to resend Anzu so they can do extra discards. Kirari is just mainly the tank, and most of the play comes from Anzu, which is the size 0 on her right.
Yes. All right, so we did receive a response from Morosumi. And so now we're going to be going further with Nicole's turn. So we're going to see here. All right, there's still...
He activates the ability of... No, ruling. Now it's a ruling problem.
Yes, so
because there's a lot of counter timings between that card. He has to first force bounce 1 card in order to call her.
Yep, exactly. So they're literally just going to pull up the effect. Because he is playing Japanese cards. That's one thing we need to know.
Is it Japanese? Oh,
yes, I just noticed the katakana everywhere. Is that he is playing Japanese cards, and therefore, you know, Nicole is not able to just like look at them and read them, so she has to confirm everything. And so that's the important thing here, in that, you know, that's just how international events work, and that's kind of still the amazing part of it. So we're gonna see here how it's gonna move on.
She's gonna counter with the trick is 2. The card allows her, which is a great counter to Conan because it prevents all your cards from being bounced back, which is one of Conan's specialties.
That's literally their main gimmick.
Yeah.
So that's really huge.
So countering to his timing, she will be able to cast the trick is 2.
Yep.
And protecting her own board.
Yep, exactly. So that's definitely very important. What's important also with the trick is that it does not only prevent bouncing for this turn, but also for the next one, if I'm not mistaken, right?
For this turn and the next turn, yes.
Yes, so
she'll be able to play. She'll be able to do her plays safely during her next turn, during her offensive turn.
Yeah. So that's honestly really, really amazing.
One really cool thing about the Idol Master collab is their SPs looks amazing.
Yes.
And the artwork looks totally different.
Yeah, I mean, basically most of the collab sets, right? Also, Bang Dream, I think, had the same pattern. And ooh, Gridman, when that comes out, looks so good. We see another Anzu coming to board.
Yeah, here's the main combo.
Yes, this is the Kanako Anzu combo that you spoke of.
It's very strong because right now she will be able to deplete opponents' 2 hand cards when she attacks.
Yep.
And with Kirari, your opponent's abilities are all nullified while on the field during the attack phase.
Exactly. So he's gonna swing with the Kanako. And so
he takes 3. And also with each Anzu, the critical increases for Kirari and the Anzu. If an Anzu's on the field, this card and that card gains plus 10k attack power and 2 critical. So these mini Anzus are actually attacking for huge amounts, such as 3 criticals each time.
But yeah, so now we're gonna see a response from Morosumi. So they are just debating again. This is like, you know, the state of the competition. It's really nice though that we do have translators like just ready on call basically to always respond. And so we're gonna see here. So the Anzus will be destroyed there.
And loses 1 soul as well.
Yes, that's true because I think it does pop everything.
Yeah, pop the entire board.
Yeah, so it's a board wipe, but because of Soul Guard, he's just going to lose 1 soul and keep it. So that's an interesting way to shut down Idolmaster in a sense. And I mean, you know, taking out Anzus, which is the main source of all the burn and everything, that's really huge because all the burn damage is now denied, all the discards are now denied. And so for Morosumi, this is just a really, really solid state to be in. He still has his entire hand intact.
Being a player that is playing in the Japanese meta for a really long time also gives him the experience. Since the Idol Master has been a deck that is dominating the meta for a really long time, he definitely knows the outs and counters to every play that the Idol Master player has.
Exactly.
And also, she actually diverted his disaster, which is getting rid of the Anzu. Potentially, he would have discarded a lot of hand cards, but due to the fact that he actually did a perfect counter timing to her play, he protected his hand size.
Yes, exactly. And as we said, it's like him being able to keep that hand is essentially going to lead him into being much more efficient in this turn and try to actually push a little bit. But so that's a really excellent point that you mentioned, honestly, that, you know, Japan has had these decks for a much longer time than the English side has. And therefore, you know, being in this position where you've been playing in this meta for months now, you know, it's like we got Idolmaster towards the like later end of BCS, whereas for Japan, they've already had it for quite a while, and therefore this is like, these are all decks. Every single deck basically he's going to face throughout the day, he has already had experience with, and potentially a lot of experience with, that the other international players don't. I mean, unless they test online with or like print out proxy cards, they unfortunately don't have that kind of advantage. So that's a really important thing to note. So we see here Morosumi will be using the spell to gain some gauge and draw a couple cards as well. So there you just get looking for the OK. You know, that's the important thing in Buddyfight, is that, you know, there are nullifiers, there are responses. You can't just like proceed through your turn willy-nilly, you know, just doing this and that. You need to carefully, every single play needs to, you know, you need to wait for your opponent to give you an answer. And that is the important part here.
Yeah.
So we see Morosumi still playing out his turn. He's gonna be able to return. All right, let's see. Yes. So that goes back to hand. So he's just asking for the OK and gets another 2 gauge. So now definitely very heavy on the gauge count.
And also Morosumi, being one of the 3 Conan deck players in this tournament, is actually, I was actually very surprised that Conan made an appearance, but with a player like Morosumi playing Conan, we could actually tell that Conan is actually one of the top choices. Because imagine yourself being a player that has been playing the Japanese meta for such a long time with with Idolmasters being around,
Yeah.
and being one of the best players in Japan,
Yeah.
it's actually, you can tell that he actually made a very, very good choice. He probably knew that Conan had a couple of ways to deal with the Idolmaster deck matchup, since he was dominating so much in Japan. Right now he's doing some play.
Yep, exactly. So it's a really good point that you make here because, I mean, it is, I think she is the only Idolmaster player, Nicole, right?
Yes,
today,
correct.
because we only had one. So, in a sense, I mean, he's been preparing. It's quite stressful, though, when you think about it, because he had the Japanese nationals just yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And he had to playtest for an entirely different format because he had another set to actually consider with the actual format that he was playing in for the Japanese nationals. And then he has to think back and backtrack to what playing field he had a few months ago or, weeks ago, and therefore, have to readapt again to what he just had, been playing against a few months ago. So,
And also to note, some Japanese do have some promos that are not available in Buddyfight
Yes.
English. So in a way, the build might be a bit different.
Yeah.
But it might not be the case for a collab set. Mostly it's for the main.
For the main, yeah, exactly. So the other thing that I wanted to note is that there is one really, really important difference between Japanese and English Buddyfight is that Japanese Buddyfight is not best of 3.
Oh yes,
That's
because it's
one thing to know.
It's a double deck format, right?
Yes, so they use 2-deck format where they do best of 3 with 2 different decks but no sideboard, whereas in the English format, we do best of 3 with 1 deck with the sideboard. So this is actually a very interesting thing for Japanese players because they suddenly have to think, I've never made a sideboard. What do I even put into the sideboard?
Yeah, you gotta main your tech cards, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's really interesting that now they have to go from essentially building a deck that, has to revolve around itself without any siding. And now he has the freedom to well, I mean, this was just a tech for this and this matchup, so I guess I don't need to main it right now.
This
And
does
so-
have a bit of problem with you actually sacrifice a bit of consistency in order to add in some sideboard cards into your main deck.
Yeah, exactly. And so he is going into his battle phase here, trying to clear this Kanako. All right, we're going to see if there's any response from Nicole's side here. Otherwise, this will simply be destroyed because there is no Soul Guard left.
However, under Morosumi's center, there's actually an ambush card, so there might be an effect waiting for her. She had to take that in consideration as well.
Yeah, exactly. Conan does have ambush effects.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Some combos Conan are famous for is their ambush together comboing with their bounce units.
Yep.
So you can trigger those ambush abilities anytime.
Yeah. So that's definitely very exciting. So we're going to see how he's going to proceed through this.
So it activates the ability to bounce back one card. And
Yes.
thus triggering and calling over the rested card. Really good play.
Wow, look at that.
Just like that, she replenished and get 2 extra attacks.
Yeah, exactly. And her life, I believe, is only 8, if I'm not mistaken. So therefore, she's already in a big pressure point.
Yeah, it might be fatal because the Conan actually does attacks based on equals to the number of gauge the player has.
Right.
So with Morosumi's amount of gauge, it might be lethal right now.
Yeah, he can just keep pushing, and he loses. Nicole loses the gauge as well. It's a really shame that she lost the Kanako because that did reduce the damage, with it being in the center. But I mean, it doesn't really matter if you clear. There's nothing else on the board, and you don't have any answers. Then that's just gonna be it. So we're gonna see if Morosumi is able to actually close it out on this turn and take us to game 2. But we're gonna see he's gonna go forward with the attacks. Absolutely amazing combos here as well. All right, let's see what rests in his hand. I mean, this all comes back to the fact that he managed to answer those Anzus perfectly.
Yeah.
And being able to answer that and keep all his hand cards that then led him to do all this, that was an excellent call that essentially just might potentially lead him into the victory. So, we see another combo.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So, ambush effects just proccing left and right.
Allowing him to draw as well, inclusive to the extra attacks.
Yeah, which might actually extend his combo even further. All right, so we're going to see here.
It would be insane if he actually wins today's tournament as well.
I know, right?
2 trophies, right?
Yeah, imagine. You win the Japanese nationals one day, the next day just pull up to the World Championship, facing players from all these different countries and then just taking the trophy. But we will see how he does it. it will show that there is really a difference in how the event plays out if Japanese players join, and that's something that I really love about it.
That's because when I grew up, this card allows her to either drop 2 souls or put up the top 2 cards on the gauge and gain 2 life. So probably to prolong her life points in order to survive, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the game plan here, is just try to survive. See that you can maybe pray that he doesn't have any more ways to combo and extend.
She gains at 2 life and 2 gauge.
Yes. And so, yes, she almost assumed that it was her time to go to her turn, but she still has more plays and asking for an answer. And so he's going to be able to replace that.
Calling for the drop zone.
Yep.
This way he could actually continue his loop.
Yes.
And it looks really bad for Simon right now.
Yep. So Nicole. Let's see. So Morosumi is able to still continue. He does draw 2 again and get himself an extra gauge. So we're going to see.
In times like these, you can see why loyalty is so important, right?
Exactly. And I mean, that's what we said earlier, right?
Yeah. Since both are collab sets, it all comes down to who can pull off the combo first and win the game. Because this combo is pretty much unstoppable unless you have the card loyalty.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, with the majority of the playing field being your traditional worlds, there is more of it around, but that doesn't stop Conan from still popping off against decks like this that just don't have any way to stop it. So we're going to see him draw. See her draw. And that is the Kirari coming down. This is a very, very important card because it makes essentially, you know, things get bulky and also, most importantly, a lot of nullification.
Yes, for the attack phase.
Yes.
And she also has a triple attack and penetrate. However, against the matchup like Conan, where the cards get bounced most of the time, it easily dodges that.
Yeah, the penetrate almost doesn't matter in this matchup, I would say, you know?
Correct.
But she also does, you know, hold the counterattack, and there's still, you know, Nicole still has a massive hand here going forward. She has the 3 sister detectives. Kind of ironic that we have a detective card against Detective Conan, but that's just a side note. But we're going to see. Morosumi.
If she's able to prevent the bounce, she will be able to make a comeback.
Yes, that is correct. So we're going to see Morosumi did play down here. So we're going to see a Soul Guard pop, if I'm not mistaken. That is correct. So there's still 1 more left. Oh, and he just wants to take care of that one too. He is ready. He was fully equipped to take care of this Kirari, I think.
Yeah, he probably expected the Kirari to come down right now. And also knowing Kirari does take a lot of gauge in order to summon. So seeing the opponents not having enough gauge is a great opportunity to just end the game right there.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Nicole will simply surrender that game. And we are going to go to a game 2 here. That was a really impressive showing.
It's flawless. He basically didn't take any damage at all. He stopped all of Nicole's play, and he actually made her unable to do anything. He didn't even win through battle, but just, you know, pure pressure.
I mean, she basically had like half of a battle phase, to be honest, this entire game. It was like her first turn, Anzus get popped. The Kaneko like stays with 1 Soul Guard, but even then it's just like, I guess I'll swing. But that was amazing, you know.
A deck like Conan could actually perform so well.
Yeah, I mean...
And it's actually one of the cheap budget decks.
Exactly.
And this is why collab sets are amazing choices for newer players.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, right? Yeah, so if you're looking to get into Buddyfight...
Collab set is actually a great set.
Yes. Yeah. And there's Gridman coming, so something to be excited about. All right, so now both players will be siding. I'm honestly really interested what Morosumi will be siding, simply because, I mean... He's not used to the process, right?
Correct.
You know, they don't have sideboards in Japan outside of like special unofficial tournaments that allow the use of them.
Shrub locals probably.
Locals are best of 1.
Oh, best of 1 as well. Oh.
So, yeah.
I'm guessing that Nicole will be siding in. I wasn't expecting this many because it actually is a set spell that prevents cards from being bounced back. So that's her only way out. Otherwise, her combo is just going to get stopped again by the bouncing effects.
Yeah, yeah. So just being able to bounce so much and like all the combos that they can do throughout the battle phase is just so impressive.
Then you can eat.
All right, so...
He declares how many side.
Yeah, I think he's just declaring how much he sided. Did he actually side all 10?
Oh my.
I mean, that's how I understood him showing 10 cards.
Correct.
Oh no! I think he was showing that there's 10 cards inside.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, just to confirm that you didn't like
at the end
overside.
Of siding, correct.
Yeah. So that is a thing that
play
needs to be
etiquette.
clarified.
Yeah,
An
play
indicator.
etiquette.
Yes. So we're gonna be going into game 2 of round 3 here. Morosumi, if you're only tuning in just now, Morosumi is 1 game up ahead of Nicole. So it's definitely going to be very, very exciting. So both players are shuffling. They have finished their siding process, and therefore we'll just be getting ready for game 2. I mean, from Nicole's perspective, you know, I feel like looking at her starting hand, she was probably like, "Ooh, this is really good."
Yeah.
You know, like double Anzu with the Kanako and everything. She also had Chihiro as well, and just like really a solid hand to start with. But it's like it must be a slightly stressful thing to like see you have a really good opening hand,
Combo gets stopped, right?
and it just gets stopped.
Yeah.
It just absolutely comes to a halt, and ooh, that opening hand does not look as impressive as the last one. She does draw into a Kirari, which will potentially help, and she will be going first here, so we'll have the option to charge and draw. Charges the try new things.
She gets the Ranko,
Yes.
which is good because she'll be able to draw 2 cards from Ranko's ability when
Yep.
another idol enters the field.
Yep, so he's going to use the try new things to gain gauge, life, and draw. A type of effect that a lot of decks have these
Yeah,
days.
Nowadays, it's a standard.
Yeah. Once upon a time, it was not that standard, but alas. And so, I think they're just... Oh, they might be clarifying the order because it does have to be... You charge first, then life,
Draw.
then draw.
Correct. Charge,
So-
life, draw. Yes.
You really need to be careful with these things in an event like this because it's not, you know...
Yeah, the rules are really strict. And
Yes.
anything could get you a warning point.
Yeah, exactly. So, use the Flower Fairies Mage. So we're gonna see.
Look top 3 cards of deck and choose one add it to your hand. And
Yep, the rest goes to Gauge, which is, again, an effect that we've seen in other decks.
And then you put this card face down into the buddy zone. It's good because it excels up the buddy zone.
Exactly.
For certain effects later in the game.
Yes. So, let's see here. Still choosing the cards that she will take and then puts the 2 to Gauge. And there we go, into the buddy zone. Therefore, we now have 2 face down there. Right, so, that's a lot of copies of Three Sister Detectives. But let's see. Oh, it looks like Morosumi does intend to potentially counter, but maybe not. So she will be drawing 3.
Timing is really key when it comes to your opponent setting up. One good timing could actually crumble her setup.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a combo-based deck which is revolving around Kirari and Anzu.
Yeah, exactly.
The only question I have now is whether she will start off calling the Kirari or the Kanako.
Yeah, so she did find the Kanako here. So
She could potentially discard him 5 cards. And I believe Morosumi is also pretty nervous because if she were to pull off that combo, he would be left with 1 card and that's pretty much game.
you can't recover from that really.
Yeah, especially going first.
Yeah.
It's huge for... Going first is really huge for idols.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing to note here is that if Nicole does win this game, then it'll be Morosumi who will be going first, the next one.
Right.
So, you know, he might not be too nervous, even if he does lose this one. He kind of has, you know, the
One
next
more
game to
chance.
potentially... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now she's actually just farming her hand size with Ranko.
Yep.
Calling into Kanako.
Yep. So it goes into the Kanako.
So I believe she will be doing the hand discard combo. You're not wrong.
Yep.
Just wait and see. So he's just going to check the soul and see. He's trying to predict whether she does have the combos in her hand.
Yeah. And she did also draw 2 from Ranko's effect after Kanako entered the field. So we saw that Morosumi even checking the soul. You know, got to make sure that the soul guard, what the cards are, got to account for every single unit placed. And it looks like he actually didn't know one of the... He wants to clarify one of the effects with the Japanese translation staff. So, because, I mean, for Nicole, for Morosumi now, Nicole is playing English cards, so, you know, sometimes the wording of these effects might not be too easy to understand unless you know the language, so that's always an important thing to take note of.
And it's also hard to remember every single card. Since their picture is mostly about, like, idols.
Yeah, exactly, so... But alas,
So let's see how she sets up a combo. Probably going for greedy plays with the absence of loyalty.
Yeah. Because she
it-
can afford to.
Yeah, it's probably might be her only chance to farm up right now since so Motosumi won't really be able to stop her plays.
Yep, that is correct. So she has a lot of options still left in hand that she can consider.
Correct. Having a huge hand size has another problem which you have to think really carefully on which order of the cards you would like to play.
Yeah, exactly. So, but can't take too long.
Yeah.
Because that does lead to penalties as well.
Can tell she's really stressed because of how Moroyasu played the last game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to affect you mentally, right?
Correct. She knows that he probably is able to counter it some way. You know, you
Yes.
cannot never underestimate opponents.
Yeah. She is hovering over a Kirari. We're going to see if that's going to potentially come into play, but I don't... Right. So still thinking, still considering. You know, she does have the time. Game 1 ended arguably fairly fast.
Yeah.
So it was basically just 2 turns, essentially. So
Right.
that's just how explosive these decks are these days. And, you know, Buddyfight is a quick game. And looks like she is... she almost went for it. She will be...
Alright, so
Yep.
it's declared she definitely caught down the Kirari.
Yes, so she's made use of Kanako and Ranko already. You know, got her extra draws out of Ranko's effect. So now she's going to go for the Kirari just to make sure that, you know, the abilities are negated during the attack phase.
Yeah, she wants to go for more protection other than more farming because based on her ability, if she go first, she could potentially gain a lot of soul on the Kanako. But I guess she thinks that the Kanako won't really last long on the field since she does not have any cards on the field that prevents bounce.
Right.
Even the multiple soul will not protect her from the infinite loop, which is the bouncing combo.
Yes. Well, infinite for as long as you have gauge.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And with Kirari, at least you'll be well protected with the ability to nullify abilities during the attack phase.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. So let's see. She is going to play down the Lost in Thought in Autumn.
So she chooses to retrieve.
Yeah, so she is kind of targeting the drop zone there. So first has to pay the cost.
Oh,
Ooh, there's another Anzu. That's the
But
second
she
one
can-
we've seen.
She might not be able to choose the Anzu. which
Yeah, I
is
believe
the
because
cost.
that's
Yeah,
the
it's cost.
cost. Yes,
Yeah.
so therefore
Can
it's
you?
not. But she has another one in the drop
Oh,
zone.
okay, then it makes sense. It's alright. Two different.
Yep. So she is able to recuperate those. And so Anzu will be finally coming into play here. The buddy call coming through, so a life will be gained. And so this is an interesting spot now for Motosumi. Maybe he was waiting for this to potentially show her a repeat of Game 1. But it does not appear to be the case because I feel like he would have used that already. So, all right, looks like she will move on to battle phase here. And so just clarifying that there is extra damage coming through because of Kirari's effect. She does give +2 critical to that Anzu. Therefore, this will hit for 3 damage, and Motosumi will happily take that.
And
so
also
he's
one
also
additional damage.
Yes.
Since, the burn damage and one additional discard.
yes, and that takes place
4
as soon as
damage.
it's rested.
Yeah, it's 4 damages.
It's technically before the damage is applied, right? Because it's as soon as it's rested, so even if it's like on attack declaration,
Yeah,
they can
it's
still
treat-
respond to it.
Correct. It's an
Yeah.
effect. When it's-
Yes.
So that might be a timing for Motosumi to make a comeback, but he
Yep.
does not have any cards to respond.
Yeah. So it looks like she's just going to pass turn and he's going to draw for turn. And now we're going to see Motosumi did not have as an explosive response as the last game, but alas, still has his entire turn now to play through and potentially make various responses. So he's going to charge and draw
I'm
for
guessing that
turn.
he's also very relieved that his hand didn't get discarded by the combo.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
They say that combo can happen once in every tournament. Like, probably in the 7-round Swiss, one time it will happen.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. So, I mean, with...
Now, let's see how Motosumi does his plays, which I'm really curious.
Yep. All right. And again, you know, you really need to know all the cards for, you know all the common cards to not have to ask, oh, like, what does this thing do? What does this thing do?
Yeah.
You know, because there are no English cards available in Motosumi's deck.
So he gets, I think it's Ihabara's day.
Yes.
Yeah, discarding 1 to draw 2 cards. Then he calls this. Check top 3 of the deck.
Yep. So she gives him the okay on that one. So abilities are only nullified in the attack phase. So main phase you can do whatever he wants, but it's just in the attack phase that we're going to see a lot of nullify coming through.
Also, one good thing about the Conan deck is most of his ability comes from the hand.
Yep.
The ability to bounce, its main combo is from the hand.
Exactly.
So, it doesn't really stop the deck too badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is good for Konosumi.
Exactly. He's going to buddy call here. And I mean, on top of everything...
Discard one to draw.
Yeah. The Kirari is also really, really bulky. 10k defense that needs to be accounted for. So he didn't fail last game though. So I guess we'll see where that goes.
And if I'm not wrong, the flag actually does additional abilities that gave attack power.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
So
absolutely.
the center is actually absolutely tanky right now.
Yes.
Which is actually tankier than Taurus, interestingly.
Yeah. Tankier than the actual tank deck. All right, so we're going to see how they're going to proceed here. So still in main phase, so still has all the freedom. Does play down the vodka here.
Pays 1 gauge.
Yep.
Focus. Oh, he steals a soul. Oh, is that what he sided in?
Ooh, that might be the case.
It might be side in,
I've seen a lot of people main this card actually in recent formats.
In our current English version, there's not much people maining this card. Actually, in Japanese they do main because they don't have a side deck. But in English, this card isn't main, but in the side deck most of the time. Against,
yeah, exactly.
For decks like Atora.
Yeah.
The multiple soul.
Yeah.
I actually don't really have a lot of chance to see the interaction between the Conan decks and the Idol Master, since Conan deck actually didn't stay in the meta for too long after the introduction of other sets.
Yep.
And so it's a treat to see that how both of these collab sets interact with one another.
Yep, exactly. So once again, we do need a reference sheet just to clarify some effects. And I mean, this is really nice because, it's the World Championship. You don't want to lose any games to just not knowing an effect or something. So it's really nice of Bushiroad to be able to offer this chance to players to just, step in and just ask questions whenever. And, the translators being on standby at all times is just such a great thing.
True.
All right, so let's be able to return that to hand.
I think it's core.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, core's on the field. So asking for counter timing.
Yep, so we're going to see if she does respond. But what counters does Idolmaster actually have in this context?
Not really much. Mostly likely stuff that prevents bouncing.
Yeah.
And damage reduction. This actually might be huge. The cards you should understand is actually very important against this matchup, since you will be able to stop the loop combo, even though your Kirari will die.
Yeah.
But most of the time, you should understand what prevents your life from reducing further later in the game.
That is correct. So let's see, they're just referencing some effects once again. It's really crucial in these contexts to make sure that everything is clear.
So much preparation need to be made for international fights, man.
Yeah. Honestly, big props to Bushiroad for making all those info sheets. I mean, they have to do it for every viable deck basically, and then what if something rogue comes up? How do you count for it then? They just have to print it on the spot. All right. Looks like he's trying to bounce the vodka there to continue. We are still in the main phase. Must keep that in mind.
Interestingly, she instead of bouncing the Kirari back, what Motosumi does is actually just steal her soul until she's soulless, and then just proceed to swing.
Yeah, because then you can just swing, destroy it, and then essentially everything's back online.
Right. It's an alternate way to get rid of the center Kirari.
Yeah. Honestly, such an excellent playing by Motosumi. But Nicole as well, she's been setting up and she's been putting Motosumi in these awkward spots, every game so far. He cannot proceed without essentially being forced to answer the boards that she sets up. So it's a lot to think about, it's a lot to consider, but she does it excellently.
She knows her counter timings, which makes her a really good player as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to see the 3 sister detectives here coming through. Alright.
With that, she actually destroys the board. Choose up to 1 card from your opponent's field for each face down card in your buddy zone and destroy them. So
yes, and having exactly 3 means that's the entire board just going away just like that. So absolutely amazing.
The card that's entered won't be able to activate a skill since there's no black organization on the field.
You are correct.
So that's a really, really good counter from Nicole.
Yep.
So once again...
Absolutely amazing level of play in today's event, honestly. I'm so happy that we get to see this match in particular because it feels like both players have really put in a lot of time into preparing and testing and making sure that they're ready for the day, and seeing them, you know, play with this amount of like prowess is just incredible. So I think of all Buddyfight games to showcase, is really one of the best rounds that we could have had.
Yeah, a lot of counter timings.
Yes. It's really difficult, and you really have to just praise both players for being able to, you know, excel in their field in this sense, you know? All right, so Morosumi is requesting a play response. And there does not seem to be any, or I think Nicole is still debating it. All right, let's see. So they're still mid-debate. And I mean, it's important for Morosumi to make sure to play out everything in this main phase because, I mean, oh, here comes another 3 sister detectives.
It's not once per turn, so it's spammable, really powerful.
Yeah, and she did have 3 of them, I think, in hand. So when you draw into that in your open hand, and it's, you know, not once per turn, just, I guess I'm just going to keep getting rid of boards.
He passes the turn. This might be her chance to win.
Wait, did he?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Did he?
Was that? Yeah, it looks like he's passing.
He has no way to call the cards from his hand because you require to have 1 black on a organization on the field.
And as she keeps just popping it and popping it and popping it with the 3 sister detectives, I mean, honestly, we said that wasn't such a good opening hand, but it turned out to be amazing.
Yeah, she actually managed to farm her hand well with the Ranko.
Yeah.
They draw 2.
And now Morosumi just left with 3 cards in hand and nothing on board. Will he even find an answer? So here we're going to see, I wasn't expecting this many to come into play, which is the set spell.
That prevents bounce. So
yes.
Right now she's actually Nicole's having a really good look on the field.
Yep. She's going to be able to restand the buddy with that spell as well when we get to the final phase. All right, so they're just clarifying because this is a very important effect to make sure that all players are aware of. So honestly, it's very interesting, and it's an interesting place that Buddyfight is in right now. You know, it's really changed a lot since last year. I really like the introduction of the collab sets. It opens up an avenue of play for a lot of different kinds of people that can enter the game now. So it looks like Morosumi will have a response there. All right, so let's see.
Destroys all cards on the field.
Yes, so now it's just this Kirari left, so the Anzu has been taken care of for now.
Oh, with that, the Kirari actually drops a crit. He might not be able to go. He might not be able to go for the kill.
That's true.
Due to the fact of the Anzu's left the field.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't dealt any damage yet, and therefore he still has to, you know, she hasn't dealt any damage, and therefore he still has to, like, you know, work her way up all the way to ending the game. But
she has a Chihiro in the hand, so she will be able to look at top 6.
Yes, and look for 2 idle characters. And we have now heard that there's 5 minutes remaining on time. Although I believe that for this game, because of all the translations, we have quite a few time extensions.
Yeah.
You know that.
She managed to get back her Anzu.
Yes, very nice. So she still had 1 left in deck, at least 1. Because we saw 1 go to the drop earlier, then she had 1 engage. And I'm assuming there was 2 in deck then. But so finding 1 for the top 6 is definitely very good.
She calls out the Anzu to the left.
Yes. So now Kirari is back on effect.
4 criticals.
Yes. So the damage is back. But now does Morosumi have responses? 2 cards in hand, I believe.
Yeah, if she's able to discard his hand using Anzu, it might be over for him.
Yeah, honestly. So
because one of them is being a card that can only be called when there's a black organizer on the field.
Exactly.
So yeah.
You have 5 minutes to complete an additional.
Things are looking bad for Morosumi.
3 turns.
Yep. So let's see. 2 cards in hand. The risk of having them discarded. All right, so she's hovering over that Lost in Thoughts in Autumn. We're gonna see where she's gonna go through. She's hovering over the Ranko here, which will remove the Kirari, however, so that's important to note.
She probably wants to reset Kirari just in case he survives for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he will be getting back one Anzu.
Yes, so now she's gonna use the Lost in Thought
to get back Anzu and perhaps another Kirari.
Yes, definitely want to do that. I think she does have one, if I'm not mistaken. Or not. Oh, I guess not.
Ooh.
Yes, because actually there was no Kirari destroyed. This is the same Kirari as from the last turn.
I see.
So, yeah, it didn't actually leave the board to begin with. So, we have this double Anzu here. And so...
Yeah, she does not need to worry about loyalty, so she could just spam her few.
Exactly. So...
What she could do is actually if she use Ranko to flatten Kirari, then use the spell to get Kirari and Anzu back and reset her board. But the problem is she might not have enough gauge. As you can see, it's only 2 gauge. And Kirari costs 3. So,
that's right.
Yeah, unless she's able to charge 1 extra gauge, she won't be able to do. Oh.
All right. Let's see. So, 1 card left in hand. Ooh, that is the one that allows him to return something from the drop onto the field.
Revive.
Yes. So
what will he revive that will give him an out?
Yeah, he needs to really think about this. There's no cards left in his hand, so...
Yeah, he can't bounce as well, so bounce out the question. So now the judge is coming to explain.
Yes. All right. It looks like they're still just debating a little bit. And as I believe they have not entered the attack phase yet, so there's no nullification coming through either. So, he's still able to make all these plays.
Yeah.
So, let's see how this is going to play out. Definitely a very stressful situation. The game's been going on for a while, and therefore it's, the stress starts to pile up. We're already in round 3, getting close. We're basically going to be halfway through the rounds after this.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be very exciting. All right, she is hovering over the When I Grow Up, I believe. No, that was not. Apologies. All right, let's see. Does she finally have an out? Ooh, it's not looking too good. There is the Trick is 2 in hand as well.
Technically, there's no way to get rid of Kirari other than destruction because I wasn't expecting this many will protect Kirari from the bounce.
That's correct.
So things are still looking bad for Morosumi unless he is able, depending on the last card in his hand, and he doesn't really have anything much. He just tried his best.
Yeah, honestly, I almost forgot about the fact that I wasn't expecting this many on the board because that actually does change a lot. So, and that's also going to give Nicole the potential final push in the final phase to keep swinging in. Now with the Kirari, there is +2 critical on the Anzus. So they're swinging both for 3 damage each, plus the 2 damage of Kirari as well. And there's also 1 damage pain coming through from each Anzu on top of that. So, and there's, 1 card in hand for Morosumi. Is there an answer?
Triple attack?
Yes, so another 2 attacks, and also the Anzus do double attack themselves each time, and therefore a burn each time. And does Morosumi have any kind of answer to this, or is he just gonna get damaged until the end? So still 1 more attack left. It's gonna attack with the Anzu first, so burn and discard first and foremost. What is that card that he is holding on to?
Oh, and he ends the game because that card actually it seems to be a body block version of Conan.
Oh, okay, I see.
But they still get killed by the burn.
Yes,
perhaps.
Exactly. So game 2 taken by Nicole, and I believe they are getting pretty short on time now in these rounds, so there's a chance that they'll have to speed up their play, do their sideboarding relatively fast.
Really good play by Nicole though, this round.
Yeah, honestly, what a great comeback. She really she had the nerves going after that first round of just, oh my god, look at what just happened. And then she's still able to recuperate and she opened a questionable hand at best, but then was able to just make the most of it. And, you know, Morosumi still tried to push through, but it just wasn't enough. And Nicole had all the answers, and that's just how it is. And now we're looking at a very strong 1-1. Like, I really, at the end of game 1, Morosumi was looking so good. He was looking so confident. He was looking like he was ready to take game 2. But now it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, Nicole managed to study game 1 and make a play in game 2. So what happened in game 3, let's find out.
Exactly, so just learning from the opponent's deck, seeing what they can do, and then now we're ready to go into game 3. The players will draw their 6 cards and the 2 gauge, and we'll be ready. However, this time the big difference is Morosumi going first.
Yes, this time he gets to set up.
Yes, and this is his first time going first actually, because Nicole has been going first
for
both games.
Yeah.
So that is the big important change here. So he's gonna charge and draw. So we're gonna see he now has the setup.
Yes.
Yep.
Train.
Yeah, and then looking from Nicole's side, I mean, what kind of answers does she even have now to Morosumi's setup?
Here's 1 gauge.
Yep.
And he gets to charge and draw. Last train ability.
Yes. It's very good.
Gains
3 life. All right, so already up in the lead in the life total. Well, it can be, you know, taken away really quickly with the Anzu combo. It's still very, very strong, so...
I Habra's Day into 2 extra cards to hand.
Yep.
Basically a cycle. Yeah, 2 for 2.
That is correct.
So he sets the ambush underneath the soul.
All right, gonna be able to bounce here.
And then draw cards.
Yes, and the ambush effect will be coming into play as well. So, gonna get to draw and gauge.
Usually decks that plays ambush actually take a lot of thinking and pre-planning.
Yeah, honestly.
Since Oni Assassin's ambush has been it greatly rewards player that has skills.
Yeah, I remember when Oni Assassins were like one of the top decks in, you know, quite a few metas ago. But I remember it was such a scary deck to even think about building because of how complex it is.
It's so hard to master. It's a deck that's really hard to master.
Yep, we see a gauge steal come through, but that is an Anzu that drops into the drop zone, so that's, you know, fairly okay. You can always recover it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see here where we're gonna go next. So he's still considering his plays. You know, a lot of options here going forward. He still has a healthy hand.
Yeah, his hand is huge.
Yep. So gonna be able to draw 1 and discard 2. Does select the spell there. All right. So.
Activates ability.
Yes.
Bounce it back to hand. So he'll be able to set it back down again.
Exactly.
That's insane.
It's absolutely huge.
Yeah. And he gains 3 lives. He's basically farming up his life points.
Yeah. Really strong setup here, honestly. So let's see where it's gonna go. Still has an entire hand to work through here. You know, just lots of combos. And I wonder if for Nicole, like going forward, I mean, she's just been kind of sitting here and watching him play everything out, but, you know, will she even have an answer to the board next turn?
Yeah.
You know, that's the bigger question here. You know, he has all this time to set up and do his plays and, you know, put himself in a comfortable position, but if she can't break the board and, you know, actually make her plays next turn, then...
He may be, he will be able to farm a lot. As long, without loyalty, this deck can farm insane amount of life points.
Exactly. And in a matchup like this, there's no loyalty to be seen and just plussing and plussing and plussing.
It's a good chance. It's also a good chance to learn about all the combos of Conan because usually if you're fighting against a normal standard Buddyfight deck, you get loyalty right away.
That's correct.
Yeah. Like I see its full glory.
Yep, very much so. So now for Nicole, I mean, she just has to wait it out. Just look at what's happening on the board. Doesn't seem to be too many answers. We are in the battle phase now, so it looks like they're just checking to make sure their life totals are the same. And it looks like he's still on his turn, but still has to consider what he can still do until he passes. Not passing yet. He was just like giving her the okay to have a response timing.
Yeah.
But, you know, with these kind of gestures of just the hand pass, you know, it's easy to mistake it for, oh, it's your turn.
Yeah.
So
It activates the
here's
ambush
an
one more
ambush
time.
coming through again.
Effect steals the gauge. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
He's basically shutting down her gauge so that she won't be able to use Kirari unless she has a gauge Excel.
Exactly.
Very smart play.
Yep, gets another gauge and a draw. And another one. And now the gauge gets dropped. There we go, and that was a Kanako. So Kanako and Anzu actually, the both cards engage. Both really important. She doesn't seem to have them in hand.
Was that the beginning of her turn? Because she just drew another from last train.
Ooh.
It might be her beginning of her turn before that he stole her gauge.
Ah, that's true, that's true, that's true. That is correct.
Now she activates Fairy Mages.
Yep.
Looking top 3.
Let's see what he's able to find.
Looking through her hand so that she can make the right choice.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we see 2 Three-Sister Detectives in the hand. We know how that went last game.
Yeah.
So definitely going to be an important card for this matchup. But look at Morosumi's gauge. It's absolutely just mental. It's crazy how much he has.
She must draw. I wasn't expecting this many in order to protect her field. Otherwise, her board would just get destroyed. Because from what I see, even Morosumi already reviewed most of his hand cards as well. Since they actually bounce up and down and show. The only problem about this combo is that it does show what your opponent has and you are better prepared. But if you don't have any cards to stop those combos, you're still gonna lose your whole board.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so
she has the Ranko preparing to call.
Yep.
She adds Ranko to her hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Kirari to consider as well, but looks like she will not. She's gonna put them to gauge. So at least she's kind of recovering from all the gauge she's lost in that previous turn. So try and kind of make her way back. That is a Chihiro she's hovering over, so she will be using it. She's now gonna look at the top 6 and potentially find herself 2 idols. But first, we're gonna see there is a response from Morosumi to bounce and call for 1 gauge, but gauge is not a question here anymore. So, all right. There's another Chihiro, so that can't be added. Oh, we see a Kirari. Yep. She's going to be taking the Ranko instead. Together with the Kirari, as she did find 2.
Less than 1 minute.
Now, the key is whether he... whether the Morosumi will actually bounce back Ranko or other cards when called. So basically the counter timing is very important at this point in time. As you can see, he's countering.
Yep. Not giving her a second to breathe.
He's countering. Whenever counter timing he's presented, he will just take the opportunity to pay on gauge, gain Excel life, and just increase the survivability.
Exactly. Especially, I mean, with this being game 3, you know, there is a possibility we'll go into time, and the life comparison is super important.
Yes.
You can really see he's prepared a lot for this. You know, he's really used to all kinds of battlefields. You know, playing, you know, through whether it's just like sheer battle, playing against all these various decks, and if worse comes to worse, being able to have the life advantage in time. All right, so let's see. She does have the Anzu in hand as well. She is going to play that down immediately. Does get the buddy call as well, so that is going to be an extra life for her.
She counters. That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh.
She'll counter and destroy.
Yes. I'm just going to come through.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she does not have any anti-distraction. It makes her very vulnerable to counter spells, and that's what Conan's very popular for, the counter abilities.
Exactly.
In contrast to Idol's ability to Idol's lack of counters.
Yep.
You realize.
She's going to use a Chihiro again. Important to note that this is not a once per turn ability, so she can just keep dropping it, keep checking top 6. Finds an Anzu. That's really important. So far, just a Chihiro, so looks like it's going to be just
only one
Anzu.
Card. But it's a pretty good card. It's one of the key combo pieces.
Yeah,
so
for sure. I mean, if you're going to find only one, it better be the Anzu.
Yeah.
All right, so still has the Ranko in hand as well as the Kirari, so... But I mean, with the board that Morosumi set up, as I said before, is just like... It doesn't really give her much breathing room to do everything, you know?
As long as he has 2 of those cards that can bounce at the right and center, he's basically set for infinite loop as long as he has the gauge. The one interesting thing to note, right? Ranko can still activate its ability because he destroyed her Ranko before it enters the board. So
Right.
technically her abilities haven't activated. And if she be able to retrieve Ranko, she will still be able to draw 2.
Yes, that is correct. So I think she actually has a Ranko in hand still, if I'm not mistaken. So the judges are just clearing up something, and they basically have to clear it up in, 2 languages. All right. I'm going to see where she's going to proceed. Does have that second Anzu to consider, as well as the Kirari. Does have the gauge cost for Kirari, luckily as well. But she's going to play the Ranko. Yep. So luckily, he took care of one, but alas, she still has it.
He can still bounce back to prevent its ability from activating as well.
That's correct. That's correct. And
So
there comes the
let's see what
Kirari.
his response. So she pays the cost first, and she counters.
Yep. Here's the vodka.
Oh, he's gonna enter the field, then counter and steal the soul.
Yes, exactly.
Very,
That's
very-
really smart.
Very smart play, because due to counter timing, the card that enters will have to delay until the card enters the field.
Exactly.
So Kirari will enter the field first, then the Black Organization card will steal its soul.
Exactly. So now he's, that's just like why you need to really be careful with the counter timings. Every single one needs to be accounted for. She finally drew into the ace. I wasn't expecting this many. It's good to see that there as well. But now she's gonna lose 2 souls from this Kirari. That's very heavy.
From here, you can see that Kona is actually suits player who love counter plays. There's tons of counters. If every reaction, you can see that Morosumi actually did a counter. There's no countering non-stop.
Every single play that she's made has been countered.
Yeah.
Every single play.
Even though it's just gaining 3 life, but it's still
valuable, still important.
Yeah.
Still something that needs to be considered.
He steals a soul again.
Another soul
he
being
bounced.
popped.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because with I wasn't expecting this many, it's only the buddies that cannot be bounced, if I'm correct. Therefore, the Kirari can actually be bounced, so that's the important thing here. It's, you really have to think about it and keep it in consideration. So we're going to see here. So far, Morosumi has just been counterplaying so efficiently and really just doing it excellently. So it looks like she is actually just conceding here because she does not see out to this board because he has so much life that I guess it's just impossible for her to really come back. And every play she's tried to make has just been, everything she does.
So big though.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Yeah, honestly. So, looks like Morosumi will be taking the round 3 of Buddyfight, if I'm not mistaken, unless... if I'm not mistaken, they did seem to be signing slips. Although we still have some things going on. Oh, unless? I wasn't sure what those slips were about then.
I think they were given extended time.
Oh, right, I see. Apologies to everyone at home. That was the extended time call.
Oh, extended time call is a slip, right? I see.
Oh. So does that mean that the extended time only ended just now?
Yes, more or less, yeah.
Okay.
So this is like extra time.
So this is the actual extra turns of time. So now we're in turn 0 of time. All right, so apologies for that, people.
The game still carries on.
Yes, the game carries on. She has not given up. The game is not over, and therefore we are going to continue. That was simply the end of all the extra time that was gathered because of all the translations that have to be given throughout these games. And, that's just how it is. And luckily, we have the flexibility for it. So she's still able to regain some gauge thanks to try new things and also gain an extra card under her buddy. But yeah, I was thinking, why would you? It seemed kind of strange, especially when she has the 3 sister detectives in hand. It's just.
Yeah, it's quite a good hand.
Yeah, it really is not that bad, and there's a second Anzu coming through and all these things. So, good thing that we got that clarification because that would have been very awkward. All right.
So it counters one more time?
Yes. These things never change. Got to make use of it, while you can, because...
At entering the attack phase, you won't be able to activate this. You will still be able to activate, but you won't be able to activate the bounce abilities.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's trying to clean the board as much as possible before the attack phase.
Yep.
And making
3 sisters coming through.
So, and also, if he has, the trick is to, for next turn, all the characters cannot be returned. That might be her out as well. But I don't think she has it right now because otherwise she would have casted long ago.
Yeah, I saw it in her hand last game, I think.
Yeah, not this game.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
So sorry about that. I think actually time was called. And actually Nicole lost the game already. So I think they're just continuing the game for I'm not too sure. Yeah, but I think the time already was called and Nicole lost due to time.
Oh, is that so?
Yep, sorry, just got the clarification from HQ.
Okay. So it would appear that what you're seeing now is simply they are just playing it out for the sake of playing it out?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. So sorry about that.
Yeah, okay. So our call that Nicole had lost in time was actually correct.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I see.
Okay, I see. So interesting. So that was how the time was handled. So they're still just playing it out just for the sake. But, as we do have time between the next round, that is, still something that we can entertain you guys with. So, let's see. So she's still able to play down, to replay the Kirari essentially and get herself some extra soul again.
Buddyfight players, the online and physical pairings have been posted.
And just like that, the pairings for the next round have actually gone up. So both players will have to actually get ready for the next round as well, quite soon.
The stream is going to be cut soon for this round.
Yes. So after this round, actually, we are going to be going to Weiss Schwarz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. All right. So
this was a pretty interesting game actually because despite all the interactions and things like that, I think of all matchups, this was the one that could have been extended because of this, because Conan is known for
exactly
the language barrier, right?
Yes, precisely. Yeah. So I think overall really interesting game.
It shows the power of Conan, man.
Yeah.
I didn't expect Conan to be back.
It's only 3 Conans on the day today itself, but even with that in mind, it doesn't mean it's not going to top.
Yeah, that's right. Precisely.
So it's really important to note that. But yeah, so apologies for the kind of mishaps here and there, and the confusions with how the game ended. But yeah, alas, that was the end of that round 3, and now we're going to be going into round 4 for Buddyfight very soon. But next we do have Weiss. So how are you feeling about that coming up?
I'm really excited because we're already a couple rounds in, so we'll be seeing how players have been doing so far. Hopefully I see some familiar faces.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because you're quite active in the Weiss community yourself,
quite
right?
a bit, yes.
Yeah, so that's going to be exciting. Definitely going to be interesting. I won't spoil your guys' experience with my random Gurren Lagann comments. But yeah, so we're going to be closing out here. So that was the round 3 of Buddyfight. Right. For those of you that are wanting to watch more Buddyfight, there will be some more coverage of it on stream 2. But don't forget that the grand finals of Buddyfight will be at the very end of the day. It will be the last final to be aired because the game does take a bit longer due to best of 3. But you can expect more Buddyfight on the main stage at the end of the day. And so next up, we are going to be going into Weiss Schwarz, and then after that, we're going to be going through the Vanguard formats and then the Weiss finals, as well as Buddyfight. Yeah. So not in that order, but yes.
Yeah. So okay, just a quick clarification again. I think because the Buddyfight game took a little bit of time, the round 5 for Weiss Schwarz is currently ongoing. So instead of showing round 5, we'll be coming back with round 6. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll be covering round 6 in just a little bit. So in the meantime, we'll come back with the world meta analysis for Weiss Schwarz really soon. Yeah. So do stay tuned.
Yes.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Etheria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle. Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
じゃがれ僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail War has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Day Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Out Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Back to live coverage of the BCS 2019 World Finals. I'm joined by Kai at the table again. Now we'll be shortly jumping into the round 6 for Weiss Schwarz. But before that, we would like to take a look at the World meta-analysis. So I think we already have the numbers so far. But what do you think is going to come up?
I walked through the tables and I saw a lot of Konosuba.
Oh my gosh.
Definitely, I think it's one of probably the top one that I saw. But actually, there's been quite a lot of other series that have been played. There was one guy playing Cardcaptor Sakura. He's actually doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's great.
Good luck to him. Hopefully we'll see him in the top 8. But
all right.
Yeah, it's just actually been a big variety of series, and I think ReZero also big showing. So
one of the most popular series so far, right?
Yeah, we saw it from before the data.
Right.
ReZero popular, and we're seeing it here at Worlds as well. So overall, a lot of diversity, but I definitely think it's Konosuba being top. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at the data. Oh, wait, this doesn't look right.
Looks like it's Dragon World.
Oh, there's Bang Dream though.
Oh yeah.
There's Bang Dream though. That seems to be the right slide. Just give us a moment while we clear this up.
Do you know Idolmaster representing us? That's also.
I'm not sure if this is the English Weiss Schwarz.
Oh, okay. All right. Back to us. So how's this day been?
It's not okay. No, we got it. All right.
So Attack on Titan. All right.
Oh, that's pretty surprising.
It's definitely showing up a lot as well. Konosuba at 3 with Bang Dream and ReZero. So, but overall, there's quite a lot of decks being played. And Fate surprisingly not showing up as thought as we would. It's only 3 with Bunny Girl Senpai and Love Live Sunshine at 2, and we have 1 Gurren Lagann and 1 card.
Shout out to Chris for Gurren Lagann.
1 Gurren Lagann player. So Attack on Titan definitely showing up, but I think right now in the we're in round 5. Yeah.
Round 5. Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
A lot of the Konosuba players seem to be near the top tables.
Oh.
So that's definitely turning out pretty good. As well as the ReZero. I've seen some Attack on Titan, and I think there's 1 or 2 Bang Dreams showing up. The Sword Art Online decks are running Yuki Sinon.
Yuki Sinon?
Yeah, it's pretty old, but still showing can do the business, right? So, Sword Art Online, Yuki Sinon, and the ReZero decks, a lot of them are just the good stuff decks where they run basically all the good cards from at each level. I haven't really seen any 8 book decks yet, so maybe that will pop up soon. But overall, pretty diverse metagame. Attack on Titan's pretty much just running the normal standard decks that we've been seeing through the past few years. I did see some Potato Girls.
Oh,
Potato level 3 girls. So
wow.
Maybe that will that will come up as well. But yeah, actually a very interesting Weiss Schwarz finals.
Did you manage to see the Sakura? Do you know what he was playing?
He's playing the red level 3.
The Reflect?
And Reflect. And then he's also running the trial deck Climax Combat level 1. Salvage.
Okay.
Salvage, yeah. So
Yep.
More consistent build. I know some people like to run the stock soul into the change, into level 2.
Right.
But yeah, he's gone for the normal, more consistent kind of build. It's pretty blinged out. It's pretty max rare. So.
Wow. Right, so Bunny Girl is also showing some good. So I don't think Bunny Girl managed to get enough airtime because it came up pretty late in the circuit.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that people are picking it up. It really seems to be pretty good. I watched one of the players play when I was in Lisbon, so it looks really, really strong.
Yes, Bunny Girl was definitely one of the best decks in Japan for a while. But as we can see, like here, with the kind of representation, a lot of people did kind of tech against Bunny Girl or know how to deal with Bunny Girl. They know how to deal with the bodyguard. They take in 1 or 2 cards. Konosuba just doesn't care about Bunny Girl.
Right.
ReZero. English players like running Reinhardt, which just kind of just sticks there. And
yeah.
Sorry, just a huge card.
Nope.
Bang Dream, you can text some events just to run over the bodyguard. So a lot of ways to actually just deal with that one play with bodyguard, and then Bunny Girl just has to go back to just going to the old heal game. Another thing too with the Bunny Girl heal game is that although it heals a lot, the compression for the deck is usually not as good as other modern decks. So when you see someone running Yuki Sinon in Sword Art Online, that Sinon part, that dealing 7 damage, can kind of just easily go in and just win the game there. So there is a reason why people have gone back to that, and Bunny Girl is definitely one of the reasons why.
That's for sure. So we talk about compression. So compression is kind of like how well the player can like stack their deck, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
yeah.
Things
So
like making sure there's enough climaxes going back in.
Yes, yes.
Making sure you have like the right cards in your stock and things like that. Yeah.
So with modern decks nowadays, after they get through the first deck, their compression usually gets pretty good. You'll see a lot of players wanting to hit that X6 number. So
right.
6 cards in their clock, or as close to as possible, because that means those cards aren't going back
into the refresh, right? That's
and
right.
then build up stock. Those cards don't come back, and
That's
then
right.
cards in the field and hand. So after like the first refresh, you can generally get a pretty good amount of compression in the deck, where the deck is around 30 to 35 cards, or even lower at some points, with just 7 or 8 climaxes.
Right.
And they'll be canceling a lot.
So because like this compression game is so high up, right? So there is this one like rogue deck from Konosuba where it kind of punishes your opponent for having.
So
like,
a lot of the new decks or a lot of the new series nowadays get these things called stock swaps.
Right.
Konosuba's one is kind of unique, but stock swap is basically when it's like usually an event or a character. Sword Art Online also has that on a character where you turn your stock. You count your stock, put it into the waiting room, and then stock the top cards from your deck. So usually everyone's stock is just clean, or you try to make it as clean as possible, as little climax as possible. But then after you just send it away and then put the top cards into the stock, you don't know what's there, you don't know how many climaxes gone in. The one thing with Konosuba is that their event, it's actually a counter, but you can also play it on your turn, and it sends everything to the waiting room, but then at the end of turn, that's when you start putting the cards back into the stock. So when you combo it with the Aqua, that forces players to choose climaxes in their waiting room and then send the rest back, you can basically get rid of their good compression, force them to keep some climaxes in, and then refresh with a very, very buff deck. Right. And then with a lot of the Konosuba cards, they can just they deal a lot of damage. They deal like 4 or 5 damage.
For them.
And then with attacks, with climax, they're dealing at least 3. So with a decompressed deck like that and just taking damage, you can easily just one-shot the game. And then the other good thing about that event, the stock event, is that since the stocks go back at the end of turn, it can really negate attack phase, battle phase players where they require to pay stock to use an effect, because they don't have any more stock. They have to attack more to get more stock. So it can really stop plays. And I think that's one of the reasons why Konosuba is definitely one of the good picks right now in the metagame. Because you're against Fate. Although there's not that much Fate showings right now, Fate does get a really good amount of compression in their stock, and Konosuba just negates that kind of compression.
Right. So for Bang Dream, just now we talked about Roselia. So those are the main decks that we should be seeing today, right? But I've also seen a couple of green decks, the Afterglow decks doing pretty well, or like at least the finisher is like Run.
Yeah, so with Bang Dream, a lot of it, at the beginning, it revolved around Yukinas, double Yukina, trying to get off that super hyper finisher kind of thing to just blow people out of the water. But there's also other finishers that you can play, like Mocha. That is a kind of, it's a very the finish itself. Yukina is very costly to use.
Yes, it is.
Requires discard 2, pay 3, and then playing the card itself requires 2 more stocks. So it's a lot of resources used to play Yukina. But with Mocha, it's just you play the Mocha and you play the climax and you're all ready to go. What it does is that then you look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck, and then you can mill as many of them as you want and put them on top. So
that's the one. If
you see empty, if you just see no climax, just keep it there.
Right? And guaranteed damage.
And then you also check your own deck as well. So you look at top 2, and then you can choose to mill as many as you want.
Right.
So you can, if you see a climax, you can just move it to the second card, and then if you have another Mocha, you can do it again.
Just do it again.
Yeah. So you kind of confirm a cancel.
Correct.
On your opponent's turn, but you can also control how much damage you're dealing, and it works very well with things like side attacking at level 3. If you see a soul, just put it on top, and you're dealing a damage, and you can get that nice, precise damage turn.
Precise damage,
So the other good thing is that the green, with the new Bang Dream sets that have come out.
Yeah.
They've supported green more, so you can run more green cards at level 1. And then since we got the TD cards, the special TD cards, you can run the runner, and it kind of synergizes pretty well with the deck overall. So there's definitely at least 2 ways to play that deck.
Okay, so moving back to AOT, right? So we've kind of talked about like how AOT has been dominant for a fairly long time. So even if they've moved out a little bit, they've never like too far behind. They're like maybe tier 1.5 to 2, but like never too far behind.
Yeah.
So seeing this, like, isn't it a bit strange that players are bringing this here? Because everybody should know how to deal with AOT by now, right? So
yes.
them bringing them here is kind of like a statement. I'm saying that this is still, I think, the best deck. You know how to beat this, but I still think it's better than what you can bring to the table. Is that...
Well, one thing is with AOT, it's definitely a comfort pick for a lot of people, but there's not really great ways to deal with AOT. When you think about it, it does its own thing. It has very decent ways to gain power on your turn, so it can always really just run over everything it wants to. And at level 3, it's got an amazing finisher that not many decks can even match with the Mikasa. And that basically just deals a bunch of damage at once, and not many decks can deal with it. We don't have things that negate 1 damage in English yet.
Right.
So getting a lot of pings in and just finishing your opponents is still a very valid strategy. But overall, the deck itself is just very consistent. A lot of people say if you don't get your level 1 climax combo off, you kind of lose. But that's kind of, you can say that to basically every deck in Weiss.
Yeah,
you're
pretty
at a
much.
big disadvantage. Well, not a big disadvantage, but you're at a certain disadvantage when you don't get your level 1 off. But you can always mulligan for it. You can always kind of mulligan hard for it is one of the strategies to do, to just always try to get that climax combo off. But even so, it's not the end of the world if you don't. You still have brainstorms. Brainstorms are very good in Weiss. It'll definitely generate quite a decent, yeah. With the other good things that AOT has, it has the mobility gears.
Right.
It can definitely deny a lot of on reverses. And when you look at one of the best decks in the format, has an incredible on reverse, which is Konosuba. The mobility gear comes into play very well, and then just being able to deny on reverses can win games against a lot of weaker players too. And then looking at the rest of the series, I'm definitely surprised that Fate really wasn't as high as it was, but I guess it's also because it's not actually that easy to get Fate cards. It's a bit hard to access. The Akatsuki is just so strong, but it's one from the older sets, so it's not exactly the easiest card to get. But overall, the deck, I'm actually surprised that Fate is that low. I thought more people would bring it, but
wow,
yeah,
I'm pretty sad too, because I do like. Actually, a long time ago, I started building with like a rider deck first, a green rider deck. So like, there's like so much more Sakura and like riders, and like you can actually build a pretty good deck right now as well.
I also started way back with Fate as well, and it's always been my fun deck to play.
Right.
We had the old rider deck, but then you had the Gilgamesh ping spam.
Right.
that was really fun. And then nowadays you have just the really strong Fate decks from Heaven's Seal.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
So really good set, and Love Life Sunshine at 2. It's definitely, it's a strong deck. It's a strong deck, but again, it's maybe not as popular in this metagame that people think. So
I did expect it to be a little bit higher, though.
I definitely did. But I guess people love their AOT.
Right.
Love their AOT.
Because we were talking about like comfort picks, right? Like, so I would have thought, you know.
Yeah, you can't really fault them for taking AOT at all.
Sure not. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not.
It's when you go to Worlds, you have to pick something you're comfortable with. And if you're just not comfortable with the deck, you're just going to feel bad. If you just lose once, you might go on tilt. So, got to be happy with the deck that you choose.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Yeah. All right, I think we have the players in, but they're not ready yet. So,
okay.
Yeah, so I think the thing's going to start real soon. So, coming up actually this month, it's a set that I'm really excited for, is Goblin Slayer.
Oh.
So how do you think Goblin Slayer would have done against these? I guess I know Goblin Slayer itself is pretty high-powered set, right? Like just off one release.
Goblin Slayer is an amazing set.
Right.
A lot of sets in Weiss, they generally get good cards at their first set, and then at their second set, they get super amazing cards and really push them in like just to the top tiers. But Goblin Slayer is an amazing set just by itself. If you're new to Weiss, Goblin Slayer is a great series to start with because it comes with it basically comes with everything that you want. It has many different ways to play. You have Priestess. You can just play Goblin Slayer builds, and then you have. It basically teaches you a lot of ways to play Weiss as well. You have standby. You have ways to manipulate your deck with events. So learning all these different ways to play Weiss just from one set is absolutely amazing. And there's many different decks that you can build with it. So if you buy a lot of the set, you have a lot of options to pick from.
So it's generally, from what I understand so far, like most of the deck build is like mostly red and blues.
Yes.
Generally speaking. So, and just within those two colors, there's already a lot of things you can do with it.
Yeah. You can build pure red. You can build with Priestess, so you have the top end level 3, where you can -2 still and start controlling from level 2 onwards. But then the standby builds of Goblin Slayer, where they play very slowly, they try to get a lot of efficient heals off and just stall the game, is also a very effective strategy. Just from red blue itself. And yellow is your nice Mimi build where you have
Yeah, I think probably would have like put some numbers here, even though it's pretty new. I think overall, what do you think? After that, right? So after Goblin Slayer, we have Fujimi Fantasia, I believe. Yeah, so that's another high-powered set, right?
Yes. So the funny story about Fujimi is that it first started, people didn't really know how to build it. And I have this set too, and I didn't know how to build it. I was like, man, this set is okay. But then people started really developing the builds for Fujimi. They started going to 8 standby, and that was that really changed, made a big dent in the meta. And in English, where you have 8 standby, I think that will be something to be reckoned with.
Do we have an 8 standby right now? I don't think we do.
I think you can build 8 standby with Bang Dream, but it's definitely not as popular as the other builds of Bang Dream. But 8 standby Fujimi is definitely one of the strongest builds for Fujimi. But when it comes to English, it'll probably be a really, really strong way to play the deck as well. There's with a Japanese game, there's a lot of series, but with English, it's a bit more compressed. There's a bit more ways to kind of you can kind of read the meta a bit better. And then with Fujimi coming in as one of the biggest standby decks out there, that really changes up the metagame a lot.
So, because from what I understand, the Japanese meta has been like a lot of these kind of decks, right? Like
I think at the beginning of the year it was moving more towards a standby focused kind of metagame. And then it's slowly morphed more to a more efficient compression kind of metagame. And then with English, it was kind of just AOT more, but then more series got released, so there's more available options. But there has never been something where it's like a big standby field presence kind of control deck. But Fujimi is definitely that kind of set. And honestly, Fujimi has a lot of old series, so if you guys are nostalgic, you'll definitely find some series that you like from there, and just go for it, guys.
Do you think those two decks would have done well in this metagame?
Yeah, I definitely think they would have done well at Worlds, because they just have great options to use. The 8 standby build for Fujimi basically shuts down a lot of decks. It basically just wins board presence, so no other decks can really compete anymore. They have to play a more scrappy game. But at the same time, when you commit stuff to winning board, your compression is a bit lower, so that's where you might see other things like Sinon also coming back. But then Goblin Slayer, definitely a great deck manipulation kind of deck with all builds, because the level 1 climax home is just so strong. So there is definitely, they definitely would have made a dent in this format for sure.
Okay, I think the pairings are going up now. Seems like we can start pretty soon.
What do you think will be on stream?
I mean, look at this. Like AOT is like kind of like a given. Although I think we've seen a lot of AOT over the years, I kind of don't want to see. I kind of want to see Bunny Girl, maybe.
Bunny Girl, okay.
And Fate, I guess, because like with the new cards, the deck is rejuvenated, right? There's a lot more new things to play with, a lot of bells and whistles. So, kind of a shame not to see that. Really hoping that we can get either one of these. I think Chris would definitely want to see Gurren Lagann, but there's only one guy there, so I don't think that's going to happen. Sakura would be nice to see as well. Just kind of take a look as one of the flagship titles for last year.
I think we might see Konosuba, Konosuba, come on.
Yeah. I think last year on stream we had a Konosuba game as well.
Yeah.
And
it's
he
definitely been repping pretty well.
Yeah. I think he did well against Love Live Sunshine deck. Pretty sure he did. He stuck 5 damage off Megumin and that was game.
That's why Schwarz.
Yeah. So I think
one of the players will be ReZero though.
Oh, ReZero? Oh yeah, you could be right too.
So I think it'll be ReZero good stuff, but I'm not sure who the opponent will be. So maybe Konosuba.
Konosuba? Hoping for Konosuba?
Yeah. I have Konosuba at home. It's a very, very fun, very fun deck. But English Konosuba is also very, very strong. Very strong.
So a little bit of difference here is because Japanese had like additional support for Konosuba,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So that we haven't actually gotten for English just yet.
Getting the Japanese build has an extra level 1 climax combo.
Right.
So it combos with the Megumin, which makes just the deck overall pretty consistent at doing basically everything. But then it also had another series, that Sneaker Bunko,
You're right.
and that gave it an overspec level 0 with the Searcher, which also increases the consistency of that deck. So you'll definitely see some differences. I think English players for Konosuba like playing the early play Megumin that that mills 3, and because it basically recovers a stock, it can usually minus 4k to an opponent, so that can usually just break through walls. And then if they're very lucky, they mill 3 clean cards. They can just ping 1 as well, and that's just like the icing on the cake. But that is one of the biggest differences between English and the Japanese side. The English likes running that early play Megumin. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that ReZero has been doing that well in English. I feel like all the new cards the new sets that got released, ReZero was a bit more creeped out, but definitely English players love their ReZero.
Surprisingly, yeah.
And it's just the kind of the good stuff builds with Reinhardt, or even like 8 book builds are just doing very well. Still. Kind of like AOT, but AOT has that longer time of dominance.
So talking about like flexibility in build, so SAO actually you talked about Yuki Shinon coming back, right?
Yes,
so previously they were playing the
standby.
Standby. Okay.
Standby and standby door usually, just because you can create good board presence by just getting that standby out at level 1 and getting the 2/2 out and just controlling the game from there. But then that deck is technically a bit slow. Bit slow in the meta. So against other like Rascal, Buttygirl Senpai is a very good, it's a very good standby deck now, and that kind of replaced it as the good standby deck, because at level 2 it starts playing out just healers to stall out the game, and can just kind of control the game from there. Well, SAO kind of does the same thing, but it just doesn't really have that kind of resilience that Bunny Girl Senpai will have.
So that's why players are moving back towards.
Yeah, moving back towards
Yuki
Sinon, because that Yuki Sinon top end does really deal good damage. It can against Bunny Girl Senpai, just win the game. And then Yuki itself is just a great hand fixture, and technically compresses your deck by 2 all the time. Every time it's used. Gold bar is also another thing. Being able to just trigger gold bars and making sure you have a climax coming up next turn to slam is always good, because just getting that extra damage pressure against standby decks will usually swing the game in your favor.
So for Love Live, there's more or less like one central build, right?
Yes, one central build. Usually, actually with English, there's a bit of difference. I know on the Japanese side, they like to run Chica, where the main build is usually Chica, but I know some English players have talked about the Ruby at level 1. So that's a bit different. Don't really agree with that build.
Don't really agree.
I still think Chica is better, but going into the level 3, it's always the same. It's got the Yo, and it's just always going to start finishing there. I know the builds have more evolved to just red-yellow rather than adding the blue in. So red-yellow with the Hanamaru Brainstorm at 0 makes the deck just overall a bit more consistent and easier to play. Because before, the deck was having 3 colors at level 1, and that means color issues usually.
Right, that's right.
So this way, the deck is just much more streamlined and able to just perform more consistently.
Okay, so looking at this spread, right? This spread of decks, what would you have brought to?
I would have definitely brought Konosuba. Someone asked me last night, what should I bring? And I said Konosuba, just because I would be afraid of Fate. and having no tools to deal with Fate. So yeah, I definitely would have bought Konosuba just because it has those tools. But AOT, not bad, not bad. Although you can compress pretty well against AOT, Mikasa pings one, so it just gets through that compression usually, unless they had a really bad game.
That's true. Yep. Okay, I think the players are ready for games pretty soon, so we should be jumping over in just a little bit.
Here we go.
And here we go.
So we've got Christian from Strictly Broken TCG.
Yep.
And he's facing us. I'm not too sure about the other player. But
So-
Christian is playing ReZero. Both playing ReZero. Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, we got an audience member telling us this is a mirror match. This is ReZero mirror match. Okay, definitely not what we expected.
Javarch is showing off his Reinhardt. ReZero mirror match. What a
Wow.
day.
Wow. We've been getting this kind of like unexpected matchups.
Yeah,
on stream
yeah, no,
today.
definitely. That's really interesting.
This morning with the what was it, Great Nature and Kagero, and then now with
Great Nature. Well, it got support recently, so
yeah, that's
did
true.
well.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
But like to see, have they determined who starts first, or?
Don't think so just yet.
Players shuffling up. It'd be interesting to see if both players are playing the same deck or something slightly different, because some of the old builds ran Puck, and that can control at level 1. But to be honest, that card is a bit more not used anymore, simply because level 1 you can just play Amelia and then just anything else. But so you see some of the cards here. It's got quite a. Looks like player on the left is playing a lot of the good stuff builds. So I think it'll just be a very, very similar mirror match. It'd be interesting to see what top end each players are bringing, what level 3s they're taking on. Because ReZero is kind of known for having not a explosive finisher compared to other decks, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of players might prefer something else. But if they're, we might have a long game then.
Did you manage to see any of the cards on Christian's side?
No, not really. I saw, yeah, most of the cards on the left side. So I think Christian's running a bit of yellow. I think he's running Stock Soul. He's throwing away his runner.
They're doing their mulligans now.
So he's clocking, and then it's just going to play one card and swing. Plays out the Brainstorm and just swing. So takes 3. Ooh. Is that all 3 of the same card?
Yeah, it looks like.
I think that's like. Wow. Okay.
Gosh.
All right. That's not a good start. But we have
just a
the
quick
runner
update.
coming out.
So it's a Christian against Cameron, both of them playing ReZero.
Cameron. Okay.
Yeah.
So Cameron playing out the runner and the bomb. Triggers a book and hitting away the pretty good card. Christian canceling there, staying at 0-2. So see if Christian is able to play out anything good this turn. He has a Ricky set up, a Ricky clone set up that can get him a card. But from his previous turn, he played out that one Brainstorm, so that was a pretty weak start. Usually, he's searching out the Clean Cut. Clean Cut basically is a card that when it reverses something, it can move something to the back and then rest it. So if your card is reversed, you can then just rest it, and basically it doesn't go to the waiting room. Reveals basically not a climax. If it reveals a character basically in the deck, it'll be able to get +1 level and power. 1/5 it should be. And this means that it's level 1 now, and it can just front the bomb, level 0 bomb, and doesn't really matter. So this is actually a great start for Christian. He has a Stock Soul as well, so he's able to really push damage this turn. And tri-laning already means that he should be... Damage should just be swing in his favor.
Well, it's not really looking good for Cameron. It's like taking so much damage.
Yeah, triggers the true soul as well. And takes it all. So it's quite like, so hopefully Cameron can cancel the next attack. But basically what he's going to do is move the Ricky to the back and then have the ability to move that runner the next turn. And this is hitting for a 4 again as well. And wow. Immediately going from to level 2. This might be a really quick game.
Looks a bit wrong. Woo! This is not what we expected. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's like half his deck out.
I don't know what to say. Like, it just went from a good, pretty decent position, and now he's in a terrible position.
It's just like the curse of the stream. I think like.
Yes, he can early play the healer. He just has enough stock for the Rem to come out, and that's okay. I guess that's okay. Like being optimistic. He shouldn't have any climax there, and then he can start farming. But he's using bomb to get back a card. You can discard a card and sack the card to get back something from the waiting room. So here he might have the climax combo. Does he? I don't think he has the early play Ren, because you wouldn't expect yourself to just go straight to level 2.
To not have any level 1 game. We talked about like level 1 games being crucial, and this.
Yes.
Right
Skipping level 1 is a pretty insane deal.
Oh my gosh, he's still not.
Still doesn't hit. So basically, he's gone through pretty much all of his deck, and all his climax are at the bottom. So, or he's gonna trigger 3 climax now. I probably wouldn't use that climax combo here though, because he would be milling a lot of his climaxes, right? That's
So you wouldn't be able to get anything.
Yeah.
Right?
So hopefully he doesn't use that climax combo.
Still no climaxes.
If Christian doesn't cancel anything, he probably goes to like.
There we go.
Yeah, here's a possible way to swing, but. Christian's being very good at it. He's actually using it. Oh, and doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't.
He only mills 1?
Wow.
Christian immediately canceled that. So that deck should be very stacked, full of climaxes.
Oh my gosh. So it kind of went from really bad to kind of good.
Kind of okay. I mean, it's not the best situation, but we can kind of expect Cameron to just cancel 3 times next turn. And if he doesn't, then it's sad times.
So that's like, what 5 to 6 climaxes left in his deck? I think 5 climaxes left in his deck?
Yeah.
There's like 10 cards in his deck.
So they were pretty much all at the bottom. At the bottom. Christian going up to level 1. It's a pretty good time for him. He can just he can choose not to actually use the climax combo right now because his hand should be quite decent. And then just poke for 1s if he's expecting quite a few amount of climaxes left. Or he could just go for your regular level 1 climax combo, but just doesn't have to. He has so many Rickies, he just basically gets cards for free. Although he's taking damages, but I guess with such a damage lead, he doesn't really care. And what is his last card going to be? Is he going to commit 1 more card, or is he going to
It's probably just safer to keep like just these level 0s, like just poke.
Yeah, he could be going for the mill though. He could be going for a mill. I know he's canceled a few times, so this could be it. He could be slamming a climax here. Just try it. Hopefully his opponent takes like 2 more damage, and that's just good times. But if he cancels all 3, then it's quite expected to. Doesn't mill, which is pretty important because he knows his deck is super compressed. Triggers a book, and yeah, there we go. There's the first cancel. He's doing a million now, and then mills 4. He's definitely going for the mill. He's able to just pick pretty much any card from those cards. Decides to go for the bomb because it lets him get back any card back, and then triggers nothing. Still takes it.
Sticks. Oh gosh.
Still takes it. Mills again for the Ricky, and then triggers nothing. So that's just 2 damage. This should definitely be a cancel.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Ooh.
This is not something.
This is a very one-sided slur, I have to say. Christian's only at 1-2. His opponent's already at 2-5. He's at such a bad situation right now. He doesn't want to clock because it's just all climaxes. He doesn't want to take that damage anymore. But basically everything in that deck is climaxes.
Right. He needs to be able to like I don't know. What can he do right now at this point?
So his Rems can mill one, the ones that Christian has on the field there.
Right.
They can mill one, so that can kind of help him out. If he has a climax combo, you can just mill the whole thing just because. You can just swing 3 times and pay 3 encore.
Oh.
There's like 4 cards in there, so he can't really well, he can, but he basically gets nothing back and refreshes with less than 4 cards, I think. I mean, 4 climaxes.
Yeah,
so
less than 4 climaxes.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad choice.
Feels bad, yeah. Unless you can mill one and then like brainstorm, right? Like, at least that would be a little bit better.
I don't think he has the tools for it. I think I see a Rem there that he can use, but otherwise, this might be he could check what climax is left. If there are a bunch of 2 souls, he can just hope to trigger a bunch of... He's going for it. So this... Is it 3 climax at the bottom? I think it is. He's going for the brainstorm. This is only 1. Okay. All right. What does he search for, though? You can only get back the felt at the moment, but let's see what he gets.
Did he blind stock a climax? I don't think he did, right?
Might.
So,
but what he needs to get now, he wants to get the Rems to start healing, but is he on 2-6? Just his hand is
yeah,
covering?
he is 2-6, so he's
he's
going to level up after
3-0,
this.
so it's not really any good. It's just so he's like playing a level 1 game at level 3.
Yeah.
And his hand is definitely not set up for that at all. It's just
definitely not. He had barely any time to do anything at all. Oh.
I mean, he can get that Amelia back. But
yeah.
I mean, it's not great. There's a level 3 Rem in his hand that can kind of start taking over the field, I guess. But he goes for the Ricky clone, refreshes a runner, puts it away, and plays the level 3 felt out. Ricky and Amelia is the play. So yeah, there's not much good plays that Cameron can do.
Yeah, I don't think he can recover from this. This is still
he's gonna have to rely a lot on luck to come back, and
at least he's not triggering any more climaxes right now. So like, hopefully this continues.
I mean, if he can triple cancel 2 turns in a row, that's basically how it comes out. But he just milled another climax from the Ricky. And he's drawn.
The crowd watching this is
soul.
Just
their mind is blown. It triggers a 3. Hopefully Christian takes this. Otherwise, it's going to be... takes it good. Refreshes should bring him to 2-0. And if he takes the next... basically, Christian needs to take the next amount of damage, then probably... Cameron needs to triple cancel for the game to be even.
Even. If it can even be called even at this point,
I know. Like,
oh my gosh.
But the good thing about ReZero is that even if he just triple cancels, ReZero has decent deck manipulation that it can go for another refresh and hopefully start canceling again, I guess. So that's the way Cameron probably comes back in this game. And then at some point, I'm not sure if he's playing a Reinhardt, but I think he is.
I think I did see Reinhardt.
So
yeah.
At some point, set up a Reinhardt and then a Reinhardt mirror?
Maybe.
He's definitely in position to set up that Reinhardt first.
Christian cancels the last one and
cancels the last one. So a bit unfortunate for Cameron, but it was bound to happen. Situations like Cameron's situation doesn't come up that often, but when it does, it's very interesting.
It kind of feels really bad, but I mean, that's just variance, right? Like,
but also how to navigate out of these situations or do your best in these situations is kind of the biggest difference between good Weiss players and great Weiss players.
I agree.
And Christian able to get off that early play Rem to heal is just everything is going in his favor. He's playing out the level 3 assist, the 2K assist for level 3s. It's basically your standard game plan on Christian's side. He's just able to execute it pretty decently. Does a brainstorm. If I recall correctly, this brainstorm makes things not stand. So he can choose the level 3. Yeah, he's choosing the level 3 to not stand. The card is very good against standby decks where they stand by out a card, and then you just choose that, and then they can't capitalize on what they stand by it out.
Right.
But in this situation, it's fine too because he's just taking advantage of Cameron's terrible situation.
Being a man when he's down, right?
Yeah. When you're ahead, you just got to get more ahead.
That's right.
And when you go to level 3 like that with not a lot of resources, having to play an extra card it's actually pretty damaging. And he's just going to swing in 2 because technically Cameron's deck is not great. Takes, well, doesn't take yet, but wow. Shouldn't have said take, but maybe I jinxed it. But now everything is hitting perfectly. Everything is swinging for 2, at least. This one's going for 3, so 1 overswing, but will he actually cancel this? I mean, his luck has been so bad.
He should, right? Like, I mean, it can be.
Okay, so he's actually using Amelia's effect. My bad. Gets the Rem because heals. Is that
still 3,
yeah, still
right?
3. And
wow.
Good game, I guess.
It's one of the most one-sided games I've ever seen.
Yeah, I feel really bad for Cameron.
I do too. Same.
Yeah.
Like
he basically went up at least 1 level every turn, except that
pretty much. Yeah.
Second turn we went up 2 levels.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that was a surprisingly quick game. I thought it would be a much more slower game, but
yeah, I think Christian had a really good start. Cameron,
an amazing start.
Yeah.
At first, it didn't look that great. When you usually play out a brainstorm like that, some people will just pass,
right?
Because they don't want to use that brainstorm because it's a good support card. But it looked like his hand was pretty decent. Plays out the brainstorm. The next turn was able to tri-lane, get that stock soul climax going, and then suddenly Cameron was done.
It's kind of like I don't even know. It's like not even. It was too one-sided. Yeah. I don't even have the words to describe this right now.
It's like Cameron won the wrong lottery. He won the wrong lottery.
My gosh.
And well, that's Worlds. That's why Schwarz. Sometimes that happens.
Variance, right? Card game variance.
Yeah, it's variance. Card game variance happens, and I mean, extreme situations happen, but they make for, I guess it's like good viewing for the audience, but not great. Not a great match for the player.
I don't want to be Cameron right now.
I know. I think they were X1 or something, so that would have been a very important game for them. But
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I think Christian's doing pretty well, so. Cameron's tiebreaker should be at least pretty decent. They'll be going. Was this the last round of Swiss?
I think it was. Yeah. I think it was the last round of Swiss. Yeah.
Hopefully Cameron's tiebreakers are pretty good and can sneak in. On the
definitely.
On the 7th, 8th slots.
So we know at least one ReZero deck is going to be in the top 8.
So Christian is actually pretty interesting. He's top 8'd. I think 3 Worlds in a row. I think he top 8'd. Yeah, he top 8'd last year.
Nice.
And then he came, I think, 2nd against Riaz 2 years ago. So last year he also played ReZero, and then 2 years ago he played AOT, because that was the thing back then, AOT for sure. But last year he was playing ReZero, and this year it looks like he's going against not going against the grain, because ReZero is still popular, but yeah, he's taking ReZero, and he's with luck like that. I mean, well, maybe more unluckiness on his opponent's side.
Yeah.
So that was a nice spectacle to watch, but hopefully. The Weiss Schwarz finals and top 8 semifinals games will be a bit more even.
That's what I'm hoping for. I think it can get more uneven than this.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you'll be showing the quarter and semifinals.
Just the finals. I think just the finals. Yep.
Okay. On the second stream as well, or?
I believe. Yeah, I think some of the games will be shown on the second stream.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Oh, that was just a beating.
That was, I think, the first game to finish, probably, as well.
Yeah, this is
the round just began, and then they're done.
Right, so once again, we are running a second stream, as we just mentioned. So if you are looking for more games, or if the game on the main stream is not to your liking, please do take a look on the other stream. We are also going to be announcing some spicy stuff later in the day. Yeah, very, very soon, actually. Yep.
And
so do stay tuned for that. Yeah, I
Vanguard Standard is coming up next, is it?
Yes, I believe Vanguard Standard. Yes, that's right. Vanguard Standard round 7 will be coming up really shortly.
I think there's a world's meta-analysis as well?
Yep, those will be done together with the Vanguard rounds. That's right.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I think that's about it for Schwarz today. Really, really quick game. Unexpectedly quick game.
Unexpected, yes, for sure.
We're hoping to see something a bit more interesting, but these things happen, I guess.
Things happen, yeah. Variants happen. This is card games.
All right, so stay tuned for the next game coming up.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Etheria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card. Now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection. On sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody. Available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, the Vanguard!
大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦。いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
下がれ、僕の分身。この世のすべてのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh! As they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
2019 World Finals. Joined at the table by Kai and Jun. We have round 6 of Vanguard Standard, and it seems we have Yongqi on the left and Eder on the right. Yep, I think they'll be starting their games really soon. So what are you guys expecting from this game? So I think if we have the information right, Yongqi is playing Murakumo.
Yes.
And Eder is playing
Narukami.
Narukami. Yes. So what do you guys think about this?
It's pretty much one of those matchups where you see the very common deck versus against the anti-meta deck, which is Narukami. I kind of expected to see this matchup because it is one of the more popular matchups right now. Being Narukami is taking advantage of the XL format in this championship.
So basically, what happens is Gauntlet Buster Dragon gets like free boosts after clearing the field, right?
Correct.
So because they're adding like more rearguard circles, so you're getting more power, more critical.
Correct. Gauntlet Buster gains power based on the number of rearguards front row they have. So opening more XL circles, which is what Murakumo is really good at, really adds on to its attack power and critical. And also, in addition, Gauntlet Buster has the inbuilt crit, which gives pressure to XL clans. Makes it a really good matchup. However, Murakumo, being one of the most consistent deck and have high power, is still able to outrun a Narukami deck easily in the meta.
Don't forget that Murakumo has that field wipe. Narukami doesn't really have as many advantage engines as it will like. And then things like Rising Phoenix, once those go back to deck, it's a pretty bad time for Narukami. So it's not as one-sided as you would think, where Naru just automatically beats Murakumo. Murakumo definitely has ways to just keep this a very competitive matchup for sure. And with Murakumo as well, doesn't really need to commit as many XL circles to the front. It can do very well with just a 1 XL circle. So it can definitely play a bit more conservatively and then just really push and just deal a lot of damage to Narukami when it doesn't really have the setup or hand to just stop Murakumo.
Yeah, the only weaknesses about Murakumo is just that it relies on having this key card Hyuga. If the opponent doesn't rejoin the Hyuga, the Narukami does have a huge advantage over them as well. So it all comes down to opening hand and the way they play, and of course triggers in the long run. So as the game starts, we have the players mulliganing, and we just wait for them to start.
One of the interesting matchups about Narukami versus anything, to be honest, is the mulligan. When you play against Narukami, you go, okay, Gauntlet Buster Dragon is going to deal a lot of damage to me. I got to have a null for that.
Yes.
But does he actually know? Has he seen what Eder is playing? So that's a question up in the air too.
All right, so the Narukami on the right goes first. So Eder's taking the move, and he passes turn.
Rides a Rising Phoenix, so that's 1 already there. But it looks like Young's hand is pretty good. It's got 2 Hyugas, so it's already confirming that he can. Is that another Hyuga? Is that like 3 Hyugas in his hand? So he's confirming he's definitely get a rewrite off, and he shows off that he's running a Suke Rock.
He's gunning early. Is there a reason why he's gunning early?
Yeah, Murakumo gets huge. Like, think Bermuda numbers, except on an Excel clan.
Oh. So he rides into Zuitan. Pretty basically, and caught
two Zuitans.
Yeah, 2 Zuitans. And he gets to get Soul Charge as well as Zuitan, since the opponent doesn't have any front row. So check
Gets
the
a
critical trigger. Wow. His first 2 points of damage.
So here's the interesting thing though, is that if he takes this early damage, he is confirmed to have damage to play with. Because after Eder rides his Gauntlet Buster Dragon, if he has it, that's when the damage going into Yongqi kind of stops unless it's lethal damage.
That's true.
So he's able to kind of develop things like Million Rat now, but still have enough for later on where he can develop out Hyugas and get those free calls. And he's going to try and set up situations where it's pretty annoying for things like Gauntlet Buster to deal with. Here he's calling the Million Rat behind the Million Rat, it seems, unless it's not confirmed.
Yeah, it's behind the Million Rat. And the one facing downwards is the one getting nerfed, minus 4k.
Yep.
It swings to the Vanguard. He guts for a no pass.
One thing when you're going first as Narukami is you want to play down that extra Zuitan or an extra card to just put on pressure. And that was another Zuitan going away. But yeah, getting that extra pressure was pretty good.
It all comes down to what he rides as his Great Tree.
Is that a gauntlet?
That's a Gauntlet Buster. It's a SBR. Very nice. He gets an XL2 and draw 1 card.
His hand, he has a Zuitan and he, a few more other cards. Oh. That looks kind of new.
Yeah, activates Gauntlet Buster, discards Rising Phoenix, sends all to the bind zone. Rising Phoenix, due to the ability of cards being binded, it revives itself, gaining extra power.
Rising Phoenix comes back. I think this is all he's going to develop for now. Does Yongshi have a null? He has to have a null, or it's good game.
Yeah, because it's because he has 3 Hyugas in hand now, wrong, right?
Yeah. So that's 3 cards gone.
So he's thinking whether to guard. Oh my goodness, it's huge.
What can he do? There's not much. That thing's hitting for at least 30k, right?
Yeah, and it's
30k 3 crit.
2. Yeah, 3 damage currently. So yeah, he has to guard it really. Otherwise, it's over.
Can he guard for 2? I think he can only guard for 1. Can he?
Ooh, it's a tricky situation. And the card in the back row actually gives gives a unit on the field anti-null abilities, anti-sentinel.
Yes.
Yeah, a pretty interesting deck choice. Some decks do not play it, but this is one of the different variants for different players. So
I think that card is more popular in the West than it is elsewhere.
Yeah, in Asia we don't really play this. It's quite rare to see. I only see it in the tournament deck list. They are winning in the West.
Yeah.
So now Yongchi is thinking really hard on whether he can guard. He might need to gamble because his hand is clogged with great trees. So we see how it goes.
So that nice situation where he's confirmed that he has a re-ride for Hyugas.
Yeah.
It's definitely coming back to bite him.
Correct.
Wow.
Oh, that's
3 cards to guard. How much is that?
That's a lot of resource out of one single swing.
It looks like it's 2.
2. Is that a 2 pass?
If it's 44, it's 2.
First check. Oh, it's a draw trigger.
That's pretty good.
He's going
to
all to the
Vanguard.
Vanguard. Second check. Oh, he's drawing first.
Draw, and then
second check. Oh, lucky. She's taking a breath, putting his hand at his heart. Oh, yeah.
He went pretty aggressive, going all to Vanguard so quickly.
He could have ended the game, that's why.
Yeah.
Wow. So he swings with a Rising Phoenix.
I mean, it's quite okay for him to have taken it a bit slowly. Because technically, after dropping 3 cards from his hand, he's very much ahead. He's very much ahead.
Yeah. He swings with a Zuit.
No, that's not Zuita. I think it's.
Oh, it might be the promo, is it? The
Yeah.
one with the 15k shield? Yeah. That promo is
New text for
new
Narukami to keep up with the current metagame.
Yeah.
And he's
He
rides the Hyuga, yeah. Calls Jakotsu Girl. And he's gonna. I think he's Hyuga's effect? Or is that Million Rat's effect?
Oh, yeah. I think it looks like he's counterblasting for Million Rat.
Raise your hand.
Yeah, so he goes for Million Rat, and now he's gonna use Hyuga. I think he's just shortcutting. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. I think it's World Finals, he won't be able to do it. You gotta do step by step.
So interesting enough, when he turns everything into Hyuga, he can call another Million Rat.
Ah, yes.
They're not Million Rats anymore.
Yeah. Pretty cool combo. And with Auto Counterblast, you can utilize that combo, which is good. Now.
But with 2 counterblasts, he can save himself for a Hyaki turn as well. So I don't think he'd want to use all his counterblasts now. Calls out a Fushimi.
Please prepare.
And then
is he using another Million Rat?
It could be. No. This one will have to be the Hyuga.
Oh, Hyuga's
He's calling out the one-eyed
Kudo.
Kudo.
Yeah. Yeah, allowing him to draw extra cards, which is good.
He has to place that on the Excel circle, so that's kind of annoying, but it's all right. It gets boost normally, so when it can boost something good, it's usually it's good times.
He swings first for a 10k guard.
So he's probably going to attack with this first, then attack with Vanguard, and then he has 2 columns to give triggers to. Getting a crit right now would be pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah,
it's quite possible that Eder is going to take the Vanguard attack anyway.
15k shield, he intercepts. And he attacks with Hyuga.
Yep, he lets it go, so he gets a crit, it'll be pretty good.
Heal trigger, that's huge as well. So 1 pound damage, powers to the Million Rat. Second check is
nothing.
Second check is
Densetsu Anarch.
Yeah.
Takes 1 damage. It's kind of okay.
It's alright. Yeah.
The heal is okay, but it doesn't keep him out of lethal range. That's the thing. But at least the 20k guard allows him to possibly survive the next turn.
True, and to refresh his counterblast as well.
Yeah. He's really fishing for that either the null against the Gauntlet Buster, or just trying to finish the game quicker.
That's true. The nullification would be more important than a heal trigger, am I right?
Because next turn, that Gauntlet Buster, if used, is going to get 15k from those empty front rows.
Oh,
and that's
true.
like 4 crit as well. So it's like at least 35. So Jakota Girl doesn't hit. He opts to not make it hit. Searching for a Shiryuki, yes.
Unboosted, right? And also, one thing good to note is one IQ though also goes to the soul. So you actually feel soul for Shiryuki, which is very important during the defensive turn.
Yes, but also it sets him up for the field wipe next turn. So Eder is going to think about how he wants to commit to the field next turn. Zuiton's pretty good, goes to soul, gets a card back, but committing anything else, those cards, you have to remember, will be going away back to the deck. If Yongqi is not dead. And goes to give him more damage. It's technically correct. He could be trying to play around a Cho, but decides not to because otherwise there's no way for him to really win the game. He has to kind of deal damage now. But to be honest, this is kind of like a damage that if Eder decides not to take it, it's not that bad because stays at 2 and can't use Cho. But now he goes to 3. He has a more chance, a closer range to kill range for Yongqi, because Yongqi could be fishing for that second right of Hyuga and then going for a Hyaki next turn and just trying to end the game there if his hand just can't survive another turn.
He also has the Densetsu, which is a huge combo in the Hyaki combo, right?
Those columns are going to get huge with Anarch and a cold Hyaki, as long as he has 2 counterblast. So it's back to Eder's turn. Let's see what he wants to commit to the field. Does he get another re-ride off? If he doesn't have another Gauntlet Buster, I don't think he's going to re-ride because
he won't want to go that Tonix at this point.
He calls over the Phoenix, so he can call the Phoenix back
with extra power, which is good.
And that Demolition Dragon,
actually one IQ though is also very good for the Murokro's players because it goes out so since it's going to get anyway, so it's actually a pretty useful unit.
I want to play one Anudo in my. I want to play like 3 of them in my deck, but you just don't have the space for it.
There's so many grade 3s to play in the deck.
The crit, there's like at least 11 grade 3s you run in Murakumo, even up to 13. So that Phoenix came back. Now that column's seeing 22, which is good times. But pretty much means he's gonna lose a Phoenix next turn.
Oh, that's true. He could choose not to revive it, right? But he might not. He might lack the push. Maybe he's considering that he doesn't have a perfect guard. I could take his chance to swing as hard as
yes.
to try to finish the game ASAP.
The thing is, he only has 1 Excel Circle, so it's not like he has that many extra attacks. And actually, it's a pretty conservative play, to be honest.
He drops another Phoenix from the Soul Blast. Do you realize?
Oh,
he actually just called Death Side and missed the target, but he pays the Soul cost in order to dump the Phoenix into the drop zone, perhaps setting up for the after Yuga turn.
Yes.
Using Shiryuki.
Because if he calls it out, he's just going to lose it. So this time, let's see what he gets from this trigger shot. Nothing?
And drill, so that is an enemy triggers.
Was that only guarding for 1?
Oh, he got for 1.
That was 20 to 10, yeah? So.
Oh man, Yongqi really hanging on the ropes right now. He's like every turn getting really nervous.
You gotta take these risks. If you're that far behind in a way, you gotta take these risks to get back into the game. And now it's actually an okay position. It's up to Eder to decide if he wants to give damage to Yongqi or not. Because giving that second damage opens him up to Hyaki.
Yeah, so only 4 hand card. Is he passing?
He's passing. I think that's a great play. That is the correct play.
Okay, so
you can ride a Hyuga here, get another Excel Circle, but he won't be able to push as much power as he could with a Hyaki. He has a Dansetsu in his hand, so he can technically...
He can push for
Is that more than 1? I think he has more than 1 Dansetsu. No?
Setting up his fuse.
Yeah.
So he won't be able to set up max bot with his small hand size, but we can see what I can do.
He has access to basically every card in his deck, though, because every grade is out on his opponent's side of the field.
Is all his million reds out already? Oh, he has to use the Counterblast for Hyuga, right?
Yeah, that Counterblast is definitely for Hyuga.
He got to choose 1 unit to call. He got to memorize what... He probably knows what he's going to call right now. He's setting up his spot. So
he's probably going to call something like a Miyamaru. A Miyamaru or a Dansetsu Anarch for this turn will pump him up a huge amount of power.
But there's a grade 2. Yeah.
The death side.
The death side will be the target. It's a really close game.
Yeah.
Right now, I think both players seem to be at equal terms.
Yeah, pretty equal, but I think think Eder's hand's just not that good. That last has he? Yeah, I don't think he's gotten that many
shields. It's not shields at all.
Yeah,
it's only one Cho-Oh and one Tectonic Drew Dragon.
Yeah,
so he might be very small in hand size, and also Yongqi will be sending back all those units, so he'll be minusing a lot on the board. And next turn he has to commit back onto the board.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is advantageous for Yongqi just from that one to guard.
Yeah,
made a big difference.
Correct. You got to gamble.
Oh, he goes. Is he going for a rainy Madame instead?
Yeah, he looks like a rainy Madame.
So he goes for the board. Going for the rainy Madame means that he's going to be able to get back a Shiryuki from the drop zone, and then add more to his defensive capabilities.
Yeah.
But the other thing that it sets up is that next turn, if Eder decides to just only swing with Gauntlet Buster Dragon and damage Dime again, he has an out to push for game. You can ride the Shiryuki and then have a bunch of Excel Circles and just swing for game. And Eder definitely will not have enough cards in his hand to guard that.
Yeah. And also Shiryuki doesn't really use Counter Blast. So even if Eder decides to deny his Counter Blast, he still has an out if Shiryuki's rush. So
this is a very weak Hyuga swing, but
yeah,
I think it's correct to guard this. It's going for perfect guard. Okay, that probably means he doesn't have any triggers in his hand. Oh, what is he doing? Is he doing the a special drive? Ooh, draw trigger.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty devastating because that means next turn
he has a perfect guard. Yes. Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
So I think this game is actually pretty well in Yongqi's favor.
Yeah.
He's basically negating Eder's next turn because unless Eder is able to commit a full field again, he is not going to deal any damage.
Yeah.
And then after that, Yongqi can swing for the win. And these cards, these attacks that he's doing, if Eder guards them, he definitely won't be able to commit to the board.
That's
so
true.
He either takes the damage and goes to 5 and just loses next turn, or he commits his hand.
Yeah, next. What I can see Eder doing probably is riding the Detonics that he got last turn because he knows that he's a perfect guard. Originally, his plan might be just to go Gauntlet Swing because he doesn't have a perfect guard, but right now with perfect guard, it's a lot better to actually go for a double swing and hope for triggers.
And he doesn't get a trigger from that damage check, but to be honest, right, this whole field is actually pretty big. So
yeah.
Actually, he just might die this turn. Ooh. Will he be able to guard everything?
He probably is able.
He's got one more attack to guard, so let's see if he can guard this one. Yeah, he's got another perfect guard.
Perfect guard. No wonder he has used the first perfect guard easily because the Hyuga's actually small enough to just raw shields.
So back to Eder's turn. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
It looks pretty bad.
That's the power of Hyuga, man. You just forces you to commit to your board when it's empty, and if your hand is small, it's really hard for
you can't do anything when you have no hand and no field.
Yeah, he also had to discard with the Gauntlet Buster, and he calls back the Raising Phoenix, which he saved from the last turn. Very conservative, pretty good play.
Okay, so he's going for the damage deny.
And he's just a perfect guard, sadly.
Yep.
So Yongqi is perfectly safe.
So Yongqi definitely played out the turn.
It's a heal trigger. That might actually help a bit.
So I can see Shiryuki coming out next turn, but if he gets another heal here, then things might change. But we saw one heal already, at least. And then a draw
trigger.
Okay.
Interesting. Pity is not a perfect guard draw.
Did he just draw a heal? Oh, tough times for Eder. So here, Yongqi can go into Shiryuki while damage denied, and then push for game, and there's really not much Eder can do. Even if he gets a trigger, everything is...
It's huge. Because there's...
he's minus 10k. He's at 2k.
Yeah.
At best, he goes up to 12k before he has to start taking lethal damage.
He calls up Rainy Madame. No, he calls up Atatsugo.
Jakotsu. Two Jakotsu girls. They're all hitting for 14, so they're hitting over the damage thresholds and calling out a Hyuga as well. So this is basically swinging for game. 5 attacks. I don't think he has enough cards in his hand at all. That draw trigger, it's not working. He's going to take this one and hope for a trigger. Doesn't get it. So that's the worst thing about Hyuga. He sends back all those cards, and then now you're going to damage trigger them and don't get any benefits.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's so tough. And then here, I think it's correct to go for a... Oh, he's going to go for Jakotsu first. Yep, that's correct too. And I really don't think... He has to take damage somewhere.
I think. Yeah, I've watched Yongqi play because he's from my locals. And
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's quite a very good player actually.
Ooh.
And rarely makes mistakes. So it's
Yeah, guarding for 1 is definitely not a mistake in that
Yes.
situation. Okay. Crit trigger for the last damage, and that is
yeah, great play by Yongqi.
Eder flashes out the peace sign. And yeah, that's that.
It's a great game.
It was a great game.
Yeah.
Really back and forth. We
Back
really
and
thought
forth.
it was in Eder's.
Gauntlet, I thought the Gauntlet's gonna win that turn.
Yeah, but
insane.
Wow, it's just very close game.
I think he definitely got really lucky there. Like when he got it for
pass.
2 triggers and he got for 1 trigger, and both times he got what he wanted. Right? He didn't.
Yes.
He didn't. Yeah.
Yes.
So both times were lethal. So every time the Gauntlet Buster was swinging for 3 critical, right? So he couldn't have let anything in.
Yeah. I was saying at these big tournaments, you gotta take a risk once, and if it's successful, you're on the good road, right?
Right.
You're going well. So Yongqi definitely did take that risk there and paid off, and now he's quite possibly going to top 8.
Yeah,
There's one more round.
Yeah, there's one more round after this. So
yes,
yeah, I think his odds are pretty good right now.
Yeah, because good shot.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll be going for a quick break, but after this, we'll be doing the world meta analysis for Vanguard Standard and Premium. So just give us a little bit. Right.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Mysteria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, the Vanguard!
大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
じゃがれ僕の分身。この世のすべてのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
And welcome back to the live stream again. That was a pretty exciting game that we had for Vanguard Standard. But right now we're going to do the World Meta Analysis, right?
Yes.
So we'll be doing this for both Vanguard Standard and Vanguard Premium. So let's just jump right straight into it.
Yep. So now you're going to see the amount of players that have taken certain decks into this tournament. And as we can see, an overwhelming amount of Murakumo into Standard. I think a lot of us did expect this. So any comments?
Yeah. I mean, as the last round we saw how good Murakumo is with the Hyuga combo and how he came back just from the brink of death. So it's a really amazing deck and with so much consistency. And yeah, it's just pretty much expected. And similar to Buddyfight, since this year's champions will get invited again to next year's event, it's pretty much everyone's gonna do their best. Let's look at the results.
I'm actually quite surprised that there's so little Tachikaze because everyone's just playing Murakumo.
Yeah, honestly.
Not that many. There's actually 3 Aquaforce.
Yeah.
3 Aquaforce.
It's insane. And also, like, it's interesting, there's a lot of these, like, random one-ofs. We talked about Genesis, you know, the Himiko control build. We talked about Gold Paladin with Agravane. You know, Royals and DP. I mean, I'm not going to complain. But, you know, Link Joker as well. I heard that there was someone that did lose to the Messiah player here today. Novas we talked about. A lot of these decks we talked about, but I didn't necessarily expect this many. Yeah.
I think the interesting thing is that Mysterious Fortune seems to have made no impact to the mindset that
Absolutely
these
not.
players are taking. They're just back in the old Murakumo, Shadow Paladin, and Pale Moon, and Narukami. People went, Narukami, yes, I'm taking that.
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see how these numbers convert into our top 8 for Standard later on today because, yeah, it's an overwhelming amount of Murakumo. You know, it's like triple the amount at least of all the other decks in that sense. I mean, if we look at like 6 of the Shadow Paladin, 6 of Narukami, so definitely very interesting. And I think for me, the main one that's like hard to explain is like Kagero, for example. It just seems kind of like,
So I think you can actually, Kagero might be an okay pick if you decide to take in Kimnaras. Because against the Excel fields, you at least get a huge amount of retires off from that. But definitely Kagero is one of those side picks.
For sure. So definitely a lot of interesting choices. But as you can see, this is the playing field for Worlds so far. And I mean, as you've seen, you know, from the last round, it's fairly representative. So it's going to be interesting to see how this will convert into top 8 for the final showdown. But we still have more rounds of Swiss before that, so we're not going to jump to that just yet.
All right, so let's move on and take a look at the premium breakdown.
Oh, this is interesting.
Similar as it's really similar to the one that we discussed in the morning, which is 10 and 9, which is pretty much the percentage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually the exact same percentages. That's insane.
It's as if those players who actually qualified for just use the same deck.
Yeah, exactly. That's the fantastic part. And I think our top 3 kind of predictions with Golds, Neo Nectar, and Dark Regulars being the main 3 clans really goes to show here it's the exact same pattern. I mean, we have Oracle Think Tank we talked about. There are some players in this stage, like Mohamed Abumalulu, who just like are absolute just beasts with that deck. But actually, I found out that he's not actually playing that clan. So turns out that it's not him who's playing it. So maybe he inspired some people to play, and now he just ditched it himself. But
I think the interesting thing is that there's actually still so many people taking Neo Nectar when Neo Nectar actually doesn't have a great matchup against Gold Paladin, which is the dominant deck that we saw from before.
Even after the new support?
Yeah.
No.
I still think Gold Paladin is definitely better, but Dark Irregulars definitely showing up. Definitely showing.
We have quite a few of these, like, you know, masters of Dark Irregulars in this venue. I would say, like Andrew Hesford. So it's definitely expected in that sense. I think it's also interesting that I've heard that apparently some Luard players, or player rather, is actually X1 right now. Going in. So, you know, looking at this, you know, only 2 Shadow Paladin players, and one of them at least might make it in. So that's a good conversion.
50% conversion.
Yeah, and then Nubatama also interesting. You know, it got a restriction, but even then, still showing up. You know, I haven't really seen anything in terms of premium Nubatama ever since the restriction list, to be honest.
I think it's top 8 like once in a while.
Yeah.
Like, but it just it has a decent matchup against Gold Paladin. Like every time, everything has kind of an okay matchup against Gold Paladin when they go second or when they brick.
Yeah.
But with Nubatama, it does have the board wipe and field wipe that can start controlling the board until Gold Paladin just runs out of steam.
Yeah. Dark Irregulars also have a pretty good matchup against Gold Paladin, isn't it?
It really depends.
Depends on the player as well.
Yeah, Dark Irregulars going first will definitely have a pretty good time against Gold Paladins. But if Gold Paladin can just break away and just go first, it basically high rolls and beat everything in the game, which is why it's just so strong.
Yeah,
it's just so strong. But Spike Brothers, I've seen Spike Brothers being taken in and doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far they are now, but
it's a popular pick amongst some people and definitely worth. Mega Colony, I am aware that one of these is a Gridora Gize list.
Yes.
So that's something to consider. Apparently this knocked out Ryan Kai.
Piloted by Hank Kwan. Ryan Kai had a pretty bad run. He faced one of his teammates and then faced Gridora Gize.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It's like you spend all this time preparing for a lot of these decks and then you run into something unconventional and that can be enough.
That's how the tournament can work sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly.
Another thing, only one Kagero.
Yeah, we literally have our one of Kagero, one of Great Nature that we saw on stream in round 2. So those are your only players for those clans. And I mean, the Kagero player, Chris, we're not sure what his score is right now, but after round 2, he looked very dominant. But then Bermuda Triangle is also interesting considering it's, Riviere hasn't released yet.
Yeah. Oh, one player playing Bermuda, so definitely they must love that clan a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of the clan, the Murakuma one, the one of Murakuma, I heard, is the Infinite Loop one.
Ooh, if we get that on stream, that's gonna cause all kinds of problems.
Yeah. Oh, then that should be okay. It should be pretty fast.
Yeah, as long as the players recognize that the loop is happening, then that's fine. Tachikaze, I'm aware this has been Anuara Karn playing this one.
Really?
Yes. So he did switch from Azel into Tachikaze for this one, and apparently didn't go too well.
Okay, all right. It happens. It happens.
Pale Moon is quite interesting because Pale Moon has quite a few builds in Premium right now, simply because you have both the option to just like play Dorian Toolbox,
yes,
and then play actual Silver Thorns.
So the interesting thing about the Pale Moon is it is the Infinite Loop one, or another, just a Loop Pale Moon build, and
okay,
so I think that's paid by UA.
Oh, I see.
So basically, that means no one's bringing the non-loop build.
Okay, so no Dorian Toolbox.
Yeah,
no Silver Thorns.
It's pretty interesting. The Dorian Toolbox one does do pretty well. It can get a huge amount of hand.
Yeah,
huge amount of hand that you can't really break through and then just win like that.
Just like a lot of attacks and a big hand, so it's like it feels like it should be doing well, but yeah.
Maybe it's like you have to remember this is Worlds. You don't always want to take a very high ceiling deck like non-loop Pale Moon into Worlds and then maybe play until time and then something happens.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Yeah. And then I think the only other things we haven't commented on.
Grand Blue, the player I know that's using Grand Blue is Jeremy from Singapore. He actually qualified for both Buddyfight and Vanguard, but however he got first place for Premium with Grand Blue in Singapore.
Oh, yes, I've heard about this.
The Grand Blue deck. So the Grand Blue deck focuses on going into the Xerath Dragons, then reviving the entire board and leaving only, I think, critical triggers in the deck, checking critical, and swinging for high numbers. That's how he won Singapore, or at least it's a Singaporean player who won somehow. Yeah, so it's a pretty interesting build. It has a good balance because you're also able to retrieve your Hue triggers, are not wrong, and G-Guard. Some of his visibilities. So it's a very well-balanced deck, Grand Blue.
That's true.
And lastly, we have Great Nature, yeah?
And also Great Genesis we didn't comment on either, and I do know who is playing this. It is actually Mohammed that is piloting it, and I talked to him for a little bit, while I was off the stream table, and I think if we get him on stream, we're in for a treat.
I was surprised. OTT is going pretty well, and I think you just jump on that OTT being like his.
So he's been telling me little tidbits of his homebrew, but we do have the players watching this stream too, so I don't want to spoil anything. But if things have been going well for him, we're looking at a very interesting top 8 split if that makes it through. So it's interesting. I think this is what happens when the great minds of this game just sit down and try to break the box. I feel like there's a lot that can be broken in this format right now, and Genesis might be one of those things. So,
and I think just since it's just one tournament, a lot of these ideas unfortunately will not see as much success as they might want to be. But be sure to follow your favorite players because they probably had a great idea coming into this tournament. And sometimes Vanguard is just Vanguard. You can just die very, very quickly.
Yeah, so sometimes like I think it's good because a lot of players do upload their deck lists on Twitter and Facebook and other social media. So it's good even if a player didn't do too well, but you're interested in their concept, you can always reach out. I mean, the participants list should be up on the website, and you can always reach out and ask them, oh, can I see your deck list they use for Worlds if they didn't post it themselves. So that's always an avenue. But overall, this looks good.
Yes.
I really like how the meta looks for Premium today. Honestly, a great diversity. And just overall, a lot of decks that are capable of winning, and it's really like hard to predict what's actually gonna take the trophy today.
Yeah, a lot of well-known players actually are not in contention for top 8. I think.
Yeah,
yes,
it's quite surprising.
Yeah, because it's a grueling tournament. It's a
really
very grueling tournament, especially this season as well. It's very, very tough to get to this kind of level, and then at this level still perform, because also for a lot of these players, it will be their first time.
That is true. That is true. So, yeah. But overall, I mean, it's just nice to see this. Honestly, it's a great format for Premium right now, and I think it's this chart really shows that.
Everyone play Premium.
Yes. Start Premium today.
All right, really good stuff. Okay, so we will be going on a quick break. We will also have the announcement that we talked about earlier this morning going on really, really soon. But for now, just hang on to the stream and stay tuned.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Mysteria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, the Vanguard!
大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
つながれ、僕の分身。この世のすべてのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate's Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Hello players, welcome back to the stream. So I'd just like to quickly let you guys know that there's been a slight change in the schedules. Chris and Jun will be quickly joining us for a talk show later on, followed by the Weiss Schwarz semi-finals and grand finals back-to-back, just kind of to make up for the round that we missed out. But before all of that, we would like to quickly share some exciting news to everyone. This is something that's pretty near and dear to my heart because I worked on this myself, and now we get to share this with the world. So we would like to announce the next Weiss Schwarz English original title. This has been in the works for a while now, and we're really thrilled to be able to share this with everyone. So without further ado, the video.
Adventure time, come on, grab your friends, we'll go to very distant land. Jake the dog and Finn the human, the fun never ends. Adventure time.
Exciting release.
That's right, everyone. Adventure Time by Cartoon Network will be coming to Weiss Schwarz as part of the newly rebranded English Original Series. Previously known as the English exclusive title, this product line will be developed in English, and contains unprecedented titles in Weiss Schwarz. Adventure Time will officially be the third title to be released under this line. We're really excited for what's to come, and we're looking forward to the future of English original titles. So please do join us. The stream is going. The announcement is going on live here right now. So do join us for the next segment really soon. Thank you.
All right, you guys heard Matthew. He said it's
Dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace. The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0. On sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Ethereum.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, the Vanguard!
大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
つながれ、僕の分身。この世のすべてのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate's Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Die Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the central cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus, and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone. So, after that incredible announcement for Weiss, I wish you guys could have seen the actual excitement in the venue because it was pretty crazy. People were yelling and jumping and screaming. It was pretty wild. So, Adventure Time, huh?
Yeah, I didn't expect that as well.
Yeah, honestly, like, when Weiss gets these English exclusive releases, like, every time it's really, like, unpredictable. Like, 2 years ago, it was like, okay, Gurren Lagann. I was like, okay, I could see that. But then last year was like Batman Ninja.
Yeah, at least it has a Japanese background to it.
Yeah.
This time around, it's like totally
fully Western kind of concept, you know? So yeah, I feel like my siblings will be happy. They spent a lot of time watching Adventure Time back when they were younger. But so we're going to be updating you guys on the schedule because we realize that there are some people that have some questions about where the schedule is at right now. So we will not be streaming round 7 of Standard because due to some of the timings, essentially the round started while the last round of Weiss was on, more or less. And so instead, what we're going to be doing is, right now, we're going to have this little segment, but after that, we're going to go into Weiss Top 4, followed by Weiss Final. So a little bit more exposure for Weiss. Those of you that are watching Weiss from at home, you will be pretty happy to know that. So that's going to happen after this. And then we're going to have the Premium and Standard Finals following the Weiss Finals. And then finally, we're going to have the Buddyfight Finals after that. So that's the general schedule for now, and it should not be changing from that. So in case you were wondering what the schedule is at, that is what we're looking to have going forward. So any kind of thoughts there?
Well, thank you for being patient with us. We'd like to apologize for some of the delays sometimes. Yeah, I've been checking the chat as well, and yeah, it's all based on the feedback.
Yes,
so thank you guys so much as well.
We try to accommodate for it as much as possible, but now what we wanted to show you guys is, those of you at home may or may not know, is that the players that get to enter into the World Championship Finals, they do get their very own goodie bags and a lot of nice little swag that they get just for entering, so not even for winning. Obviously, the grand prize is being able to return as the reigning champion into next year's World Finals, but they also receive a bunch of goodies. Now, unfortunately, we're not able to show you the promo cards. We did not get a hold of those. However, we do have the really nice goodie bags that are distributed here. So you can see it's a much different design from last year, although we didn't show them off last year.
The last year one, so I think it was brown beige.
Yeah, it was like a tote bag, basically.
Yeah, tote bag.
So you have this like very nice, sleek, like black and gold design. So overall, it's actually really, really nice. It really feels like a World's item to have. So I'm personally a big fan of it. Unfortunately, we don't get them, so that's unfortunate. But inside, we're going to show you what's actually in these that each player gets.
Vanguard Premier top 8 players, please report to the table. The next checks will pop there now.
Let's see.
Immediately.
Did you get a hold of your sleeves?
Yep.
All right, so I think I got mine too. So each player is regulated to actually use the sleeves provided in the tournament. The only sleeves that they can change, I believe, are the markers. And so the sleeves that they're given are, for Vanguard, the Blaster Blade and Dragonic Overlord design sleeves. So this is really, really nice. Like, these are a lot of people's, like, a really chase item. A lot of people are really wanting to get their hands on these. So I feel like it's a really nice freebie to get in that sense.
Yeah,
and then for Buddy?
And for Buddyfight, we do have 3 extra sleeves because one is for our side deck. And one is for our Lost World, which is the Lost
Wow, that's so pretty.
Really cool because this used to be point exchange exclusive. So, and also these sleeves, I believe, is also point exchange, which is
so that's really nice.
One with multiple world flags.
Yeah, like these two are also point exchange, so it's really difficult to get them in the West. So that way, if you do qualify, it's a pretty nice boon to get these kind of things. And then finally, the other thing that we do receive, I mean, not we, but the players, is this year's playmat, which you might not have seen the design. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Mine is upside down.
One with the Time Dragons and the Genesis.
Yes, so Time Dragons, have they already released in English? No, right? Not until...
really soon though.
Yeah, it's like a couple of weeks or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Time Dragons right here. And then we have Uranus for Genesis there, as well as Shioko in the middle. So this really is my favorite design for the playmats. Like, honestly...
Yeah, it's very neat because, you know...
Yeah. It feels very like the space is cleverly used and it's just a really clean design overall. So I really, man, it's a really, really nice goodie bag. Yeah, and I feel like the players really get a lot of nice boons.
Yeah, and also the reason why most of the players really like the playmat is because it just shows that you've actually been to Japan, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
When you use this playmat local, it just make you feel a little proud of yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Like
working hard throughout the year doing WGP.
Exactly, and it's pretty cool because I've seen a lot of players that played in the 2017, for example, or the 2018 World Finals. Yeah. They actually keep using their playmats like in all the regionals, and it's really nice like to have that, you know, to show off. And then even if a new player faces you, they'll see like, oh wow, this guy has been to Worlds. You know, you're literally playing against one of the best players ever.
Yeah.
So those were these little goodie bags, and so I feel like this might give you more incentive to potentially try hard into getting into Worlds, because you get these kind of things just for entering, and then obviously you also get promo cards.
Yeah.
And so this year they changed it up. You essentially get one of 2. So for Vanguard Standard, we have Isabel for Great Nature, as well as Astraios for Genesis. And then for Premium, there was Ballerina and Gilgal, so the 2 progenitor dragons for the Megallanica, as well as Dragon Empire, respectively. And then for Buddyfight, what were they?
We got the Gear God version for Chaos and Thunder Empire Buds.
Oh, yeah, that's
it's
nice.
Based on the Overclash box art.
Yeah. That's really nice. I feel like it's good to. It feels like it's, you know, it's not necessarily the current. I mean,
things, but you know, it's still nice to have both together. Especially if you join both of them together, it looks amazing.
Yeah. But you only get one of them.
Yeah, I guess you gotta trade with your friends.
Yeah. You gotta trade with your friends or ask them to give theirs up. But yeah, so we wanted to also talk about just, I guess, kind of personal progress throughout the year. You know, I guess we both play, you know, both Vanguard and Buddyfight. So throughout your BCSs so far, I mean, which ones have you actually entered so far this season?
Firstly, I entered Singapore.
Vietnam.
Yeah, actually for those 2 currently.
Okay.
So I didn't really get the time to travel to Indonesia or Malaysia. Next year I definitely will, because if I free up more time in my schedule, it's just a joy to travel to different countries to meet different people and play together. And I always have a good time when I go overseas, especially Philippines, Indonesia. Yeah. Tons of fans out there as well.
Yeah. That's true. That's always.
How about you? Do you travel to any other countries? I mean, other states?
Yeah, in Europe we travel really often because it's really cheap. So it's very cheap to get from where I live to like England, France, Germany. Like normally when my schedule is more free, I try to make it to as many as possible. I think last year, not 2019, but 2018 was one of my more active years where I went down to like Portugal, for example, which was the first. But yeah, I got to go to London and France, and those were the only 2. I was about to go to Germany, but unfortunately had to cancel last minute. But it's really easy for us to get to regional locations, and it's nice because we have only a few of these regional locations in Europe. You kind of see everyone from the entire continent. So it's like you'll go to London and you'll see like the Swedish players, the Italian players, the Spanish players, the French players, like from the entire continent.
I see. Same as Asia. During I think the previous year when I actually did travel more. Most of the players you do see is the same group of person.
Oh yeah, it's like the same group.
Same teams that are traveling across continent just trying to qualify.
Yeah. Just chasing.
Based on different states, do you feel like the way different players play is different?
You mean between the countries?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. Like, I was actually talking to. We have some Japanese players in the venue that came to visit. Actually, the Japanese counterpart to ours, the commentator Haripin, is actually here as well.
I see.
And just from talking to him, I was asking him like, what do you think of what you're seeing today? And he says like, yeah, it's really different from the Japanese style. It's like he was saying how not just the decks and the cards and the player choices, but even like the way people place their cards or like the way that their hands move. I think when we commentated the third round of Buddyfight, we really saw like the way that the Japanese player was moving. It was very like
Yeah, it's very organized and.
Yeah, right. Whereas like for us, it's kind of like anything goes, but also each kind of continent has its own thing as well. And so it's interesting that they notice even that. They're like, oh, like you guys even move differently.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
Right.
I guess that's true.
Because we don't really get to interact much with the Japanese players.
Exactly.
So it's good experience for us and them to learn about each other's card game culture.
Yeah, and also like even between like our like BCS regions, there's quite a few differences. I mean, the charts that we had earlier, showing the clan representation in each country or in each region, already shows kind of part of the picture, right? Like you have clans like Spike Brothers that for some reason always top in Europe, but then never anywhere else, just because you have these specific players that always bring them and always top, in those regions, whereas you don't in the others. So I think that's part of it. But also just like some play style choices. I feel like in some countries, a lot of players are more, they're more willing to just play meta and not so much like risk to like take a rogue deck.
Correct.
Whereas like some countries, especially some of the English players, I keep noticing, they really like to brew their own decks and really just come up with their own strategies, like disregard like playing the meta, but understand the meta and beat it with their own ideas. And so I feel like that's kind of one of the differences I notice sometimes, not every year, but every now and again it comes up, and it's a pretty interesting pattern. After being in this community for so long, I'm sure both of us notice these kind of things just happening all the time, and it's pretty interesting.
Yes, that's true.
But yeah, and then, I mean, it's just been pretty interesting overall, this circuit. Like, we've had more locations, more players, and just more ways to interact. I personally was trying to get a result finally with Dimension Police in both formats, and it didn't go too well, but how did your actual events?
Didn't go too well, but at least I beat all the other RFI, so...
Yeah, that's good. That's what matters.
You gotta be the best, right?
Yeah, what about for Buddyfight?
Well, for Buddyfight, I didn't really participate much because this year I actually focused more on Vanguard.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, but for Buddyfight, the current decks I've been keeping out is with the G-Boost Gaga deck because I really like how the collection of G-Boosts they can get, since it'll be G-Boost Craft, G-Boost Body, and G-Boost.
Yeah, all the different G-Boosts.
Yeah, it's just a great way to not just play the game but collect the cards, because if you guys check my bundle, which I don't have, I actually line up all the G-Boost cards together.
Oh,
and it
that's
looks
cool.
Amazing.
Wow, that's so nice. Yeah, no, for me, I didn't actually get to play Buddyfight at all this season, just because the only times that there were Buddyfight events, there was also Premium at the same time, so I chose to play Premium. But I feel like I'm going to debate how I'm going to approach things next season, because I really miss actually playing the game, outside of just like watching it on YouTube and watching the players play, and keeping up with the meta. It's quite different, and with Gridman coming out in March, that's another thing that just, I can't wait. It's out on my birthday, so it's gonna be a good celebration. Yes. Well, yeah. What other future releases are you looking forward to?
Well, personally, I'm looking forward to Time Dragons. It reminds me of Dragon Zwei, which is really cool. A mix of different worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
it looks so good too.
It looks really good. Yeah.
Did you see the thing where there was like a video from the Japanese Buddyfight side where they did like there was a flag where you can like scratch with a coin?
Oh yes, that's this basically Time Dragons flag where they actually hid an Easter egg in it. Whereas all this while you could actually scratch the flag and there's a link behind, which is a 0.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
It's so cool. Like I don't think I've ever seen that in a card game. I don't think any card game has ever done.
No one will go and try and
actually scratch their cards with a coin. Yeah.
That's insane.
But still, it's like the fact that they thought of just adding that randomly and making printing cards specifically to be like scratchable is just incredible.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's really cool. Yeah, Time Dragons look really nice. Like for Buddy, they are pretty tempting, but I don't know. For me, it's like I'm always sticking to Hero World or anything of that sort, or Dungeon World to an extent at times. I think my best performance in Buddyfight was with Dungeon. But yeah, back when we still had Continentals, I was 3rd in Europe in like 2015 or something.
I remember you used better buildings as well. You got 4th, was it?
Oh, I got top 8 last year with battle buildings, but yes, but sadly this year didn't get to play too much, and like when my worlds aren't too good, I'd rather just like sit back and watch the competition unfold. So
yeah,
there's always that.
In Europe, it's actually quite competitive for Buddyfight. There's a lot of
we have
strong Buddyfighters from
so
that I
many
talk
big
to.
names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, personally, for me, I just collect the main characters deck, and I do play around with all the meta decks just to learn how they work.
Yeah.
And so far, I've experimented on D-Dragons, Gaga, and Atora and Jackknife.
Okay.
And D-Dragons, yeah.
I have a lot of friends that are very passionate Jackknife fans.
Yeah.
Just very incredibly passionate.
It was so OP during the past few formats. It was a good time for Jackknife.
Yeah. I remember I faced it at some point, so that was also pretty interesting in itself. But yeah, what about for Vanguard? What kind of releases are you looking forward to? We don't know too much actually, because there's going to be that product stream on Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's going to reveal what's coming up for the next half a year. So we only know up to the next like Angel Feather Genesis booster.
You know, from what I don't know whether I should be saying this, but you know, from what I've heard from the Buddyfight side, a lot of fans are looking forward to the product stream because it actually shows what's going to be happening for the next half of the year.
Yeah.
For Buddyfight, and you know, a lot of people has been wondering about about the anime.
Yes.
And also, it's very curious because recently in the official Japanese Bushiroad channel, there is they actually reviewed the voice actor for the Time Dragon user.
Oh.
Yeah. So I am very hyped.
I heard that they revealed there's going to be some kind of voice drama that they recorded.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why that is.
I see.
Also, I remember last time there was a product stream, they announced a lot of the collab sets for Buddyfight as well. Like that's when they announced like SAO and Gridman
and all those.
and Gegege. That's not coming out in English for some time.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's the other difference we have between the Japanese meta and the English meta. I think they already have Gegege.
Yeah, they have it already for a couple of months. One or 2 months.
Yeah. So it's really quite a lot of differences between English and Japanese Buddyfight, huh? It's quite a few sets. Whereas in Vanguard it's just one set. It's just a Bermuda Triangle set that comes out in English just in a couple of weeks. So that's going to be that. But yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to the product stream, just see which clans are going to be getting supported, and also like with the Vanguard anime as well, Genesis. It's going to be changing up, I think, at some point, and they might reveal that, they might not. But I think it's still going to be really like interesting to see where we're going to go with this, and what clans will be supported, which clans will be main. I think a lot of people are asking those kind of questions because if it's a main character clan, then
you're getting support for sure. What do you think about any Genesis support in the future? Since Genesis has been the main character's clan for Vanguard.
So it's getting I think it's an extra booster it's getting soon with like Genesis, Angel Feather, and Gear Chronicle. So we're gonna get like Chrono Fang Tiger and also Chrono Jet Dragon also got revealed.
Oh yes, that actually made the Japanese card shops go crazy with the GC Perfect Guard prices. Do you see? Nowadays, the prices have gone up so much.
Yeah, it's wild.
And any of you guys are hyped for Chrono's return? Woohoo!
Yeah, it's really good.
Using the deck. Well, it makes sense because they actually haven't explained why the deck actually got the Chrono, the Chrono size, the Grade Zero Chrono.
Oh yeah.
Why he made friends with it. Yeah,
that's true.
Hopefully, it actually explains in this season.
Yeah, that's true. I'm really looking forward to it. Like the Shin arc has been so good for the anime, and so it's been pretty nice. And then they randomly revealed. I really miss the days when they would reveal new things through the anime.
Oh yes.
And then when they randomly. Yes. Oh man. So good.
Yeah.
There's just so many feelings.
Yeah. Even though I didn't play DP, I was like, wow, this looks
Everyone
so
got
cool.
excited. Everyone got so excited. Yeah. And I think it's nice how like they randomly. I remember they just randomly revealed Chrono Jet Dragon, and then through like the last week's episode, and it was just
out of nowhere. Nobody expected this to happen because it felt like, you know, it's going to happen later when Chrono grows up. And since he's still a kid in the anime right now, it's like, that's interesting. But yeah, honestly, it's a lot to look forward to, and I'm personally really excited. Also, with JoJo coming out to Weiss in March as well, like, there's
lots of hype.
So many good things. So yeah, I think one more thing. Have you had a chance to try Zero?
I actually didn't have a chance to try it. It's in Japanese, right?
Yes, so far it's
Maybe
gonna
the
be
English release I will try it. Because
Yeah.
for you, one thing good about you is you can actually understand the Japanese. Yeah. So I'm sure most of us are hyped for the English version.
Yeah, that's gonna be out very soon. But yeah, for now, it's been fun. Like I've been playing the Japanese side of the game, and it's been really, really fun. Honestly, it's more fun than I would have expected, and I was really pleasantly surprised by that. And they've been pushing out like the clans relatively, well, somewhat quickly, not too quickly actually. Like, and so it's quite nice because like it feels like a pretty fair meta just because of the way that the game works, because of the different rulings. And I feel like I really grew on the new rulings as well. I feel like they've been really, really fun. So
yeah, it's good for you to practice, especially even if you're a competitive player of the actual game. It's good to actually just play on the mobile version, so you can actually get faster with your calculations and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
I
That's
think
true.
It's always good to keep your.
Although the game does help you a little bit.
Yeah, it does
Like
help.
it shows up the numbers if something increases, etc.
Yes, correct.
So yeah, so it's definitely really, really nice. But yeah, Zero's quite fun, and overall just been a good time overall. And I think one thing I want to talk about is, have you actually seen the recent Riviere deck in the recent Bermuda support?
Yes, it's insane.
It's actually insane.
I actually been to Japan card shops the past few, even Osaka, because I actually came from Osaka.
Okay.
And everybody's playing
Riviere.
Riviere is funny.
Absolutely everyone. It's crazy. Yeah, so I've watched some of my Japanese friends play the deck as well, and God, it doesn't seem unbeatable. You feel like it runs into deck out relatively soon and things like that. So,
but it's super consistent, and it's just way too good.
It's so strong. So
yeah,
we'll see if that stays good enough for Springfest, because that's gonna be coming up really soon after that release for us in English.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think, do we have anything else to add?
We want to talk about the latest set that just came out in Japan.
Oh yes.
Keep them updated.
Yeah. So
because as both of us as in Japan during the release set of the, I think Vanity's, what's the set?
Vanity's Dragon Fiend or something?
Yeah,
God, I don't remember, but
yeah, it's something Vanity's set.
Yeah.
And the meta actually changed for especially Shadow Paladin. We did have the new Claret build and the Blaster Dark build.
Yeah. Because also even Blaster Dark got support. There's like the Grade 3 that's like...
Yeah, it's so good.
It's
it's actually, we kind of replaces some of the promos which is so unaccessible. It's a common, and it's a common card. So all you Blaster Dark fans rejoice because it's just an amazing card.
Genuinely, yeah. And then on top of that, it's also interesting because Vanquisher was hyped up. Myself as well, I was really looking forward to Vanquisher, and then it's interesting because it's been, some people say it's really good, some people say it's a bit too slow, and then actually one of the UK players that qualified, Kalen Fallon, he arrived, he built himself an Japanese Vanquisher deck, and he won a local tournament here in Japan.
Wow.
Just like the day that he arrived. It was actually insane. So it's just like really showing the Japanese players like what the world's level of players is. And it was pretty incredible.
Yeah, in Buddyfight, we do have a few players as well that actually come to Japan just to make a Japanese deck and actually went to shop locals and actually win.
Yeah, like Austin Summers. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
He's actually
so popular on the Japanese side of the card game as well.
Yeah.
Especially on Twitter and all.
For sure. And I remember when there was one official Buddyfight stream on the Japanese side, and they actually had Austin like on their live stream, just like playing against someone. So it's pretty amazing how, you know, he's come a far way in this international side of things. You know, really, really international. So yeah, so that's the world's experience. Honestly, you can do a lot while you're here. Yeah. All right. So I guess for now we're gonna cut it more or less here, and then we're gonna be back for the top 4 of Weiss Schwarz, if I'm not mistaken, followed by the finals of Weiss after that, and then after that we'll be following with the premium, after that the standard finals, and then finally you'll be seeing us again for Buddyfight. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. There's also the stream 2 that you can see other games on, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Mysteria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ。全国のファイターとオンライン対戦。いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
下がれ、僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail War has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
And welcome back again to the live coverage of the BCS 2019 World Finals. I'm joined by Kai. We're going to be covering the semi-finals and grand finals back-to-back for Weiss Schwarz. So before we go into the match, I think the players are already getting ready. So I just want to share with everybody the top 8 distribution. So I believe we have 3 Konosuba players, we had 2 ReZero players, 1 Bang Dream player, 1 AOT player, and last but not least, we have a CCS player in the top 8. So that means it's 100% conversion, right? So one guy came in with CCS and he made it the top 8. Did you expect something like this?
Mind blown.
Everything else was pretty much expected, right? But we didn't really see this one coming. So
CCS definitely the dark horse. Totally unexpected, but he's done very, very well for himself.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to watching him play. But the match that we will be streaming right now, it's not. Sorry about that. The match we'll be streaming right now will be Ryan on Konosuba against Riaz on AOT. So how do you think about this matchup? What do you think is the key for this thing?
I think it's kind of favored for Riaz simply because he can totally deny the Konosuba's early game. His level 1 climax combo is usually just can't go off. But going on to later games, it gets pretty even. If Konosuba can stabilize and continue getting more pressure onto the board, then the game gets kind of even and should have a pretty good game then.
Okay, I mean, we're just hoping for a non-one-sided thing that we saw.
Not like last time, not a one-sided stomp, but we'll see.
But this should be good. I think these 2 players are quite well known in this
So Ryan is from Strictly Broken TCG.
Yes, yeah.
And Riaz is actually a former world champion from Reality Check, Team Reality Check. So he's come back this year and is doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, easy top 8.
Yeah.
All right, so I think our players are almost ready to go. So we're just waiting for the cue right now. We have the next match is actually Konosuba and Cardcaptor Sakura. So these are our top 4 decks. We have 2 Konosuba, 1 AOT, and 1 Cardcaptor Sakura. So what do you think is the Konosuba player thinking right now? Like, what is he gonna do?
What's going on? Like, well, what's happened? Definitely, Konosuba definitely has the advantage. But look, if you've gotten so far with Cardcaptor Sakura, then you're definitely doing something right.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely made at least one Konosuba deck along the way.
Yeah.
Right?
So he's making the correct plays and luck going his way.
All right, okay. So I think they're ready for us right now. Just switching over. And we're in the game already.
So interesting enough, Ryan playing down this interesting card. It is an overspec card, Megumin, that when it gets reversed, you can mill the top card of the deck, and if it's level 1 or higher, I recall, it gets rested. So it's like a new age coin flip. But he's facing against the AOT player, able to get rid of that the AOT player's runner, and already we can see that Ryan is both at similar damage right now. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see who was fully milled from the mulligan. He's developing his Union, so he's getting a Megumin from his deck. Clocked another Megumin, but won't be able to use the Union effect right now. So it's just going to be setting up for later turns, basically.
Collecting dust in the back row, so to speak.
For now.
For now, yeah.
But what can he actually develop his turn is the key question.
Need to take a quick look at his hand. Oh, seems pretty healthy.
Puts out a runner, and the Megumin runner, and the I think it's the on death Akatsuki. So both are pretty decent cards to play out early. The runner can definitely stay alive, and Riaz just pretty much eats it all, goes to level 1, and that's kind of a position that AOT wants to be in. He's now able to, if he's able to develop 3 errands, level 1 errands right now, he's able to pull off a climax combo, and then pretty much deny Ryan from now. And he does exactly that.
Wow, he seems like he has all 4 copies in his hand already. Yeah,
slams the climax. So looks like Ryan's just not even going to bother to run. No point. He's going to get 2 reverses off, so 2 are going back into hand, and he's just able to deny the last one with a mobility gear. And it should be pretty smooth sailing for Riaz now. Luckily for Ryan, he has developed 1 Union in the back row, so he's able to still continue to get at least some cards every turn. But it looks like...
Seems like he canceled everything this time?
Yeah, so...
Wow.
That might be bad for Ryan. So
yeah,
Ryan's now at 0-4. it's not easy for him to get to level 1. And that means that he has to play level 0 cards, and they're not going to be able to beat those errands.
So ideally, he would have wanted to play like hit level 1 and then start trying to take down those errands so that his opponent can't start getting more advantage.
Because right now, Ryan is in a situation where he's stuck at 0. He's limited in what cards he can play. At worst, he would have had to move up that union to attack with it or just pass the turn. But it looks like he's able to just he has something else to play on. He has another union, which is good. He's able to clock and go to 0-6. Well, it looks like he's not going to use the clock effect. Sorry, he's using it for the Akatsuki effect, and he's trying to fish for cards to at least make a field this turn. The bad thing is that he's going to attack X times, and those cards are not going to live. So he's going to neg a few more cards again. And then next turn, if AOT decides to slam another climax, it's quite possible we see Ryan just skipping an entire level.
Wow.
Being at 0-6, being at 0-4 is really not a place you want to be unless you have multiple ways to just clock yourself to level 1. Something that Fate can actually do, which is pretty crazy. But if you're stuck at 0 and your opponent's at 1, it's not always a good situation for you. So Riaz is playing the mobility gear just to search the deck and compress. It looks like he bounced. He used the effect to bounce the card, the errand, and you can still use counters while in the battle step, so he's just going to use the mobility gear just to search something. He's searching for a brainstorm, just so he can at least be able to get some cards from the brainstorm as well. It's one of those supports that you always would rather have just available to you for use. And he gets rid of the level 2 Armin.
Attention all Buddyfight players, that is time.
So we'll see how many of those
5 additional minutes.
Decides to discard
or
the
3 turns, whichever comes first.
Discard the Aaron instead. And he takes 3 damage. Okay.
He's pretty hit on the field, but it seems like he's getting really behind on damage right here, right?
So that's not a great position. Ideally, Riaz would have started canceling about now, but things don't always go to plan.
He's searching out like quite a lot of cards. Yeah, we see like there's a lot of climaxes stacked together.
Yeah.
So I guess it was a good call that he searched for the brainstorm, right? So at least.
Yeah, so at least he can mill. He is running that Sasha, that potato card. So what it does is when it comes to play, you can mill the top card of your deck, and then you can send send to the waiting room a card that is similar, same level or lower than the card you milled on your opponent's field. And when it attacks, if you have 2 or more corpse character, you can get 1 soul. So he gets 1 soul, he swings for 3. What's interesting about this card is that it's an early play. If your opponent has a level 3, you can play it out. And then against walls, it's there just to pretty much break walls, I assume is his intention of playing that card. So he did stay at 1-4, so that's pretty good, stop the bleeding. Now he's committing a full field of errands again and is just going to continue farming.
Oh my god.
And this is where we want to see how much damage Ryan takes. Although Riaz is kind of behind in this situation, it's possible that Ryan
just skips all the way to 2.
Yeah. This is basically what Riaz wants to happen. So it looks like there's a judge. The judge is asking something. So the game continues. And that's a double trigger. It's a double soul trigger.
Gosh.
It's a big ouch, but Ryan cancels. So this pretty much sets Ryan in a pretty good position. At max, he's probably going to go to like 1-4, probably.
Yeah, at worst, right?
Yeah, at worst. And
wow.
Wow,
there we go.
So it's good times for Ryan. He's using the using one of the Aqua's effect, I think. And then the last attack is gonna refresh first.
Is he refreshing at level 0?
Yeah, he's refreshing at level 0 with double union like that, and Megumin with the Akatsuki effect. You can definitely mill heaps of cards from your deck, surprisingly. So 0-6 is not always like an outlier, I guess you could say. Just when you mill so much, and he's canceling pretty well. That's generally pretty good, good situation. Especially if he's gonna take 1 damage. I think he's gonna go to. Well, he cancels that again.
Wow.
And now it's gonna be the refresh damage, but that's a
another
climax. And yeah, so I think he's at 0-6 and just probably gonna clock pretty good times and then hit Riaz to pretty much level 2.
Oh.
Wow. So that's not great, but not exactly.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
It's not
though,
worst
right?
thing in the world because
Yeah.
you have the two unions, and you're so far ahead right now. It's pretty good. So it's clock draw, and what's his hand looking like? It doesn't. I don't think he has a lot of level 1s that he can play. He's using the resonance again for the union, and he. Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, that's wow.
But his effect is not going to go off because Riaz can bounce all those errands again. But at least it is a beater and a 6K that he can at least attack over things with. I think there's another. Is there another?
Is there a judge call?
Judge call? I think this is Ryan's first time at a large event such as this.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, at Worlds. I think this is his first time at Worlds. So
Wow.
something done pretty well for himself.
It's nice to see like new faces too.
Yeah. Being all the way to top 8. Maybe longer. We'll see what happens here. So if the game progresses as normal, Ryan is in such a good position right now. Ideally, his game plan this turn, I'm not sure if he has a climax, but it doesn't really matter if he has one or not. It's quite likely he'll hit his opponent to around 2-0 mark, unless Riaz does cancel. And depending on the amount of cards left in Riaz's deck, it's going to be pretty bad for him. He's going to refresh with a slightly uncompressed deck.
Yeah, pretty much.
And going into level 2 with not that many options, it'll pretty much just be slamming level 1 errands all the time. And pretty much the same plan as level 1. Konosuba doesn't really do many early plays, but Ryan's build is running the more English favored level 3 Megamin, early play Megamin, that allows him to just break walls. But again, neither player is playing many walls in this. They're playing wall breakers, but not really any walls to speak of in this matchup. So it's kind of the level 1 game extended into level 2. The one thing that AOT does have is the level 2 armament support that turns to level 3, and that can just make his things slightly bigger. But apart from that, there's not really much difference in the level 1 and 2 games for both decks. And with that's a big difference with the English and the Japanese meta at the moment.
Okay.
Level 1 metagame, because it hasn't got a lot of those crazy standby decks and all that's come into Japanese side. A lot of it, the English players do favor a lot more level 1 centric games and that extend to level 2. And then at level 3, they do another big push as well with a lot of the resources. So the level 1 is kind of tithing over, like amassing resources and tithing over all the way to level 3. What's happening in Japanese, though, is that the metagame there is focused around on level 1 and then level 2 big plays that kind of control the field that lead to level 3. And the level 3 is usually just a lot of efficient heals that can just prolong the game.
Right.
So a big difference in the mindset and how you want to actually play the game in both the different metagames. And yeah, looks like that judge call is being a bit more extended.
So it's being extended for a little bit.
Are we able to find out what the
Yep, we're still waiting for the call right now. And but yeah, I think overall, so far seems like a pretty decent game.
Yeah, with not that quick. Although Riaz is slightly behind, I think he has a very good potential to come back. It's pretty much just one turn. He's basically around one turn behind. With that amount of damage, the difference in damage, about one turn. If he just cancels pretty well on one turn, he's able to just the damage will be kind of even again, and it should be pretty good. We might see a Konosuba mirror.
I think we just got an update from HQ. Seems like I think the Konosuba player is going to be awarded a game loss because he made a misplay there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What did he grab the wrong card from Akatsuki or?
Yeah, I think he grabbed an Aqua, but the Megumin doesn't grab. Yeah.
He only grabs Magic.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
yeah.
That's tough. It's
Okay, yeah. So just confirm from HQ. So the Konosuba player will be awarded a game loss. So I think that means the AOT player Riaz will be progressing to the finals.
That's a tough that's a tilting.
Yeah, I mean
tilting thing. Congratulations to Rias for making the finals again. But for Ryan, that was a tough.
Yeah.
That was a tough
so
call.
one more thing that we like to just remind everybody is that whenever you're playing a game, so please make sure to read your cards properly, play it as it's intended. To try not to think too much about the plays. Like, you know, sometimes you're thinking like,
Yeah.
I want to grab this. I think this works, and then you kind of forget about the little things. But it's these little things that are really, really important in the game. So it's very, very important to play slowly and think through each play.
Honestly, at Worlds, the pressure is really on.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Look, you get to make misplays, and you just want to make sure the plays you make are correct.
Right, exactly.
And if
Yeah,
you
it's
misplay,
kind of a
then
shame. Yeah.
It's a bit of shame, yeah, true.
It's a bit of a shame. So I think we'll go for a quick break, and then when we're back, we will have the Weiss Schwarz World Finals for you. All right, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back soon.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Ethereum.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card, now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection, on sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody, available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ、全国のファイターとオンライン対戦、いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
しゃがれ、僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝く美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate's Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Welcome back to the live coverage of BCS 2019 World Finals. We're going to be covering the grand finals for Weiss Schwarz really soon. Too bad about the mishap earlier, but right now we'll be casting this new game. We have Lam on Konosuba and Riaz on AOT. So this should be pretty interesting, right? I mean, it's the same as the previous same matchup. So
Lam is actually gone to World Champions quite a few times already. He came second at WGP a couple of years back. He's from Australia, so yeah, go Australia. But Riaz is a former World Champion, and he's now coming back for his title, and it's a pretty good year to come back.
Yeah,
you get a free
all
trip?
years, right? Yeah.
So both players are very hungry. Riaz wants to be a repeat world champion.
For sure, yeah.
And Lam just wants to get first. He's coming second so many times, he wants to get first.
He's coming second a lot of times?
Yes.
Oh, shit. So maybe this time will be his
first time.
So yeah,
his
hopefully.
first time. First. So both players have a lot on the line. It's going to be a great match.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Weiss Schwarz has been going pretty quick today, but hopefully we'll have a really good
bit
game.
Unfortunate, yeah, but hopefully this time we get a good game. So we're just waiting to go into just to see if they're ready already.
And, AOT versus Konosuba, so similar to the matchup before. And I want to see if Lam has any differences in his deck build or not. I think he might. He might not be playing the early play level 3 Mega Man. So that might just be the one change, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And both are pretty seasoned players as well. Pretty seasoned players. So,
for sure, yeah.
It's definitely not their first time on the big stage.
Oh, yeah. We talked about like how the pressure can really get to you.
Yes. It can really get to anyone. Even seasoned players do feel the pressure.
Yeah.
Especially, it's been how many hours now? We started at around 8:30.
Wow.
Now it's.
I'm not even keeping track.
Yeah, it's like 4 p.m. So
it's like 8 hours, 10 hours.
Yeah. Even if it's just a six-round tournament, you're standing up all the time. You're just staying around the tournament venue. It takes a toll on your body, and it's definitely not a climate some of these people are not used to.
Yeah, definitely for
sure.
sure.
Lam from Australia, they're really hot right now, so you have to get used to the climate too. So we'll see. We'll see if they're still sharp. They still should be sharp. I think.
Yep.
Should be sharp. Good to go. Yeah.
Really hope so. All right, I think they're ready for us right now. So let's take a look.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Seems like they've already done their mulligans. Yeah.
Yeah. So Riaz has dropped one of his Armins. I think he's only dropped one card. I can't really see what.
Yeah, seems like just one card. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really see what Lam dropped.
Seems like he's going first.
So Lam looks like he's playing the early play Mega Man because we can just see in his hand right there. He's got that nice. He's got a runner already, so he can play that down. The runner does have some sort of utility. You can discard a climax to salvage any card, and he does trigger a door. So what does he get back from this door? He's getting back a Mega Man, so that kind of sets him up for his Union. His levels are Unions. He doesn't have to clock to search another one, and it can already automatically use the effect. And Riaz is just going to clock draw as 3 in damage. He's got I think that's the runner. He's got 2 runners, placing them both on the sides. The Armin runner can only run to the middle, so.
So that makes
Yeah, put it to the side, and then.
It's chunking him for 4 now.
Eating 4. Okay, that's not that bad. If Konosuba can hit level 1 first, it means he can at least get some nice.
Wow, double climax triggers.
Yeah, double climax triggers is not good, but there should be. Does Riaz have a way to get rid of those? I think it's 1 brainstorm, so that should be okay. Lam next turn at least has the level 1 climax combo available to him, but I'm not sure if he has it set up already. He needs to play out that climax from his stock. Let's see. He should have a Union, hopefully. Otherwise, not be in a great position. Did he not? I don't think he did not clock draw.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah,
he did.
So he's salvaging the Union. Going to use the Resonance to try and fish for a card. There is the card that he probably wants. But does he have the climax for it is the question. Doesn't look like there's any climax in his hand.
Yeah, doesn't look like he has one in his hand right now.
But at least it kind of represents a 6k beater that he can play with. He's checking his waiting room just to see how many climax are out. Because
stopping right there.
Yeah, you don't always want to mill 4.
That's
if your
right.
Climax is pretty. If your climax compression is pretty decent, you can just choose. And here, Riaz runs to the middle because he's bigger than the the Mega Man Runner. It's pretty interesting. Usually players will only run one of the Mega Man Runner, but looks like Lamb has opted for 2. He's just fronting. So the reason why you'd front here is so you don't have any targets for Riaz to reverse. So that means one less climax combo target. And Riaz is going to 1 and has a pretty nice 1-1. Got the both colors he needs. And now he's kind of, unless Riaz can commit 3 errands onto the field for the reverse, he will only be able to efficiently get 1 off. He definitely does have the climax combo though. He's going for the brainstorm. Still hits. Hits. And we can see that he did have the climax in his hand, and he's just going to go for the errand. How many errands does he have is the real question.
I don't think we've seen anything in his hand so far, right? So we just know about this one.
Yeah, I think he might just fish. He might just fish for 1. He's got that 1 juicy union target there that he can reverse. So he doesn't have to really commit that much. But it just means that the game is not as free for him as a previous game would be, where if you just continuously farm. I think he has at least 2 level 1s. So
yeah, that looks like 2 level 1s right there.
There is a mobility gear too, so he can just fish out the last errand from his deck. He's just discarding one of the climaxes as well. So he'll be able to reverse 2 and then get 2 mobility gears back, but he does have to play over one of those Armins. Oh, he's actually just going for Armin, level 1 Armin. When it comes into play, you can look at the top 3 cards of the deck and grab a yellow card or a mobility gear from it, and then discard a card. So what he could do is just play. He could just play 1 errand here. Is he going to play the Armin? Is the question. Discards the climax. From here, Lamb will likely go up to around 2-4. That is ideal, I guess. Oh, he just drops triple up. He goes for it. Now he's just slamming. And not really much of a point of moving, but you can. Goes to 1-4. Getting back that mobility gear. It's a very similar game for the last couple of years.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar. Like
AOT doing its thing.
Yeah.
And then last amount of damage is, woo, nice.
Oh,
so he stays at 1-4. Looks like he's pretty out of climax though, but he can easily get through that deck. So he's in a pretty good position at the moment. They're both bound equal damages. Unluckily for Lamb, he won't be able to get any reverses off. Well, he might be able to get 1 off if he attacks it first. So 2 of those have the effect of bouncing back to hand, but unfortunately he doesn't have any slots to run to, so he can at least get something off. He doesn't get a climax though, so I think it's just a resonance play here. And he's just checking his waiting room. And what does he get from the top 4? Well, that's what he probably what he wants. He's running 3 Mega Man runners, which is pretty crazy. He decides to get it as well. He opts that over the 3-5 Mega Man, the coin flip Mega Man. And he plays down 1 Union. And does he have anything else to really contest the board with?
Because it seems like he has anything in his hand though, right? Like most of it is just.
If Riaz doesn't have another climax in his hand, he can just opt to keep the errand on the field and just make empty zones, and then just get soul damage in. Gets a climax cancel off there, and does he front with this or side? I think he just front. So it's up to Riaz to choose if he wants to bounce or not. But it doesn't look like he has a climax in his hand, so bouncing might not be correct. Just getting extra soul if he doesn't have any climax is pretty good already. The Union was able to get the reverse off again because that was the one that didn't get the climax combo reverse.
3 sticks.
3 sticks. triggered a double soul there. And the last attack, Riaz chose not to bounce. So last attack, might be possible that Riaz doesn't bounce again. He's pointing to a card. Is he on 7?
No, he's...
Is there like a... Okay, all right. So he was on 6. And then now the last attack. That is the 1-0 counter, the Mega Man counter. So that is the anti-change counter for Konosuba. That's at level 1. But it's generally not good in this matchup. Triggers another double soul again.
Wow.
And this was a side. This was a side attack, so he's taking only 2 damage. So Riaz is now on 2, level 2 before refresh, but Lamb just triggered 2 climaxes
in a row.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It's not ideal. We can.
Looks like he's pretty close to the refresh as well, so this is definitely not something
but
he wants.
He needs to get rid of those 2 climaxes away.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, somehow. But it's quite likely that he's just not going to be able to clean it out, and he's going to just be stuck with 2 in the stock for this next refresh. But if he can get another Union, he can start going through his next deck pretty quickly, and probably go for a more favorable refresh.
Oh, was it? Oh, was that the Armin that he searched out? Like, did he miss it?
Wait.
He just returned the...
Yeah, he should. There should be 1 more damage, right? Or... Did he take 1 less damage?
Oh, I think one of the Armin that he searched, he put it into a clock accidentally, seems like.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they were just correcting that.
Ah, okay, yeah. So... looks like it's back to Riaz's turn. He's still at 2-0 though, so...
Yeah, it's pretty healthy. I think that's alright.
Alright damage, but he's gone to level 2 before the refresh. I think he can just slam again. Looks like he's got the correct cards in his hand. He's drawn that climax. Brainstorms, probably just to get rid of cards and go for...
Oh yeah, he does have the last errand already, so...
He's going for an Armin, which is pretty interesting. How many cards in his deck? There's like 5?
6 cards? Yeah.
So he can mill 2. A 7? Okay, yeah. So that's correct. He mills 3. You can just grab the brainstorm and discard it because he probably doesn't need it. And now he's got a pretty good situation where he can get 2 reverses off, and the 4 cards left in deck is probably clean, and then refresh with a decent refresh count, and still get his mobility gears back in hand. Lamb now going to level 2. Decides to clock his decompressor Aqua. Basically, he's ideally wants to cancel at least one of them. Stays at 2-3, and then he can start playing his early play Aquas to heal. He just doesn't want to take this last attack because that'll put him in a pretty bad situation going to level 3 so quickly. Ooh, this is a 5 damage attack, so Lamb would really want to cancel this.
Oh,
yes.
And luckily he does.
Okay, all right. Back to Lamb's turn. Now he doesn't really... His hand is pretty decent now. He doesn't really care about those Union reverses.
He did have quite a lot of time to build up as well.
Yeah,
right? So this is not too bad for him, I think.
Just from a combination of the Union itself and then the triggering door climaxes, just pretty much be pretty good. And now you can kind of win the board against AOT, because AOT doesn't really commit much at level 2. Here, Lamb will be able to play either his early play Megumin, or he can play his Aqua. That Aqua.
Wow. Called it, got it.
Yep. Now, I'm pretty sure Riaz doesn't play an anti-change counter. It's not very popular in AOT, but I have seen some AOT players play it. So we'll see if he does have it, but I don't think he does, just from that hand. What AOT players like to do is that they like to play the early play Mikasa that requires the 1-0 Aaron that's on the field in the clock, and that will allow to early play and then kind of fish for another climax and just run over the opponent's early play cards. But usually AOT just runs the 2-1 yellow card, the yellow Aaron Titan that anti-changes, since they changed the early play to stock. So here we'll see the early play Aqua, and starting from now we'll just see Lamb kind of just commit to heals the stock. So it's a pretty efficient heal tool. He can technically just play another one as well and go down to 2-2, but that starts becoming a bit more inefficient. Attacks and bounces, so takes one. And then Riaz refreshing, going to go 2-3. No climax down this turn for Lamb, which is okay. And then ideally Riaz stays at around 2-5, 2-4.
So this is still pretty even, right?
It's still pretty even.
Can't really tell.
Although Lamb did have a less favorable refreshing around.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, refreshing around 6 is not too awful, I guess. Not 100% sure how many Riaz refreshed with, but definitely wouldn't be as bad as Lamb's. He has one in his hand, so it's probably 7.
Was there one in the stock as well, or did you manage to pay it up?
Oh.
I think there was one in the stock, right?
Yeah. So they're kind of both refreshing with the same amount. Yeah.
Swinging for 3 here.
He's gonna use the counter here. And that card basically is pretty good against anything. Just makes empty boards, empty slots for you to gain soul with, and it itself hits for 3. You can also side things for a pretty decent amount of soul too. What AOT players kind of like to do is also save a Mikasa climax in his hand, just so the next, when they go to level 3, they'll be able to pull off the combo.
Right.
But they don't have to. There are other ways to search out, like the Armin supporter, which can look at top 5. He cancels that attack.
Nice.
Last attack, he's hitting for 3. Riaz bounces. He wants to farm the next board again because he did draw that climax. So just the average Aaron field. And now this is when Riaz starts searching for his finisher. That's the level 3 Mikasa. On attack with the combo, it can burn 1. And then on reverse, it can pay 2 and burn 1. So you're basically doing around 1-2-1 damage from just one card. You can put the 2-2k1 soul on the Mikasas, but some players decide not to. It's actually pretty efficient not to, because you're basically doing a lot of small instances of damage. Just push his opponent's damage line up pretty quickly.
So a lot of times this is kind of the thing you want to do, right? You just want to chip away. You don't want to hit like a 3, 4s, 5s in the late game. You want
3 is still okay, but against compressed decks, it gets a bit hard. Generally speaking, on a lot of burn effects, you like 1s and 2s. 1s and 2s are good, but later on, against those more compressed decks, 3 is starting to be a bit more iffy. And then, because 3 you can trigger to 4, which is not ideal.
Yeah.
And since AOT plays 2 soul triggers, that can go even up to 5.
5, yeah.
So he milled a 1, so he's able to start killing unions.
Oh.
But plays another one too. Wow. So that is the spicy tech. That is the spicy tech. So basically, when your opponent early plays, they just lose their entire support. And losing those 2 union supports is actually pretty big for Konosuba, because suddenly they don't have anything to just rely on anymore, which is pretty big. And that is some pretty smart tech.
Seems to be cancelling damage, but right now he's going to lose his entire field, right?
Yes, he's going to lose basically his entire field. And he's saved himself with that coin flip, so he at least will have something to attack with. But without those unions in the back row anymore, that's going to be pretty tough for him to recover. It's like his board just got wiped, and then everything that would just replenish his hand will also just got wiped too. He's using the Akatsuki effect. Not really any favorable targets, it seems. He can't early play that Megumin, and he just lost to Climax. So not exactly great out of both those picks. Maybe the explosive Megumin's better. Like he grabs the early play. So now he has one card on the field, and likely this turn he's just gonna run everything into the level 3s.
Yeah, just try to gain as much stock as possible for the next turn, right?
Yeah, because there's not really. He just wants to deal damage now. So in just one turn, suddenly Riaz feels like he's pretty ahead. He's pretty ahead because his opponent is just on the ropes trying to top deck into answers, and Riaz continues to just search his deck with the mobility gears. Grabs another finisher, so he has 2 in his hand. And yeah, it's pretty favorable. So next turn, this turn Riaz probably goes to around maybe 3-3 or 3-0, and then he can either just stay bashing his opponent with the field that just is there, or he can start committing those Mikases and pushing damage. He moves his Sasha away, takes 1. Next attack, another 1 damage. Oof. Oh, he plays another mobility gear. He's just really wanting to compress his deck and search for answers. I don't think does he have any more Mikasas in his deck?
I think he got 2 already.
Yeah, so the others will be in his stock or in the waiting room. Goes for the Armin. Armin's a pretty good target. He can use the Armin next turn with the Brainstorm just to refresh his deck again, and then start searching for more Mikasa finishers. Is that 3 in his hand already?
Yeah.
No,
was it 2?
Maybe 2. I think the last one was just the Aaron. So he's going to take the damage. It's 1, sticks. And the last one, is he going to side or front? So he fronts and cancels that last deck. So he stays at 2-5. It's pretty good. He's pretty really ahead.
Right now,
because what's going to happen now is Riaz can kind of push Lamb to level 3. And then Lamb will start playing his big finishers. Everything in Konosuba, the finishers, swing big. They hit 4s and 5s. And with such a decent buffer that Riaz has, 2-5, he's probably going to refresh soon. So push him around 2-6. He has at least 8 damage to play with before he loses. So that's okay. If he can survive one more turn, that means his next turn. So if for this turn, he pushes his opponent to level 3 and into like an X amount of damage.
Right.
Next turn, Konosuba does try to finish or try to push damage with their finishers, or maybe he heals down, and then after that, Riaz can just finish him off with like a triple Mikasa. So he opts not to commit anything onto the board because he doesn't have to. Those sashes are hitting for 3s, which is an okay number. It's an okay number. He can even side the counter for like 2 damage instead. Ooh, triggers 5. So 5 damage tag. Cancel. Good times. And now he's gonna want. He has the mill for the coin flip effect, and then last attack triggers nothing. So that's 3. Ooh, cancel. Wow. So this is actually all right. Lamb's actually not that bad. He can now heal down to 3-0 and push his opponent up to level 3, and then see what Riaz wants to do. If Riaz wants to try and finish from 3-0, he can, but if he doesn't, then it's all right. It's still up in the air. It's a closer game than all the games they've had today.
Yeah, finally. Yeah.
The coin flip is really doing a lot of work. It's basically stayed alive for a very long time.
It's for like 3 turns.
Yeah. So giving quite decent value. So you can see he has that Aqua Heal in his hand. He can technically break the sashes with the Megumin. He gets the -4 off, which is, and he only has I think around 3 cards left in his deck, so it's okay. That means he can go for a refresh. That means he'll be on 3-1 though after this heal, unless he can heal that last one. They're just moving. They're moving the table a bit because it looks like They've been so intense. The game has been so intense. The table has moved. Okay, goes for the Mega Man. He's milling 3. Is he gonna? Ooh, perfect. That goes. He gets the ping 1. But I don't think he gets the stock. So I think you have to stock from the waiting room.
Yeah. So he has to
He's going for, he has to refresh first, and I think he's asking the judge before he refreshes. But I think here you're supposed to just refresh first.
Yep.
And then continue your effect. So. Yeah. Did he put back the level 3? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Whew.
Oh. It's a close one. All right.
Shuffling his deck. Probably minus for just the middle.
Yeah.
Like minus for anything. Yeah, to be honest.
It's pretty okay. Yeah.
So what happens now? Refreshes. He's checking his opponent's waiting room. He's gonna commit. Oh, they're pointing out the Mega Man. Okay, so they just stock that one? Or are they gonna call a judge for that? He's going for the ping 1. Okay, all right, so then refresh the climax. So he's playing out the Mega Man. Looking top 3, you can grab anything. Preferably, it's usually the stock soul. He doesn't have to show. Doesn't have to show the opponent. It's pretty early going for the finisher now, but
he has what, 8 damage to go.
Yeah, 8 damage to go. But I guess he doesn't have another way to heal down, so it just could be this turn he's going for. He does have. Are those both those level 3 Mega Mans?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
But I think this turn you can't really. He doesn't really have enough stock to do it. He only has 4, so if he plays both of them in stock souls, he can only pop 1 off. So he's just going to attack here. Looks like he's banking on the fact on not dying next turn.
Oh.
Cancels on the last damage. Triggers 1, sticks. So this last attack, coin flip, dying finally, and then Mega Man last attack is hitting for 3. Cancel.
Doesn't stick.
Wow.
Yep.
So this is actually a pretty good situation for Riaz. He doesn't really care that his Sasha's died. He can commit his Mikasa's now without spending extra stock to heal, because he's at 3-0. But actually, if he won't get any reverses off those, so that's not great. He draws 1 from the Mikasa effect. It doesn't have the climax though, so he can't actually do the on attack ping 1. I think all of them are in the waiting room. So there's one at the top, and there were a few at the bottom. Looks like he's going for it anyway. Draw another one and just refresh his deck. He can only reverse 1. So, but he's getting those extra. Soul from the empty slots. So it's kind of makes up the same thing, except more. It's a bit more damage, so it's slightly more cancelable.
Seems like Lam's compression isn't too good right now either. So
the thing is, he's at Lamb's at 3-1, so he's looking for something like 3-3 or 2-2-2.
Yeah.
Here at the moment, it's becoming like 2-3-2 and then 1. So that's kind of okay. That's kind of okay. 3, 1, and 2 equals 6. So
he probably has to cancel like 1.
Yeah, he definitely needs
has to cancel
at least one cancel. Yeah. So in a way, it's a bit of a long shot, but it kind of doesn't hurt to go for it. So now he's going for the Armin. This will enable him to at least get the 2 ping 1s off. So we're looking at like 2-3-1 or 1-3-1, and then 2, and that's kind of lethal if you're expecting a cancel. And then the last attack is like a 1-3. So does he get the climax from the Armin? 1, 2, not the climax.
This is the wrong climax, yeah.
Ooh, lost card. Okay, so you can definitely do the combo now.
So now our math is off. He needs to cancel 2 times, 3 times, 2 times.
Yeah, I think around 2 times. So.
Oh, this is rough.
It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Yeah, so there's 2 1s from one Mikasa, and then 1 and 2. So yeah, he does have to just cancel from the two big attacks from Mikasa.
He needs to cancel the big ones, yeah.
Deals 1 damage.
Okay,
Is that 2 damage? Did he put the soul on the Mikasa?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
that is awful.
Make your way over to the Buddyfight.
Oh no. Okay, 2 damage.
This is rough.
Is this the first repeat Weiss Schwarz champion?
Oh,
cancel? He needs to cancel this one. Cancel this one? Oh!
Wow.
Riaz takes it again. He is back to being a champion of Weiss Schwarz with AOT. With AOT again.
Yeah, wow.
So 2 times with AOT. Unfortunately, Lam second place again. Bad luck, but great achievement on getting second.
We talked about players like, coming back, and then this year being the best year to win.
Yes. Wow. Riaz is definitely coming back next year as well.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Back to back?
Back to back.
All right. Amazing. This is definitely the most balanced game that we've had all day.
The curse has been broken of Weiss Schwarz games today at the finals. So
great. So if you see right here, we have the champion plug. There are 2 slots here for you to put the 2 promos.
I think he does.
So
is it 2 promos already in there?
2 promos. Yeah.
Whoa, nice. Yeah. And they're both for very good decks in this format.
Yeah, for sure.
But does Riaz need them? He has his AOT, and that deck has been taking him through thick and thin for the past 3 years now, I think.
Well, I mean, worst case scenario, this is just bragging rights, right? So, but he's definitely coming back next year, so that's definitely something to look forward to, coming on to 2020 circuit. Wow. Overall, pretty well played game from both players, I would say.
Yeah, definitely very, very good game from both players. Unfortunately for Lam at the end, it just took that one big attack, and that kind of just decided the game from there. But definitely a very well played game for both players.
Yeah,
for sure. Learn from the best, guys.
All right, I think we'll be having the champion coming up to the stream really quickly for a short interview. So let's just move over a little bit.
No.
So first things first, hi Riaz. Congratulations on your win. So how are you feeling right now?
Feeling good. Feeling good.
Yep. So this is the second. I understand this is the second time you're winning with AOT as well, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Well.
How does it feel being the first repeat champion for Weiss Schwarz?
It felt good. It's been a goal I was trying to achieve. Yeah.
And you did very well. You did very well today, and you'll be back next year.
You want to talk about a little bit about the tech card that we saw earlier, the Sasha, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. So what made you decide that's a good inclusion?
Well, I was expecting a lot of Fate players.
Right.
And the Sasha allows me to side their level 3s for soul damage as long as I have a climax card.
Right.
That's the main reason why it's in there.
So this time so the unions were basically like roadkill at this point because you cannot just run over them with the effect.
Yeah, like it also helps there against Konosuba.
Right, for sure.
If I have the option, I'll do it. If not, I'm not going to bother.
Yeah. Amazing.
Was the metagame at Worlds what you were expecting, or a bit?
Pretty much, like, to be honest, like, I just expect it to be similar to any top 8 at any regional. So.
And what makes you keep on bringing AOT back every year, I assume?
Well, 1, I've been playing it for almost 3 years.
Yeah.
And then 2, like at this time, like this very moment, I still think it's the best deck in the game. Like me personally, that's what I think.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, thank you so much. I think we'll be going on with the prize giving really soon. So do stay tuned for more games after this. But for now, we'll be moving on to the prize presentation ceremony. Right? Thank you.
Buddyfight Ace. New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace. The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0. On sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Etheria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card. Now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection. On sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody. Available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up, The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲームヴァンガードがスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ。全国のファイターとオンライン対戦。いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
つながれ僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate's Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Welcome back once again to coverage of the BCS 2019 World Finals. Right now we're back for Vanguard Premium. I'm here with Chris and Kai. So there was an explosive Weiss Schwarz final we had just now, so I'm hoping that the Premium Finals will be just as interesting, if not more interesting, right? So we have two decks. We have Simon on Gold Paladin and Jeremy on Grand Blue. So let's, any thoughts about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I really, even from back at the end of the venue, I could hear the Weiss Schwarz players really like hyping it up for this last one. So we are going to have the Premium Finals right now, and this is going to be really interesting. I think Grand Blue, nobody expected.
Nobody.
Absolutely nobody.
Yeah.
Maybe a few people. I know some people in the back. I already heard from some people in the back saying, I told you Grand Blue would win. But I think it's going to be really interesting because we have a, you know, the most conventional, well, somewhat, Gold Paladin, you know, against this clan that we haven't seen too much. But even Gold Paladin itself, you know, I was watching Simon play in top 4, and it was actually pretty insane because the crowd around him when he was playing his top 4 match was insane. It was like dozens of people, even like the Japanese players that came to watch it went to watch it as well, and it's really, really impressive. So I think that's going to be really, honestly, just super hype. And he is one of your teammates, so why don't you give us some background about him?
Yeah, so Simon is one of my teammates, so lots of bias for him. I hope he does well, but again, he has been training very hard, so hopefully he does well. But Grand Blue, Jeremy, yes, that Grand Blue deck is like the sleeper hit. All right, it's been around randomly. You hear about Grand Blue, you go, really, Grand Blue, and then now it's right here in the finals.
The finals of all things. So honestly, there's a lot to talk about here, and I think I should also note that we do have, I can tell you the top 8 of the premium event. So we had, I believe, 4 Gold Paladins, 1 Grand Blue, 1 Dark Irregulars, 1 Neo Nectar, and then the final one
Luard?
Yes, 1 Luard. So that was your top 8. So a really diverse top 8, honestly. And I mean, then going into top 4, it was actually 2 golds, and then the 1 Grand Blue and 1 Neo Nectar. So I think one of your other teammates was also, Derek, was in top 4. So we were this close to having a WCC finals.
Yes,
but man, like
unfortunately, he has to play it out for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
But good luck to him.
Yeah, still, I mean, that's a pretty good showing for your team, no?
Yes.
Definitely a good performance this year. So I think this is going to be really, really exciting. And
I believe the players are already ready, so shall we?
Yes, let's jump right into it. So this will be your finals for premium format. They have actually begun, so we are going to have Grand Blue on the left with Gold Paladin on the right.
So hang on, did Gold Paladin go first?
It would appear so.
Grand Blue attack with a 0 and didn't get anything?
That does seem to be the case. So I believe he might be great stuck already, and with the G assist. So we're going to see a heal come through too. He had a crit, so that's actually really bad.
That heal is actually not good, because with that 2nd damage, Simon could have just went straight to 3 and went into Spear X and pretty much closed out the game.
That's true.
But now he doesn't have that immediate Spear X option. So he has to play a slower game, and that favors Grand Blue a bit. And since Simon did not have the Superior Ride, the bow mains into Superior Ride, he is, again, that kind of slows him down. So this G assist, now that he's hit the G assist, it might not be as bad as you think, because at some point in time, as long as the game slows down, the Grand Blue deck can come back.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, there's a lot of things to note right now in this situation. He's going to ride up the Romario, but he can now basically call out anything and just swing under, not give this extra damage. Obviously, even giving 1 damage to Grand Blue is really risky because they have ways to self-damage and then countercharge and still do everything. But the fact that Simon also didn't get the bow mains does say quite a bit. So he's going to have to normal, you know, right up to grade 3. And, you know, he can't Spear X unless he literally has what I just said. So it's going to be an interesting game because Grand Blue, I think, does have potential to, you know, last it out and potentially actually grind out the game here. So it's going to be really, really interesting. But wow.
So the good thing is that Simon will be up to stride next turn, and he is going straight into that Raven-haired Ezel.
Yes.
Using that CB up. If he has a counter charge, that means he'll be able to just go into. He has a Wonder, maybe. No, it doesn't look like it's a Wonder.
Actually, his hand looks pretty much littered with grade 3s. I see like 2 normal Ezels, there was the Raven Hair he just called down, and then he has 2 of the Platina Azels as well. So actually, his hand is really not looking too good.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much an Ezel party.
Honestly, yeah, it really is just a party of Azels, and we're going to see.
He's doing the little... 2 Marios? Okay, it's some nice damage checking.
All right, so there's going to be a Gareth and a draw. It's going to draw it, and we see a heal come through for Jeremy. So now we're back on a more equal playing field. There is a Night Mist coming down as well, or Night Storm, rather.
So here, Jeremy goes up to 2, while Simon will be confirming a stride pretty much next turn.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see how far he's able to take it.
But even then, like, your stride plan for Azel normally is to just go for that Spear X and try to like accelerate his ultimate as fast as possible. But now, with this kind of situation of the game, he's probably going to go for the Gurg with Helios in this case, right?
I don't think so. I think he's just going to go straight into... He's going for the damage tonight here, and now he's going to Spear X to just develop a field and then just go face, because it's just free cards.
That is true. That is correct.
Going Helios here, it doesn't... It depends what is in his opponent's hand. I mean, I guess it's okay. If he's able to get some pretty good triggers off, we can probably see something happen. But
we see the Platina.
He rides a grade 3. He gets another Excel Circle. This is
draws into a Helo, which is pretty important.
Yes. And then if he strides here, gets 2 cards from Spear X, he's able to at least put up a big field. There it is.
Yep.
And then fill out the Excel Circles. So even with the heal, though, the thing is that he doesn't have any damage.
Yeah, I'd like to also take note that he did discard the Platina for his strike cost, so that kind of reveals to Jeremy that he probably has another one in hand.
Yes.
Because if you're, planning for the Ultima, obviously you're going to keep that, Ultima strike cost. So, yeah, it's a pretty interesting choice to discard that specifically. I feel like it gives away a bit of information.
The thing is, he does run Brenius. So what he can do is, with Brenius, he can... With a Brenius and Wonder, he can basically get anything he wants.
That's right. That is correct.
So it looks like he's going for Brenius and Besok. Is that Besok?
Yes, that is one of the new cards from the Mysterious Fortune set. So
that card basically does not rest when it boosts.
Yes, that is the main kind of gimmick of it. So this is one of the newer additions to Azel. This isn't something we've seen throughout the BCS circuit. So when I was watching him play, actually, I was noticing a couple really interesting new cards that I have not seen in Azel before. And I was like, wait. This exists?
Yes.
So, and especially when we see a particular grade 2 later, I really am looking forward to that. So, it's going to be
the one thing that I might disagree with Simon is that he did unflip the Helios. The Helios is kind of okay in this matchup later.
Yeah.
I think he runs Jeremy runs the grade 1 nulls, so having a Helios option available is generally better. But
yeah, and the grade 1 nulls have already been revealed because he milled them literally last turn.
I think this comes down to is just that his Simon's G-Zone doesn't have a lot of space for extras. So he might have taken out things like Mithril Ezel and already still doesn't have enough space for things.
That is true.
So he's decided to go for the Helios unflip.
Yeah.
But I guess another way that is pretty good to beat Grand Blue is just to do lots of multi-attacks. If he goes into Glorious Raining, that's also pretty strong with his opponent at 5.
That is going to be very, very devastating.
And unlike old Night Rose build of Grand Blue, Grand Blue doesn't really have access to the skeleton cannoneer play, where he just retires a card.
He still plays it though. We saw him drive check it the other turn, but yeah, he doesn't have the same, remill it with Night Rose kind of thing. But it's still a very amazing card that's worth playing, just like even if it's just for your own turn.
So interestingly enough, Jeremy, I remember in top 4, he did have to G-assist at 1 as well, but still won that game. So
yeah, so he's probably used to this. He has the experience.
He's praying for a trigger. Triggers are pretty good against Ezel nowadays because of Excel 2. And he's looking for that. He's doing that. Unlucky, doesn't get it.
Well,
doesn't get it.
It keeps. First it was the Romario, now it's the Rune Shade. It's like he's doing magic tricks right now on stream. It's actually really impressive how it keeps being the same card as his Vanguard.
It's destiny.
Oh man, here it goes again.
Another one.
It's going to be another Rune Shade. Is it going to be? Oh,
it's a Greed
no, this time
Shade.
it's a Greed Shade.
Well, it's another card on the field too. So.
Oh man.
So he's actually just attacking. He's attacking with the column with Besok, but Besok is still standing. But it's
it already boosted, but it stands.
Always.
Yeah. Here we go again. Oh my god. What is it going to be this time? Can we get a defensive?
He's really
he's
hoping
really waiting for it.
Oh
no.
This looks like bad times.
Yeah, he put his hands together. His hand's not too... He has a lot of grade 3s in hand, but he does have a PG, thankfully. But oh dear, we see a
There's the Bobo.
Interesting.
So-
Oh, there's a crit coming down. This could spell disaster.
Simon is a very lucky man.
Yep.
Saying.
From your experience, I
Yes,
assume.
yes.
All right, so there's one crit coming down. Does he have enough to guard this? We have a lot of great threes in Jeremy's hand. Okay, he does have enough for this one, but does he have enough for this last Azel? Yes, he does. Oh
okay.
my God.
So this is, in a way, this is not very good for Jeremy. Can he?
Definitely
He should be able
not.
to stride this turn.
Yes, I think he has 2 great threes left. Yeah, he literally just goes for it, drops the Kokaitis.
But his hand will be pretty much empty.
That is correct.
This is like kind of his kill turn, and this is a pretty bad kill turn to go into because his opponent's at 1 damage.
Yeah, and I mean, man, the GSS is really starting to look more like a setback than anything right
Yes,
now, and
yes.
that's pretty unfortunate. But he will be able to call down those shades to draw some extra cards. I guess right now this turn he needs to just spend it on resource building and try to survive next turn. But the
Yes.
thing is, like, Simon is this close to just Ultima for game.
Yeah, so the big thing here is that Simon has a Brennius and a Bobo. So basically he can just G-Guard,
Yes.
ride again, and get a Bobo. That's 2 damage, and then just go Ultima.
Exactly.
And that's pretty much GG. It just, although Grand Blue is one of those decks that can amass a lot of null guards, and their G guards can also call out null guards from the drop zone.
Yes.
At this point, it's going to be like at least a 4 XL Ultima.
That is, I mean, that's just devastating on its own.
Yes, yes.
I just want to, I want to see the spice that I was just shown. You know, I saw it in top 4, and now I really, really want to see it in finals too. But
it looks like this game might just go by too quickly.
yeah, honestly, there is a chance. We see the Honolly in the deck. That was an interesting resource.
So the thing about Honolys is that people are playing them in a lot of these slower decks to stack them. So when you control Ezel and you give them no damage pretty much, and you play down like 2 Honolys,
Yeah.
they can't attack. They only get 4 attacks and then
You have
get
to pay 2 counter blasts
yeah,
for each.
and they just don't have 2 counter blasts.
Exactly.
So like things like OTT and all that are developing builds with the idea of having at least double or triple Honolly at their
Yeah.
back row.
Yeah.
Same with like Ryan Kai's Luard, similar concept. So
Yeah, it's really, really interesting.
he has a lot of counterblast to work with, so he can definitely farm a bit of hand this turn, but there's no Honolys. I think he can fish them out with the
Yeah, those were all in his deck,
yeah,
so unfortunately he still needs to potentially find them, but I don't think, I mean, we're already in the battle phase.
The
so.
Obadiah searches though, yeah? So he can technically search out all his Honolys and just hope that...
Yes, but isn't that a main phase skill?
Oh.
So I think he already did do it, and that's where the shade comes from that he drew into. That's a very peculiar way to draw cards as well. His card handling is just very interesting. So we see a Ruin Shade here.
What is this?
Oh,
he's
oh
praying,
my God.
he's praying for a trigger again.
He's really good at. Oh no, it's another Kokaitis. Please.
This feels like.
Is he feeling it? Oh, it's a PG. Well, the PG is something to be glad about.
I think that technique is kind of working against his favor, maybe.
Honestly, yeah. Although I do praise him for building up hype, but oh dear.
But Simon wasn't able to G-guard that turn, yeah?
He was not, so therefore Ultima is not coming.
But his hand has so many.
He has 2 heals in hand, I think.
Yeah.
So that's interesting because what did he guard with?
Oh, he attacked him to the Brennius though, so now he doesn't have the Brennius Bobo play.
Ooh, that is correct. That is correct.
I feel like he could just have G-guarded that Brennius multiple times.
Yeah, honestly,
and then
that
just go for the win right here.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening just yet. So he's going to rewrite into the regular Azel, get himself a 4th Axel Circle, and draw himself an additional card. It's going to be another heal. I think that's the 3rd heal he's drawn so far. Or if he has all heals in hand, I feel like I see that. All right, there comes another.
He could just use Glorious Rating.
That's true, he could. He does have all 4 heals in hand, so no chance.
No, he just goes for Spear X.
Another Spear X, so he wants to just keep amassing the free advantage provided. Also, no wonder Azels have come down this game.
Wow.
This is very, not your typical behavior from this deck, let's say. But
I mean, how many cards is in Jeremy's hand?
Oh, there's the Wonder Azel. In Jeremy's hand, I think it's looking like 7?
7.
Yes, 7
So
it is.
That is 2 for the... There's 6 circles and then 2 for the Vanguard. So they're
One of them is a protect.
Yeah, maths-wise, there isn't enough to guard all these attacks, I think.
Yeah, so I think he does have to pray for a heal potentially here. And I mean,
I guess, yeah, if he stays at 1, the situation doesn't change because Jeremy still has to somehow deal him from 1 to 6 at a situation where his hand and damage is in such a terrible position. Eventually, Simon will be able to get into a situation where he can Ultima while his opponent just still has no cards in his hand.
Yeah, well, he's still like recuperating, and he really needed a heal last turn to be able to take one, pray for defensive here, and try to do something about that. But it looks like Simon Spice is not going to be coming through on this turn. Should we spoil it?
No. So right now, the biggest problem is Simon doesn't have cards to play down.
Yes.
So one of those attacks on the field right now is not hitting the Vanguard at all.
That's true.
So it is quite possible that Jeremy can live this attack. So he has a Malian here, so he can definitely get a counter charge off just for 1.
Yeah, it really depends on what he actually checks here, if he can push those attacks up, because, I mean...
I really feel like he should have just gone Glorious Raining this turn. Because there's just so many more attacks he could have done and really put Jeremy in a much more terrible situation.
Yeah, so we're going to see here. So this one's swinging for 12. And then we're going to get several other attacks, but they're not really hitting for that much. Like, all of them are really small, and again, it's, just praying for that heal from last turn, but I think he might actually be fine, as you said.
He has true nulls, right? So
he has the protect. So
but he triggered the ghost null.
Yes, that is correct.
So this is another 5k guard, and now he has to pretty much null this attack, and this is pretty big, but it doesn't matter.
Because that will be getting nulled, but he still has 2 more attacks left.
He can't discard the grade 3 though, right? He has to null the null.
Ooh. What's the rest of the cards in his hand?
There's a 3. There is definitely a 3 there.
There's a wonder. There's a crit. Oh no.
That Malian is
another one.
Crit.
Oh no. Oh dear. And the problem is, oh man.
So I don't think the math adds up, does it? Because he discarded the null.
Wait, he has a crit in hand here, and I think I saw another card with. I think that's another grade 0 in hand, so I feel like maybe he can actually guard this. There is a chance. Yes, he actually has enough for both. Oh my god. Jeremy clinging on to hope. He's literally this close to losing each turn, but
he's going to he's going to Obadiah now, and his deck is going to get pretty compressed on the second Obadiah.
Exactly, and I mean, when your goal is to just compress, and then just check triggers, oh, he just sees all 3 heals stacked. That's so sad. Oh my god. All right, we have Romario, Skull Dragon. The first card I don't see, Ruin Shade and Greed Shade. Oh man.
That deck is pretty scary.
It's looking pretty yellow right now.
But remember, Simon is still on 1 damage. So
he's still on 1 damage.
He has 4 heals in his hand. I don't see.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be the turn where things end.
So maybe we will see Spice, because he has the possibility to just G-Guard 4 times.
That is correct.
And save himself.
Matt, I don't know the last time I had a game where I could G-Guard 4 times in 1 turn. This is absolutely insane, but with the amount that Jeremy's been compressing, he could easily go down to 2 even this turn.
Yeah.
He could literally triple heal here. It's actually statistically very likely that he'll
But he will deck out, though. He's getting to that point where he's going to start decking out.
Yeah, so he needs to not only, he needs to push so hard this turn.
That he wins.
Yeah, kind of.
So hard that he can get through 4 heal triggers.
And potentially a PG. I'm actually not sure what else is in his hand.
And it's there's actually no point in damage denying now, because he still has, Simon still has a Bobo in his hand, right? So,
yeah, and none of the targets on the board are really worth necessarily taking it out, because Brenius is gone. He's out of the question, so.
I mean, he has a lot of targets, but they're just not.
They're not worth it.
He's losing time. Time is the thing he can't get back, and the time is his deck.
Yeah.
So
all right, so we have 3. I think about 9 cards left.
Yeah.
Oh dear. That gives him 2 turns at most.
Yeah. So he's gonna trigger 3 times now. It goes down to around 6.
Yes.
But if he even gets heals, right?
Yeah.
He can actually take much more damage, or he's just gonna deck out straight up.
Yeah, that's true. And the thing is that I don't think he has a PG left, because he discarded it for the protect, and he didn't rewrite, so he doesn't have a protect. And so, I mean, obviously a PG isn't enough to survive an ultimate turn, but
But 3 heals can save him from an ultimate turn.
That is correct. It's not a Zoa. It doesn't end the game on the spot.
Yeah, if he gets 3 heals, he could go to like 42 and maybe live.
Yeah, so actually, he doesn't want to see the heals here.
Yeah.
He wants to triple heal next turn with an Ultima. Oh, dear.
Wow, this is crazy.
What a final. I mean, it was off to a pretty unfortunate start, but Jeremy just hanging in, just barely, but it's so exciting.
Jeremy's really trying to find a way to navigate through this.
Yeah, he's trying to
rough seas.
Yeah, we're literally trying to navigate. Wow. That needs to get the Pun of the Year award. My God.
I can try and think of more, but it's my first time.
Oh my God.
So, this is a hard decision for Jeremy. I don't really. If Simon doesn't. If Simon just doesn't, like, his brain doesn't explode or anything like that, I think he's...
That's a bit extreme.
Like, I think Simon has got this in the bag. It's
I mean...
The hand is just so good.
That's true, but triple heal next turn.
Triple heal next turn, yeah, that's...
But even then, that just cancels out the power addition of Ultima, right?
Yes.
If he checks 3.
No, but that means, like 4, like, every single Excel 2 attack is basically not hitting.
Yes.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's true.
He only has to... if he takes the Vanguard and heals 3 times...
Oh, Honolly.
Oh, okay, so this is...
Double Honolly. Okay, this changes things. Skull Dragon.
Did he put things face down for the Honollies?
What do you mean?
Oh, did he... Because when you play Honolly, you have to...
Oh, yeah. You do have to put your own damage face down.
Yeah, did he put 2?
No, he has not done it yet. So I guess he'll do it after he finishes placing them on the board.
So yeah, so this is the thing.
Yeah, and then he's placing it on the starter to countercharge as well. He's going to be able to hollow
End
it.
of turn, yes.
Yes.
So
but it's 10 cards in deck, actually. I was mistaken. Let me just recount that. Yes, it is 10. So double Skull Dragon, double Honolly, and the starter. Oh.
He's still...
He's
looks
still,
like
thinking about it. Yeah. I mean, he has time. The final match is untimed, so he has all the time in the world. Maybe not too much, but more than the usual.
You still have to play normally, though.
Yeah.
Can't be slow play.
Exactly.
So 2 Honolly. So it looks like he is committing to 2 Honollies.
Yep. So flips just everything in his damage zone. Just like that. So that's going to be really nice.
Like
and then he's going to start swinging.
Yeah, this turn he's pushing for damage. And then next turn he's probably going for something like a Megiddo play.
He just shuffled his drop zone. Oh my God. All right, so he's counting, I think, in 5s, if I'm not mistaken. So there'll be stacks of 5 over here. So we have 15, 20.
So here's
23.
the thing, right?
Yeah.
Simon could just take a bunch of damage here and then not care about the Honollies.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually true, but it is... I mean, it's still restricting to some extent. You know, you can't, like, counterblast 2 for each attack.
So I think what he's going to do here is Jeremy's going to try and push him to something like 3 damage.
Yeah.
Okay? And then he hopes that he triggers something like a double crit and then puts it on the last Skull Dragon and then keeps him at 3 and then tries to finish him next turn.
Yes.
Because if he gives him too much damage here, then... he can go into something like Ultima and not care about the Honollies.
Yeah.
Because you'll still get 6 attacks off. Or 5, 6. And he gets a trigger here, too.
Ooh, defensive coming through. All right. And then we're going to see here.
Puts it on the Vanguard. I think he's attacking the Vanguard here, yeah?
Yes.
In a way, I think it could be correct to guard this because the deck is so compressed. He's not... I think he was counting triggers, yeah?
Yes. He's going to put down the first G-Guard.
One of the ways he loses is just eating a triple crit.
Yeah, I mean that actually just ends the game right now.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have heals in deck left. So
like Granblue is one of those decks that can run triple crit. I mean, 3 sets of crit in their deck and not feel bad. Basically.
Exactly. Man.
So he's G guarding. He's probably gonna get a slimy.
Yes, a slimy flare coming through. It's also nice. Those of you at home obviously can't see this, but there's quite a bit of a crowd, coming up here to watch these finals. It's definitely very exciting. But we're going to see how Simon is going to proceed here. He does play down the Slamy Flare. He does have a lot of targets. Obviously, the crit is the best.
So an interesting thought is that with the Bobo in his hand, he can still go Ultima and then Bobo and still get the effect off while Counterblast, giving himself Counterblast to work with.
Yes, that is correct.
So that's pretty spicy. It allows him to maybe trigger another trigger.
Yeah, yeah, potentially. And I mean, gives him extra resources if he has to fight the Honolulu War.
Well, the Honolulu War is only going to last probably one turn, though.
Yeah,
This turn.
Yeah, very much so. All right, let's see. So he's putting down the shield from the top card. So he got himself a grade 1 and a grade 0. So that's 25k shield plus the 15. So 40k shield. He was on 22. So 62 now?
Yeah, 62.
I think that's 3 to pass.
3 to pass, but 3 to pass is the way you lose.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally, I don't think there's anything but triggers in his deck. So should definitely round that out to a nice little 4.
It could probably like intercept or something, right?
Just like whether it's the Bowmains or the Bobo, whichever one will work.
So he's hitting, it's 32.
Yeah.
Oh, but he gets 5k, so it's like 37.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. All right.
It's like a no.
There's the first heal. Do we see any more come through here? Oh, crit. And crit. Oh. But.
So, since Simon is at 2, those 2 crits don't matter. So the correct play here, he's going to swing anyway. He's going to go for Vanguard.
Yeah, it looks like it because he still needs to end the game next turn if he survives this Ultima. Man, if he checked triple crit there, then it would have been lethal here.
Yeah, because...
Or triple heal also would have helped because then at least he definitely gets the triple defensive. But that is kind of the issue here in the sense that, I mean, like, you really had to check all 3 crits to make this threatening enough. And so that's kind of the issue here, huh?
Like in this situation, you just really have to play to win, and those outs you just have to play towards them. And if you don't get them, that's just unfortunate.
You're like, just pray at this point. Honestly.
So I think in a way, for Simon, probably just taking it is not a bad idea.
Yeah, because then he gets so many resources.
Yeah, he gets so many resources to just win the next turn.
Yeah, but he is hovering over that heal. He is hovering. There's no PGs in hand. Yes, he's going to use the G guard. We do see something interesting in his hand as well that could appear next turn. I keep hyping it up. All right, so he's going to go for the flipping G guard. All right, let's see. But trying to guard this, is that actually worth it? I mean, it's
I don't think so
massive. Yeah, like
I don't think so.
I really don't. So like, what else is the objective of G-guarding all of this and like depleting your hand?
Just take the damage.
It's easy. Oh man. So it looks like he's gonna be putting back the grade 1 counter charger. He's really thinking about it. Let's see. So yes, he's gonna target that, and then we're gonna see him check.
I guess he could be thinking about the next turn.
Yeah.
The next turn from Jeremy will be Megiddo.
Yes.
So if he stays at something like 3 damage, he does have the. It can be okay, I guess.
Yeah, because like the Slimy, it's also not really like doing that much recycling, like putting back the grade 1.
Yeah.
So it's like just doing it for the sake of recycling something, and then not calling anything, is also kind of weird. Or like just like G-guarding for the sake of a face-up G-unit and then still taking the damage. Yeah, I wonder if this is really worth it. Like, yeah, like you said, I guess the only reason why you would do this is if you're afraid of the Megiddo next turn, but
I think you should just straight up win the next turn.
Yeah, it's like you're not fighting to not lose, you're fighting to win.
You're just so far ahead right now. You can just do anything.
It needs to capitalize. Yeah. But it needs to capitalize on the fact that he is ahead.
Yes. But okay, let's think about it this way though. Even if Simon does go to block a lot of this, his opponent only has 4 cards in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. But 2 heals in deck.
2 heals in deck, yes. But if he takes the damage, he goes down to he'll go down to like 3 cards in deck and then draw 1 and become 2. So he'll be relying solely on the Megiddo switching.
No, right now he's at 7 cards in deck.
7? Okay,
yes.
all right, that changes things.
Yeah.
So if he takes 3 damage anyway and heals, he'll be able to, he'll go down to 4, draw 1, becomes 3. So it's still got that problem where he's only relying on his Megiddos to go for the win.
Yeah, and doesn't even have a Cocytus in hand.
Oh.
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, struggle striding isn't going to get you to the best targets, like Night Rose maybe?
What? So he's just G-guarded a lot.
He just keeps going. I really wonder what the goal here is.
Yeah.
But I mean, he just keeps recycling cards.
Maybe
Keeps putting
he's
them
trying to style. I don't know.
just thin deck and then just take the damage anyway.
Could be.
I mean, I can see it actually. But the thing is, he keeps putting back a normal unit just to take 2 out. So I mean, yes, it is kind of filtering.
Does his hand have ultimate stride? It should, right?
Now that you mention it, I'm not sure if it does.
Wow.
Maybe that's actually the issue, and he's trying to go for a glorious reigning. Because then, but then it doesn't matter, right?
Glorious reigning is, I think his deck is getting too thin.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the
what
targets
is
that he
his
can
hand?
call out. We have Wonder, we have a heal, we have the Providential Angel, a crit. I don't think he has grade 3s in his
Yeah, he doesn't
and a
have it.
Bobo. He actually doesn't have grade 3s in his hand, and actually no Ultima cost, so maybe he's trying to filter to draw into an Ultima cost, but wow, okay, we didn't actually account for that. You know, to actually look through his hand carefully.
So
yeah,
I think
there's a
he's
Wonder.
striding there. That's his stride cost, and he's just looking at the rest of the cards in his hand.
No, he's still guarding, because the Skull Dragon is still on the board.
Ah, how big is
He's still guarding. He's just going to put down another thing. So I think he's actually, because he doesn't have the win con in hand.
But even if he has to go to something like Glorious Reigning, it's still better to take the damage because
you get more counterblast to extend the play.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, he does have a Bobo, so.
But it might just be the fear of losing next turn, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, you got to throw those fears away.
Yeah.
You're 5, his opponent can't heal on 5, so.
That's true. That's one thing we didn't know yet. That is definitely true.
So, ooh.
Oh, he finds a PG there. Finally.
Can discard it and draw. Ooh, okay, so.
What did he draw into?
A crit.
Oh, okay.
So that is basically not what he's thinking of.
Yes, so I think that has... And he's still taking it. So he just flipped up a bunch of G units. Very interesting. So he flipped up a bunch of G units and still took it and went to 5.
Okay, so I think we might be seeing some spice.
Okay, talk me through this.
Okay,
He's
so
your teammate.
there is
All right,
one card that works pretty well with Besok, and that is.
All right.
That is. He's going into
The
one
crowd is
card
going
that
wild.
works insane with.
What is this?
Besok.
What is this? What is it? Is he styling?
I don't think this is styling.
The crowd over here is going insane. Yes!
He is going into GB8.
Wow. I was thinking about it, but I was like, why would he play GB8? What does it even do?
So, Besok doesn't rest when it boosts.
Yes.
So, when you give the effect to Besok, it's just going to keep on calling cards from the top of your deck.
So what does the actual effect read?
So, it's actually very complicated. But
Okay.
It's something along the lines of after this card attacks or boosts, you may look at the top 2 cards of your deck and call one of them onto the field.
Oh.
So you will keep on calling cards in front of the Besok.
And he just keeps boosting them and hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting.
Yes.
But does it get extra power?
The Besok itself gets 5k, as far as I know.
That's it, or does it keep stacking?
As far as I know, it doesn't stack. but
Okay.
I think it hits some sort of damage threshold. So.
Man, Jeremy's just reading. He's like, what is this?
If
What are
Jeremy
you
can double heal, I think he is safe. But yeah, so Simon has also dropped a Providence Angel. Now,
Yes, Providence Angel, the spice we've been hyping up this entire time.
Yeah, so with Providence Angel, his opponent can't guard with more than one null guard return. I don't think that really matters for Grand Blue as much.
The main purpose of that is on the Ultima turn. Basically,
Yes.
you slap this down, counterblast 1. It also gets 10k power, I think.
Yes, and the crazy thing is Providence Angel's not once per turn, so you can just keep on giving it 10k.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
but-
a good point.
The key thing is that Besok there. So
Yeah.
he's going to use that Providence Angel once.
All right, here it is. Wow, this is crazy. I don't think, I expected Azel in finals, but I didn't think I'd see GB8 of Gold Paladin in the final match.
I mean, remember when everyone memed about GV8, Gold Paladin GV8? It's it's one of the most
This is such a
useless
forgettable
GV8s
card that, I don't even remember the memes of it.
The memes for it was once you play your GV8 Gold Paladin, you just deck out. But now it's gotten to a point where you have things like this crazy combo. So,
Oh my god.
He's thinking of what to attack first. Do remember there is 2 Honolys here, so he can at least do 6 rearguard attacks before he does his Vanguard attack.
Oh my god.
And his hand is there. He can guard at least 4 damage. So here comes the damage check. Remember, his deck is super compressed.
Yes. Keep in mind, there's still 2 heal triggers in there. There's a plethora of chances. But does the defensive actually shut down this combo? It doesn't, right? He needs 2.
It kind of does. He needs.
All right,
he needs
we're going for the trick again.
2 heals.
Come
So this
on,
trick
crowd
never
at
worked.
home. Oh, does he see it? Does he see it? Hey! It's a crit.
So when you attack your Vanguard, you can stack triggers on the Besok and it stays.
Yes.
As well.
Oh wow, yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it.
And and it gives 5k. It gives 5k as well when it
when the unit is placed.
Yeah. No. So I think it's on attack. So
I
that
see, I see, I
Besok
see.
gets 5k from the GB8.
Oh, I see. All right, they're still checking it themselves. What an interesting card. Like, man, you guys have been really innovating, huh?
It's pretty crazy. There's...
I mean, when he was going through his G-Zone, I saw something I couldn't recognize.
Yeah, it was really that card, yeah.
And I was like, why does that not look like a gold paladin card? It just looked like something else to me. I was like, this
looks like a Dimension Blitz.
Yeah, honestly.
It's got the wings, right? Like,
I was like, what is this? And now finally we get to see it. The absolute mad lad.
You can definitely guard this attack. Doesn't have null, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm honestly beyond impressed.
It would be pretty crazy. It'd be pretty crazy if Simon wins with GB8 gold paladin.
Yeah, I know, right? But Jeremy's still hanging in there.
Yeah.
We cannot discount
Never
him
give
here.
up. Never give up. Okay?
Honestly, yeah.
Jeremy,
he assisted turn 0.
He's been on the back foot since turn 1, and he still has a half-decent shot at winning this.
He definitely does. This is still anyone's
Remember,
game, honestly.
two heals in that deck.
Yep. And the amount of cards in deck are only 6, I believe, right now. So
yeah,
it's a third chance, 1 in 3.
So,
oh, a draw comes down. He's gonna take the draw.
The draw means he decks out
another
sooner,
one.
though.
Oh no. Oh, that was a crit that he drew, and a Bowmane. So that is 2 extra 10k power-ups on the Besok there.
So here's the question: how many cards are left in Simon's deck? Because remember, GB8 can deck you out.
I'm not seeing much.
Well, that's enough.
Only
that is actually enough. So he can attack with Besok here, and that is definitely hitting over heal triggers.
Yep. Oh my god. All right, so he's just gonna swing with this. Obviously, the boost does not rest; it stays standing, not once per turn. This is incredible. Oh my god, will he actually be able to close out the game and get the victory?
He's still looking at the card.
Jeremy's still in disbelief. He's like, this card exists? Oh my god.
Yeah, six more. Oh no, 4 more attacks. He attacked with the Vanguard.
Let's keep track of how many attacks he's actually had so far. He attacked with the
1,
Bowmanes.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the third attack, right?
Third attack, yes.
So he still has 1 more and then Honolly, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, he has 2 more attacks that he can do after the Honolly.
Yes, he still has 4 counterblast to work with, so he's in a really good spot. Double Honolly doesn't mean anything.
Yep. And I think Jeremy has 2 cards left in his hand?
Yep.
Oh, no, 3.
Yes, he does have 3. So that's 2 crits and the Banshee.
Definitely
He's going to
needs
try
a
to
heal.
take it. He's going to go for that 6 damage heal potentially. Let's see if it happens. It's 1 in 3 chance. Jeremy, can he do it? Is there potential? It is a yellow card. He lives! It's not over yet. Jeremy hanging in there by the skin of his...
Wait, so if he calls a Din Drain here, he gets another counterblast. He countercharges 1.
Yes.
Oh
no.
Okay.
All right, here comes. That's why he was doing all the G guards to return the units that he wanted to call. It all makes sense now. We see the bigger picture.
This is like the last episode of anime.
Literally, it's all come together. His friends' hopes and wishes. He's gonna swing again.
Is this too big to guard though? Like there's
He's on 32k base. So this is 17 plus the 8. So we're at 25.
No, Besok is 5.
Oh, best luck's only 5.
It's like only 5K if I recall correctly.
Oh!
But it gets 5K when it boosts, or when like 2 cards are called.
But that 5K is already on it.
Yeah, so that's
Right.
10K.
Yes,
And then
so-
2 trees, that's a 30K best luck, and then a 5K from the GB8.
Yeah. So 35 plus the 17.
Wow.
So we're looking at 52. So it's still 25K to guard, and he does have enough for this one.
He needs another heal.
He actually might need another heal. Oh my god. Why is this game so emotional? It's actually coming down to just the last cards in each player's decks. The last cards in each player's hands.
Or
He's got to read it again.
it could be 47, because the 2 could be the 10Ks. And
That's
then
right.
One more 5, yeah. So 47, that is still over a 20K guard. 20K
That's exactly
guard,
20K. Yeah. So he has 15, 15, and 10. So he has to drop 15, 10 anyway. So it doesn't actually make a difference. And then he
Yeah.
can't guard the next one. So he has to actually pray. He actually has to pray for another heal here. Otherwise, he just cannot. And now we're looking at a 1 in 5 chance. We had 1 in 3, and now we're in 1 in 5. And I think guarding right here is not the play.
It's not correct.
It's not the play.
He
because
needs to get a heal and then guard the last X attacks.
This is actually insane.
And then after guarding the last X attacks, he has to ultimate stride.
Yes.
Or just like a 0 card hand. So.
Yeah, and I mean,
or he could just pass. He could just pass, because I think Simon would have no cards left in his deck.
But then the thing is here, like if he heals, he probably won't use the GB8 anymore to call again, like to not run out of cards in deck anymore.
But does he know exactly what's in Jeremy's hand? Because he might as well just go for it and get rid of every single card in his hand.
I guess so. That is a point, but then he's risking to just, for Jeremy to just go, okay, pass.
Yes, yes.
But even then, there's a lot of rear guards still to take out that could easily still win him the game. So this is such a strange game, but I love it.
Yeah, I think the correct play here is he can take and get a heal.
Yes.
And then technically,
Nothing else hits.
Simon can attack one more time, I think.
You think so?
That becomes
He'll be at 42. So no, I think the 12Ks are the highest power in his deck, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think he can go any higher than that. Even the Bowmains is still 12K. Like, nothing can go higher, I think.
Yeah, so so he has to get the heal here, and then that's how he lives. That's the only way he lives.
Is the Great 2 Angel the recent card, that's an on place, or is it a main
activate?
phase? It's an act, okay.
Act, yes.
Because if it was on place, then I could see that, but... So now this is the 3rd attack of the turn? No, 4th attack.
4th, I think,
So this is the last one before Honolulu starts to put its pressure in. My god. This game is just beyond insane. We still don't know who's going to take it.
Yes.
Like, this is the magic of Vanguard. This is really what this game is all about.
Man, GV8 in finals? Is this like 2017?
Yeah, honestly, I don't even... Wow.
This is the magic of premium.
Honestly. If you're seeing this and you still haven't started premium, like, I don't know what you're doing, man.
I mean, I don't know what Jeremy's thinking. He's just going, what can happen, right? Like, it's...
Yeah, I mean, I think he is probably coming to terms with the fact he's going to have to gamble again. Yeah. He puts down his cards in hand. I think we might start seeing his magic trick really soon again.
That funky magic trick. So it's worked once now. It's worked once.
Yes. Well, he got a defensive on the last one, so that's... I mean, I think everything in his deck is a defensive, but...
Yeah, so...
Of sorts.
He needs that 1 in 5 now.
Yes.
Wow.
Will the goddesses of luck favor him today? They have been so far. Well, to some extent.
Oh, he guarded! He guarded!
Oh, he does not want to take the risk.
But he can't not take the risk. Because he's just going to...
Thing is, if he gets another card here and still swings, and sure, he can guard it, but then maybe he's trying to just deplete Simon's deck?
He could be.
While also gambling for a 6 damage heal here. Okay, so that's going to be a counter charge of 1, right?
Oh, yeah, so that gives him an extra attack with the Din Drain, but it just comes down to deck count now.
Yeah. Is it really going to come down to the last card in deck? I cannot believe what we're seeing. So he's going to counter charge, and this will be...
So I think what he's trying to do is he's going to guard this and then bank it on the last card in the deck. It's like he's banking on the last card.
All right, looks like that is what he's doing. There's the Honolulu forced cost coming through.
Oh my God, so they're just tracking the Honolulu just to make sure everything is right?
So it comes down to this one attack. Simon could be going for... Okay.
Is there a chance this one won't hit? Is there any chance?
There's a din drain there.
Oh, no.
He's going for it.
Oh, yeah, so look at both, right?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So this din drain is going to be a 12. So 22, 42.
Yeah, so if this top card is a heal, Jeremy wins.
All right, the final damage check. Jeremy, can he see it? Is it a yellow card? He's going to pray for it.
He's doing card rubbing.
Come on. What does he see? Oh! Simon is your world champion.
Simon Zhang, what a crazy finals.
I cannot believe. I love premium. Truly winning with Warab, eh?
So we get to interview Simon and let it pick his brain. All the crazy.
Oh my God!
It's actually
crazy
really
game
funny.
that just happened.
It's actually really funny because Simon's quite apprehensive about coming on stream, but it seems like he didn't have to be scared at all. It's just it's crazy.
He has put in a lot of work. He has put in a lot of work these past few months. He loves Weiss Schwarz a lot and always wants to qualify for it, but he ends up qualifying for premium.
Ends up winning the world championship.
And next year, he gets to play premium again.
Wow. Absolutely insane. I have so many emotions right now. I don't even know what to feel. We just saw GB8 of Gold Paladin win Worlds.
Wow, that was crazy. That was crazy.
I cannot contain
I had a
my
feeling.
excitement.
Yeah, I had a feeling we wouldn't be seeing the GB8 this tournament because the game wouldn't go that way, especially that game when it first started. But that went way closer than I thought it would ever be.
Honestly, that was just ridiculous. My voice is dying.
I feel sorry for you. You have 2 more finals to cast.
Oh my God, I don't know how we're gonna meet this level of hype and excitement. Honestly, Simon just showing up. That was just incredible. Like so many things I couldn't see coming. You know, I thought it was gonna be your traditional Azel.
Yep.
You know, I really thought it was gonna be your traditional game plan, like do like double Spear X or something into Ultima.
When people saw Mysterious Fortune, they definitely saw Providence Angel as the key card for Gold Paladin. And it definitely is. It just pushes this deck up quite strongly.
Yeah.
But then people, like, we found some pretty interesting things from Gold Paladin Indonesia. The Indonesians came up with these crazy ideas. So it was that Besok play came up, and we're like, wow, this thing we could just keep on going with this.
Oh my God. The fact that a random idea that you guys had actually managed to win Worlds is just insane.
People like I remember in testing a lot of the players testing their Gold Paladin decks were thinking of taking it off just because it just wasn't working all the time. But I think a lot of them just play one of them.
Yeah.
And you'll eventually get into it with Spear X, and it just serves that. Some of the old builds of Gold Paladin that we played, there was something like Kaiden Hoel, and that kind of was used to get past triggers. Besok kind of fits in the same situation.
Right now we hear the cheers, the screaming. Simon is being picked up by his teammates.
We need him in one piece though.
Yes, we need him in one piece for the interview. I wish the camera could show this. It's absolutely amazing. If they come on stage, we could actually show this. Bring him on stage. Oh no, they're just dropping him on the floor.
Oh my gosh. We need Simon in one piece. Simon.
Bring him on stage. Oh my God. We're about to get...
Hey, Simon.
I literally just call him casually. Wow. This is incredible. I don't know what to say. My voice is dying. Wow. Absolutely incredible, honestly. What a showing,
Simon
honestly.
is doing his victory lap.
Yes, making his victory lap around the stage. He's gonna come here, honestly. Come here. Simon Zhang.
Hello.
Take a seat, sir.
Take a seat. Congratulations.
Hello.
Our world champion.
all the way from New Zealand, actually.
Yes, I qualified Australia.
Hey, he represents Australia.
All right, so.
How do you feel?
Well, blasted. I was thinking I was going to play for fun. I thought I was going to play for fun, but eventually it became that I'm playing properly.
How does it feel to qualify for Premium for another year?
Very good, actually.
Honestly, sorry, my voice is kind of going out of here, but the deck choices you made are absolutely insane. Like, I saw you going through your G zone earlier in the match, and I was like, wait, I don't recognize that one. Like, how did you get to that point of like including the GB8 and like just this entire line of play that won you the World Championship actually? Like, how did you get to that point?
Well, got to that point after continuous testing with Derek Dow and Toby Jones. Originally, the plan of that was to play mirror matches, but I guess 6 damage shield is a thing, so I played around it. I thought, maybe I could glorious. Nope, I see 2 Honolys. So I'm just gonna have to like run over that wall, right? Oh, that's good. I play Berserk.
Oh my god. Honestly, I saw you going through all those G guards, and I was like, what is he doing it for? Like, he should just like, he might as well just take it to have the resources for the Honolly.
Yes.
And I was thinking like, he must be filtering for a reason. He must be doing this for a reason. But I didn't think that reason was GB8. My god.
We thought you were gonna Ultima, but then we realized you didn't have Ultima, so.
I know, right? I was like.
I kind of knew what was gonna go on soon.
Oh, you did a good job of keeping it a secret.
So I was like,
Wow.
all the zeros. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna Ultima.
So,
wow.
What? Going through that game, when you were able to, from the beginning to the end, what was the craziest moment you were like, you feel? Was it just the GBA moment, or did you feel like you had to?
GBA moment. I just had to do it.
Oh my god. The crowd was going. Could you hear the crowd from inside?
Yeah, it was so loud.
Yeah, everyone was screaming for you. It was insane. I wanted to also ask about your personal history in the game. So, when did you actually start playing? Like, what has your record been going in like throughout your journey in Vanguard? Could you kind of expand more on that?
I
Tell
can't
more
give
about
you
people?
an exact of what happened. So, for me, is I qualified. My first real Vanguard career started at 2016,
Okay.
Continentals and into World Finals. I didn't make it to top cut, so I just fizzled at that point. But otherwise, how do I say it? Crap.
I guess it's just like, so you were in World Finals in 2016, right?
Yes, I participated in 2016.
In 2017?
All right, I don't know what I was about to say. Back then I was a collector, so
Oh,
I started from BTO 5,
Oh,
and then I went backwards, collect a bit, and then so on.
Mhm.
Eventually, it was 2016. I also met WCC members, which we
Okay.
haven't formed yet at that point.
Yeah, yeah.
And from that point onwards, we have shared Japanese results to look into decks that are potential, what's good in the format, and so on.
Yeah.
And also, back then I played Gear Chronicle. I don't know why I did it. It was a crazy deck.
Then you're here now.
Yes, I'm here now.
Yeah, so, I
Premier
mean,
champion.
so like the world stage isn't new to you, basically.
No, it wasn't. I've participated in other TCG events, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. I felt these pressure before.
Right, so you were used to this kind of like, the big stage.
Yes.
Performing on the big stage and not having the, the fear of being on the top tables or anything, like not getting too nervous. So
Yes.
honestly, it's absolutely amazing. So, going forward now, you've basically achieved the biggest goal that any player could have. Like, what's the next step?
Weiss.
Well, you're already qualified for premium for next year.
Can I exchange it for Weiss?
Wow.
All right, thank you,
really
so
won it
much.
all.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much for coming down, Simon. I think this is amazing game. But we're gonna have to go for a quick break. I think the next finals are about to start really soon.
Yeah.
So sorry to cut you guys short, but I think we'll do a longer interview after this. Yeah.
Yes, at the winner's
So
stage,
we'll
so-
be back really soon for the next game. All right. Thank you.
Buddyfight Ace. New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace. The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0. On sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Etheria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card. Now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection. On sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody. Available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up! The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ。全国のファイターとオンライン対戦。いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
しゃがれ僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝く美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
Welcome back to BCS 2019 World Finals. That was a crazy game, but we have to move on. Show must go on. We have the Vanguard Standard Finals coming up for you really soon. I think the players are already ready, so let's jump straight into that.
I have no idea how it's going to top what just happened, but it's going to be really exciting regardless.
Yeah.
All right, so Standard is looking to be a matchup between Pale Moon and Murakumo, and I really like that this is the final matchup because it's essentially going to be the representation of this last BCS. Really, the entire BCS circuit was these two decks entirely, and just dominating the playing field and kind of playing around each other a lot of times. And we actually know that the Pale Moon player is Nuno Raimundo, and he actually was 3rd place Worlds in 2017. This is a name that European players know very well. He's topped like twice this year. He was 3rd in Germany and then 3rd or 2nd in England. So he's kind of just had this eternal 3rd place. And finally, Nuno, he escaped the 3rd place curse, and he's going to be able to actually play in the finals and potentially take the World Championship. So a player that I really, really respect. And then on the other side, who do we have actually?
We have Yongchi from Singapore.
Yes.
He's one of the top players in, especially using Murakumo. And he actually was in a previous stream as well. The one that he got one pass.
Yes.
He was the same player.
All right, so we're going to see he's setting up a nice little early aggression against Nuno. He is playing down the Rat and the Sukarok as well that will be able to push through next turn. And just showing, the nice early aggression that Murakumo has.
Draw trigger.
Yep, we do see a draw come through, and there's a heal actually already. Nuno really is playing this really quickly. And I mean, we still have lots of people in the crowd that can join us in on, cheering these two players on. So Nuno here does have quite a few choices. He's going to go into the the Rising Dragon. Apologies. He's going to soul charge a Luke here there. Definitely very good because that's going to help him to actually, secure it for his grade 3 turn. So we're going to see what he has in hand. He's going to call down another Breathing Dragon. And then we're going to see he's just going to swing with it, it seems, at the Sukarok, knowing that that is going to be a threat. He checks a draw. That's going to be really big. And it's going to take out the other rear. So not giving him any counterblast to be able to use the Hyuga. So he's going to go for the Shiryuki instead and get himself an Axel 2. And he gets the Soul Blast 2 to minus 10k on that front row. Yes. So that's going to be quite big here as well. So he's going to play down his own draw. And I mean, for this turn, if you don't have Hyuga, you cannot really do too much, especially with no counterblast. Like, there's not going to be any superior calling. The Million Rat is also not going to be doing anything. And so he can basically just call down a few units. I think we have a Meomaru in his hand that he will actually call down. So choosing to not preserve that and calls down the Hyaki Vogue as well so early. That's an interesting play because normally you would keep that for the kill turn. So I'm assuming that reveals that he does play 2 actually. So very interesting. Which has another Shirayuki and a Jakotsu Girl. That's actually really big because he's going to be able to use that on the next turn. So we're going to see the Breathing Dragon go to damage zone as well. He's going to guard that one with the front and that one with the front too. And then here comes the Meomaru with just 14k. It is a big attack to guard, and he's going to take that. Does run the counter-charging Chimera. That's very interesting. He drew into Dorian as well, so that gives him a nice option for the grade 3 turn here. So he's going to right into it. I think he might have not actually had a grade 3 going into that turn. Draws into a Romy, which is going to be able to actually go through a lot of his soul. So how do you feel about this match so far? Because I feel like, on the Murakumo side, we're not actually seeing too much crazy. It's more aggressive, but
it's more like a more questionable play since he threw down the Yaki Vogue very early.
Yes, exactly.
That's why it makes me curious. Either that is he was trying to push for damage, or he has another one in his hand.
Yes, exactly. And Nuno, I mean, in this kind of matchup, where you're playing against a deck that you have to know how to play against Murakumo if you want to even top a regional. And so he knows this matchup super well. And obviously he knows what he's doing, so he's just going to keep sniping rears, not give him any counterblast to work with. And therefore, I mean, he's going to suck up his entire field into the soul next turn with Dorian's effect, be able to draw a card for every 2 cards put in the soul, and then also take a grade 3 from his soul into his hand to be able to ride next turn, get himself another Axel marker. And that's going to be the Luke here that can actually use the skill next turn because he has 3 counterblasts that he'll be able to use unless he heals here. So it's very interesting. So far, Nuno looks very calm. He looks like he's really he's ready to take control of this game, and I can really commend that. But yeah, so
it's really impressive to see this matchup because you will be able to experience how Pale Moon has a great matchup against Murakumo as well.
Yeah.
In the fact that they can just hide their rearguards in order to escape the Ryuga plays.
Exactly.
So it will be able to maintain advantage, unlike other decks where they get their rearguards sent back to the deck and crippling their overall advantage on board.
Exactly. So it looks like he is attacking Vanguard here. You will take that. That is a million rat. So no defensives coming through. And we still have 2 attacks to go. He's going to attack that Hyaki. Do not want to leave that up. Definitely a very scary target. But he is going to attack with the Lillian here. She does get the plus 10k, I believe, because he does have 4 more different Silver Thorns in the soul. And that is going to be the Fushimi going to damage. Now he's going to use the Dorian, put 4 cards into the soul, and also draw 2 and get that Lukier into his hand from his soul. So absolutely perfect setup. Honestly, flawless play so far from Nuno.
Yeah, that the Lukier going to soul really makes this turn really good for the opponent player.
Yep. So now we're going to see here, he's going to go for that Hyuga. It's going to be very nice because he's going to be able to use its skill to search basically anything. He has a lot of pieces revolving around Shirayuki, so that's also going to be really nice.
For his defense, yeah.
And I mean, he does need to use Hyuga's skill because, I mean, there's no board for him to put back, so it's basically not going to be seeing much play unless Nuno leaves the board up, but it doesn't look like he's going to have a reason to leave the board up at all. But I really like Nuno's plays as well because he's been playing very defensive from early on, only taking damage when absolutely necessary. So that way he doesn't lose to the first rush from Hyuga as well. So it's going to be really interesting. So what, like, I mean, the other interesting thing, you know, as you said, Pale Moon has a good matchup against Murakumo.
Correct.
Is that also Hyuga does have to search cards that are the same grade as the opponent's field.
And,
so right now,
and he gets to hide everything back.
yes. So the only thing he can choose is a grade 3.
Yeah.
But he does have a lot of targets even then. You know, he has
11 grade 3s.
Yeah.
11 to 12 grade 3s.
Yes, like Nudo, for example, can help him just like amass some cards. Also works as a booster, all those things. Shirayuki is a target, but I don't think it's necessary here to push just yet. So he has a lot of targets in that sense, and then the Danzetsu Anarch also helps to push extra power. It's much like the Meomaru, where it's just like, you know, plus 5k to every unit with the same name. And he does actually search the Danzetsu Anarch, so his effect is when he comes into play, he gets 5k. And then also each unit with the same name gets 5k as well. And as every unit has now turned into Hyuga, every unit on the board gets 5k bonus power, and therefore will be a very tremendous amount of power for this turn.
Yeah, this will be turn he will be pushing for the opponent to 5 most likely.
I mean, honestly, if he had kept the Meomaru, maybe he could have pushed even more this turn and potentially even won. We're going to see a Hyuga on the drive check and a crit. So that's going to take Nuno to 5, actually. That's pretty scary. That was pretty risky place to be, but he gets the defensive front, so that's going to be going up to 22k power. And so not a few of these attacks will still hit. I think actually maybe all of them still.
It's very small.
Because the Jakotsu Girl, for example, is only going to be 14, so that doesn't hit.
Yeah, it's only there for the to gain soul most likely.
Yeah, everything else is like a 5k to guard, so it's actually going to be pretty easy to defend against everything. So it's, yeah, Nuno's looking to be in a comfortable place thanks to that front, but it was definitely a really risky play, and you don't even feel how risky it was simply because, I mean...
You never know when the double crit might come as well.
Yeah, but Nuno also just, his facial expression didn't even change. Yeah. He's just like, okay, yeah, 2 damage, sure. Yeah, you know?
In finals, most likely those players will have a lot of pressure under them since there's a lot on the line.
So let's see here. Nuno does have a really healthy hand as well. I mean, he's not really going to be struggling at all to actually finish the game or anything here. But, I mean, yeah. He has a huge hand. He's going to be able to block these attacks for sure, because what we're looking at here is like a Jakotsu Girl of 14k that obviously doesn't hit, so he searched for the Shirayuki. This one is, I think, only a 23, because he got the extra 5k from the Danzetsu Anarchs, and therefore a 5k will guard that. The Lillian gets dropped, and then a 15k from the front is going to be enough to guard that last Danzetsu Anarch. And so now, just after shuffling the deck, we're going to be continuing back to Nuno's turn, and he's going to be able to go for his own Lukier. He has 5 damage, therefore he definitely can do the Lukier twice this game at the very least. Gets his second Axle marker, gets to draw a card, and now he's going to be able to use Lukier to just pop out his entire soul, basically, or, well, 7 units from it, and essentially just kind of start snowballing, and that's going to be a big part of this game. So Nuno so far looks really composed, but, I mean, we cannot discount the other side either because he's playing really excellently. And, I mean, this is a really difficult matchup for Murakumo. You know, a lot of people say, like, oh, Murakumo best deck, but...
Pyomo is actually one of those decks that counter, and he
and it's a very popular one.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an uphill battle for him, but I'm sure he can handle it.
Yeah.
But so we're going to see here. He's just looking through his soul because he called him Lukier for the simple reason that the Lukier is going to get a plus 10k after he calls down units from the soul. So he's going to call down 2 of the Rising Dragons, a Romy. He's going to use the Romy immediately to put 3 Silver Thorns into his soul, which include a Dragon, a Lillian. And so he's going to call down the Breathing Dragon as well. That's really interesting because that's a multi-attack combo. And he does have 5 damage, so he can easily afford to do it. So it looks like Nuno is going to be able to hit. Oh, there's a front coming through. It's going to be really big. But however, Yongchi does get a... Yes, as a defensive, so now he's going to be on 22k power. But these attacks will still be hitting thanks to the front. So this one is hitting for 30, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, he also gets extra power from the Lukier as well on top of that. So that's going to be really, really good. So we're going to see. Yongchi's hand is still really, really, really big. Although there are quite a few grade 3s, but he did drive check the Shirogi last turn. Therefore, he's going to be able to actually... Oh, there's a heal coming through, but he does not go off. But the defensive does happen.
Does help, yes.
Yes. And now he has a Dorian on board. So let's see. He has 2. So 2, 2, 2. He's going to be able to put 6 cards back into the soul, draw 3, and get himself the Lukier back into hand to reuse for next turn. And so therefore, it's going to be very, very solid going forward here. But for Yongchi, this is really good because... I mean, he essentially just got that really nice defensive extra power, and he already has a good hand to, you know, play defensively with, and it's really nice. It's also nice because in terms of regional representation, it's nice because I can't remember the last time we had an EU versus, you know, SEAO finals.
Yeah.
You know, it's been NA versus...
C?
Yeah.
Asia, sorry.
Yeah, for quite, well, the last
year.
3 years, I think, actually. So it's nice to see a European player finally make it to finals, but it's going to be interesting. So honestly, Yongchi's looking in a really solid situation right now because thanks to those 2 defensives and, I mean, having that Shiroyuki ready on board like whenever, it's really good. But Nuno's just going to use that Dorian and be able to put 6 cards into the soul and draw 3 cards and also recuperate that Lukier into his hand that he can rewrite next turn and reuse. So we're going to see that Yongchi is going to rewrite into the Hyuga, get himself another Axel marker, and therefore now has 3 front rows. And I mean, this is going to be pretty big because if he can find himself a Danzetsu Anarch or a Neomaru or a Hyakki,
or even a one-eyed Hyundo, he'll be able to draw some cards as well.
Yeah, Nudo does help, but I think right now he really wants to just end the game. Like right now, Yongchi has his opponent on 5 damage.
Yes.
You really just want to push here. You want to find yourself a Meomaru or something, but the problem is he can't search it. And I don't think he plays any more Danzetsu Anarch, so he really needs the Hyakki. And so we're going to really see if he actually does play a second copy or not. So that's kind of the problem here. Essentially because he might actually have one in hand. I feel like I saw him show that off, but I mean, we're going to see. But yeah, I mean, both players really had a long day. Standard today had the most amount of rounds out of all of them. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to pace out. So let's see. He is going to be searching. What does he find? That is the Hyakki Vogue.
Yeah, so he did play the second copy.
Yes, he does play the second copy. That does reveal it.
Completely just put down during the early game.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if you draw into it, there's no real point to keep it if you know you have a second one in deck.
Yeah, you just want to push up more offense and bring the opponent to the 5 damage point.
Yes.
So this will be the play. Otherwise, the Pale Moon will definitely have a huge comeback the next turn, since you may unlock another Excel Circle.
Exactly. So he's going into his battle phase. So the Hyakki Vogue was used, and he discarded Shiruki for it, which we saw him drive check last turn. So now for Nuno, it's just a matter of surviving, but I think those are both blank drive checks.
Yes.
So Nuno just has to guard all these attacks. So he guards the Jakatsu Girls. He's going to be able to look for another Shiroyuki. Doesn't find anything. He's just going to shuffle and soul charge 1.
So it's still very important as well for this deck, since he might... Do you think he has a Shiroyuki in his hand right now?
He just discarded 1. So potentially he had to...
Oh.
Ooh, he soul charged the heal. And it was in the spot for a 6 damage 1. All right, so let's see. So he does play that 1 Silver Thorn, the Shada, I think her name is, that is able to essentially work as just another defensive option for the deck outside of just triggers. So he's going to drop a PG here. Does he have enough to guard this final attack? He has literally 2 cards left and he has to drop it. So he is going to PG, goes down to 0 cards in hand. Nuno barely hung out here.
But he will be able to recover with Luquier.
Yes, so he literally top decked 1 card that he needed. He needed anything, just 1 card to discard for Luquier's cost. And he's going to be able to just push out an entire board. And now Yongqi will not have the defensives on his side because he is on 5 damage. So now it really depends on what is in his hand. Does he actually have that Shiroyuki left? Does he have enough PGs left? Honestly, there's going to be so much power coming through here. Look at all those breathing dragons. They all have a rising dragon, sorry. They all have plus 10k on them as well as the little buff from Luquier. And so he's going to swing. There's no triggers. Let's see if he has enough to guard it. The players are moving so quickly. It's hard to actually catch all the plays. But seeing 2 blanks there is definitely not good because Nuno does know his stack, I think, from using the various effects that let him look at the top cards and then put some on the bottom if they're not Silver Thorns. So this is a really, really difficult game.
Looking at his damage, he might be thinking of taking the last damage.
He's also checking his damage zone, potentially looking if he has any heals left. This is a really scary position. Yongqi, does he have an answer? Does he have the cards necessary to block these attacks? There's still so much. Nuno, he still has, what, 1, 2, 3 more attacks left after this one is guarded. Only 2 cards in hand. Nuno knows that there's no way he can win otherwise, unless he has like double heal on top of his deck or something. But for Yongqi, he must be so exasperated because he just saw a heal go into his soul from the top deck, and that is just really, really disappointing. All right, he's going to be taking his 6 damage heal. What is he going to hit? He's going to use the same trick. Is he going to work? Oh, that's going to be game. Nuno Raimundo will be your world champion for Standard. At long last, a European world champion is crowned after all these years. And personally, I don't know any other really European player that was playing, you know, at the top tables that was more deserving. Like Nuno put in so much work.
Yeah.
He was testing so much. Honestly, I can't help but be proud of him, you know, also as an EU player.
Yeah, I know. At my side, I was kind of rooting for
Yongqi
as well, but you know,
yeah.
You know what they say, they let the triggers do the deciding.
Yes, but it's really unfortunate because he was really
so
close.
You know, both players, he actually made Ryumno have discard to his very last card, and it was very close for game.
Yeah.
So it was a very epic match and well played by both
Yeah,
players.
honestly, it was.
Yeah.
This was really, really exciting. And so we are going to have a player interview with Nuno very soon. So that's going to be very nice as well. But it looks like they are just talking through. Oh my God, there was I think it was just like going through his deck, showing off what was coming up. But man, I can't help but feel bad for Yongqi. But still, 2nd place at the World Finals isn't something to be sad about.
For sure.
That's honestly something to be proud of. That was an insane result. A great showing by Yongqi, honestly. And, you know, being able to take Hyuga to the end, you know, really show that this is the deck that is capable of coming to the World Championship and ending up in the finals. It took 2nd place, but still, really amazing play. I think also his early aggression against Nuno was a really solid play. Just a lot of good calls overall. Just really excellent plays, and you can't help but be proud of him. So Nuno coming out here, he's gonna do his victory walk here, making his friends proud. Honestly, he's being swamped by EU players from all regions. But we are going to need to borrow him for a quick interview. But honestly, we can see his trophy here as well. The 1st place champion trophy does get an additional 2 promos. Honestly, one of the most consistent showings from Europe this year too. He went 3rd in Germany, 2nd in London, and then he was 3rd in Worlds 2017. Honestly, Nuno...
he finally broke the work.
Yes.
The 2nd, 3rd curse, isn't it?
Yes, especially the 3rd place. Nuno, come on up. It's time to celebrate. Nuno, Raimundo, everyone in the crowd, a big applause, please, for Nuno. So, I mean, that was such a quick round, honestly. What are your emotions right now?
It's normal, I guess.
Normal? You just became the world champion, man.
Well, I actually thought I was going to lose for like the whole game, so.
Really? But you played so confidently, and every time, like,
even when he like checked the crit and you went to 5, there was no change in your facial expression?
That's because like you can't just do anything about it. Just if you're confident in your plays, you're not going to change your expression.
Wow,
That's
spoken
what I
like a
think, though.
true champion, honestly. How do you feel about the fact that you're the first world champion to receive the grand prize of being able to return here next year to play standard once again? How do you feel about that?
I feel pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, it's just amazing. And then, I mean, I was already talking about your history. You know, in 2017, you were 3rd at the World Championship.
Yeah, 3rd.
This year, you were 3rd in Germany, 2nd in London.
No, third in London. Always
in
third.
London too.
Always third.
Always third.
Always third.
And you finally broke the curse.
When I was really happy, it's when I won top 4. In finals, to be honest, I was more like happy for not getting third again for like 4 times.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
Not
But of
being
course, the feeling
eternally
of
third.
winning is awesome. Like,
Yes.
I'm just
Absolutely
still
incredible.
going like processing things, you know, to just finish the game. So.
Honestly, and I can't help but feel proud for
Thank
EU
you.
to win Worlds
Thank
again.
you, bro.
It's
Thank
been
you.
many years since the EU World Champion was crowned.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's amazing. I'm honestly personally really proud, and
you,
knowing
thank
how
you.
hard you work. But are there any shout-outs you want to give to people back at home, etc.?
Yeah, I want to give shoutouts to everyone at the Portuguese community. I want to give shout out to everyone who told me to play my deck, so that includes my girlfriend, Solemn Vanguard, and Andrew. And also want to give shout out to all my family at home and to everyone in the Portuguese community in general.
Do you think they were watching you win?
My family, no, but the Portuguese community, I know it is.
Nice. So they must be screaming on your chat groups
probably,
and everything.
Probably, yeah.
Man, they must be
I
so
guess,
proud.
yeah.
Honestly, so like I already asked this in the previous interview, but you just became world champion. Like, what's next?
What's next? For me, next is like keeping that level of play and like reassuring it even more. Like trying to keep showing it's not a one-time thing, basically.
Honestly, you've had such
For
a
others
great,
and for myself as well.
Yeah, like you've had such a great showing throughout this season. Honestly, like
Actually, this season was my best season.
yeah, honestly, you did so great, and like in 2017, you already made a really impressive showing too, and then being able to come back 2 years later and become the world champion is just incredible. So honestly, I feel like the entire community must be really happy. And then, I mean, are there any other words you want to pass on to people, or just to the people here on the stage as well?
Just do your best with the cards you got, and hope that's enough. That's
Honestly,
all I said. All
spoken
I have to say.
like a true champion.
Thank
Honestly,
you.
Nuno, huge congratulations again.
Thank you.
Honestly, it's
Appreciate
amazing.
it.
I'm trying to stay as neutral as possible. It is great to see
I
a
know, I
European
know.
crowned as our champion. So, honestly, once again, huge congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it from all
All
of
right.
you. No problem.
Good stuff all around. So we will have one more finals coming up for you. So do stay tuned for that.
Yes, that will
we'll
be
back really soon.
Buddyfight.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be Buddyfight. We'll be joined by Chris and Jun just yet again.
All right.
So see you soon.
Buddyfight Ace! New dragons arise onto the field. Tons of overwhelmingly powerful cards are here. Favorite buddies returned as revival buddies as well. Ace Booster Pack Perfected Time Ruler on sale January 24th. Bushiroad. Buddyfight Ace! The special series for a new mechanic God Clock unwinds itself on the field. Flip over 4 cards of the flag and become the ruler who manipulates time. Ace Special Series, the N0, on sale January 24th. Bushiroad.
I won't be able to win like this. I need another Etheria.
Get that ever popular card or elusive PR card. Now released in gorgeous foil treatment. Buddyfight Ace Green Collection. On sale December 20th. Collector's Glory 2.
Vanguard. Does it sound familiar to you? Let's try it with everyone. Vanguard, the mysterious fortune. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Bermuda Triangle! The 5 of them have new matching costumes. And their amazing seniors are ever so beautiful. Vanguard, Crystal Melody. Available January 31st. Bushiroad.
Stand up! The Vanguard! 大人気カードゲーム「ヴァンガード」がスマホアプリに登場。ヴァンガードゼロ。 全国のファイターとオンライン対戦。いつでもどこでもヴァンガードが楽しめる。好きなカードを集めて君だけのデッキを作り上げよう。
じゃがれ僕の分身。この世の全てのものを焼き尽くす黙示録の炎。光り輝き美しき女神。俺様ライド。
あの懐かしのユニットたちも続々と追加予定。ヴァンガードゼロ。
Weiss Schwarz. The time for the next Holy Grail war has come. The curtain rises, this time on a new battlefield. Fate's Day Night, Heaven's Field, Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Join Goblin Slayer and Priestess on their adventure to take down goblins on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Goblin Slayer Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from January 31st. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. Journey with Kirito and Yujiro as they battle their way to the top of the Central Cathedral. Sword Art Online, Alicization Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. On sale from February 28th. Bushiroad.
welcome back yet again to the BCS 2019 World Finals. We have the last finals for you. This is going to be Buddyfight. We have Sean on Legend Dragons and Cameron on Dimension Dragons. Yes.
Yes, so this is going to be an interesting matchup. In top 4, we actually had the Japanese national champion. Top 4 just ended, and he did manage to make it to top 4, but sadly lost in this last match, so he's going to be playing for 3rd place. But I just wanted to bring that up because it's still an amazing change that they added the Japanese national champion to our World Finals. It really goes to show that it makes a huge difference because coming top 4, I mean, that's a huge change. That goes to show that Japan is really ready to fight on the world stage, and that's absolutely amazing. So we're going to be going into this game with Cameron piloting DDs, as previously mentioned, and Sean on Legend World. So that's going to be really, really exciting. So how do you feel about this matchup overall?
Overall, this is the conclusion of the Buddyfight, since most of the time I actually predicted that it's going to be DD versus Legend Dragons. In the beginning, I told you
That's true. You did say that, yeah.
In the beginning, I did say that Legend Dragons was one of the top picks for this today's meta, especially with the number of DDs around, which is 15, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So,
and only 4 Legend Dragons, actually.
Correct. So the matchup is quite 50-50 at this point. However, Legend Dragon does have a bit of advantage since it does have the ability to nullify monster abilities of Dimension Dragons.
Yep.
So, but it all goes down to, it kind of just goes down to the dice roll, which is pretty unfortunate because whoever gets go first gets to set up and gets the game rolling from there. And once you get, both are actually turbo decks that draws into multiple cards, and you get to draw into your loyalty, you pretty much have the game.
Yeah, so no collapse sets in the finals, and therefore we will be seeing the more traditional generic support, etc. come through here. And I mean, DDs is also interesting because this is the 2nd year in a row that we see them in finals.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that keeps up for another year after this, because it is a very strong deck, and I mean, it looks like it could easily continue being very consistent for a long, long time to come, just because it's really fast at just like digging through the deck, finding pieces as fast as possible, and like unless your opponent loyalties you,
or
you generally set up pretty easily.
Yeah. But with the new cards from the latest booster, BG7, Endless Enmity actually prevents your cards from being destroyed as well, which is one of Dimension Dragon's old weaknesses. Also, it actually turbos the deck a lot. So I'm actually looking forward to see how good Dimension Dragon has gotten. But with the tournament results, it's already proven that it is capable of topping tournaments, this championship.
Alright, sweet. Okay, I think the players are ready to go, so let's jump straight into the game.
Yes, and so this will be a best-of-3 series between Cameron and Sean. So they are beginning. We see the triple buddy on Sean's side. So it's definitely...
Who's going first? Going first is huge for these players. As I mentioned, setting up the board is very important for each player. And if Sean were to set it up, it's a high chance that he will draw into those outs such as spell nullifies, which will actually clog the Dimension Dragon's hand.
Yep, exactly. So that's going to be
Sean
interesting to look out for. Yeah, it does look like Sean is going first. I was slightly thrown off, with his deck placement.
Yeah.
But yes, he is going to be going first.
He activates.
That's the Durek.
Yes, Durek allows him to.
He's going to be able to check through the deck, I believe, and look for a Dragon.
Dragon with Legend Dragon is attribute.
Yeah. So that's going to help him set up all the buddies. The triple buddy play essentially is going to be what is going to command this game, and there we go.
Not only Dragons, I believe you could actually take any Dragon attribute.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
All right,
so it could be spells as well.
All right, that is definitely good for him. So, I mean, starting off with a Searcher, always important. And then it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any response from Cameron here.
This card actually allows him to top his deck for another Legend Dragon.
The item.
Yes. It allows him to look at top 5 for a Legend Dragon.
Yes, and does he find it? Yes, he does.
Magma Horus.
Yep. So now he still needs to find the Frieza Horus for the full 3.
Most of the time, the first turn of Legend Dragon is just farming for the trio. Most important is actually the Freeze Horus and the Magma Horus, which actually nullifies its cost, making it cheaper for it to call. The Voltic Ra could be called later on using spells that can counterbounce and call.
Yeah.
As a surprise tactic.
That's true, but being able to negate that, the 2 gauge cost every time by the effect is really, really important to, just save up the gauge for future plays, and it's definitely very essential. So, and I mean, these
these units are also like, even though it's size 1s, they're beefy, really beefy.
Yeah,
And
it's a triple size 1 formation, and the Baltic Ra, which is the new card, actually gives him a lot of control. But that control won't really matter until the Lost World turn.
Yep.
Yeah, and he just activates a draw card, allows him to draw 2.
Yep. All right, so let's see. He's going to be activating the Rabaha, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so just going to be going through his deck, fetching all the pieces necessary to set up here. You know, the deck has really strong kill potential as well. And that's just, there's so many things that are impressive about the Legend Dragon. So if you haven't been keeping up with Buddyfight, you know, this is really one of the decks to look out for right now. And, you know, it's really showing up pretty quickly too.
Yeah,
it didn't take too long to get really strong support and become one of these top contenders for Worlds. So it's definitely very exciting for the competitive Buddyfight scene in general. So we can see here that Cameron is just patiently sitting there.
Yeah, you gotta wait for him to come do his search.
Yep.
It does take a while to set up because there's a lot of combos can do as you go first.
Yep, exactly. So he really has a lot of options, and he's going to be able to use that one to restand all his buddies, which you might be thinking, like, why would you restand your buddies? But that essentially lets you to keep getting the buddy gift, and therefore
allowing you to plus off the buddy gift, which
yes,
gives it destruction and draw. And
Yep.
also, one thing to note is it is his third core already, and there is no loyalty. So it's either he might be going for 0-turn loss, or he just does not have loyalty in his hand.
it does not look to be the case. We can
Yes.
see Cameron kind of pacing through his hand, and we don't see much. We see searchers, we see cards that can help him dig, but we don't see any
Yeah, no
interruption.
generic.
I think the only cell in his hand is Desuction, actually, so I don't see any answers actually here from Cameron's hand, and I think he's going to have to patiently wait it out, and then we're going to see if he even has any way to respond to what Sean is able to set up here. All right, so he's going to be taking the last one of the trio. Going to get the Ra.
Baltic Ra.
Yes. So it's just thinning the deck, keeps going through it. Honestly, like, this deck is really impressive. It just,
It thins up the deck in just 1 turn.
yeah. It's crazy how fast they can set up.
It's actually one of the most consistent decks due to the amount of draw power we have and search power. If you realize, most of the cards allows you to track top 3 or top 5.
Yep.
Which is very important because requiring 3 pieces of the combo for the deck to work is actually really difficult.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like, it basically has, like, arguably, maybe not as much, but almost the same level of, like, just running through the deck as
Yeah.
DD's.
Yeah.
Because DD is also just crazy in that sense.
Yes, DD allows you to pick any card from the deck, which sets it aside from most of the worlds.
Exactly. All right, so it's going to be drawing. And then we're going to see where he goes from here. But still, like, just being able to play uninterrupted, I think there's another thing where, like, you know, psychologically, in a sense, as his opponent has been just quietly sitting there with his like arms crossed and like not really interrupting his plays, I think Sean got the message that there's no response for this entire turn. He can get away with everything.
Also, one thing to note that he actually set Duji Run, which is a set spell which prevents all his Legend Dragons from being nullified.
Yes.
Very important. And also, when he actually can drop the Legend Dragon from his hand and pay on gauge. If we do, he can draw 2 cards once per turn.
Yes.
So really good. Yep.
Yep.
One
So
of
it
the
looks
best
like
at spell.
Sean swung and passed, and we're now in Cameron's turn. So we're going to see what his plays are going to be.
He passes the 0-turn loss, so it's confirmed that he does not have a Lost World flag.
Yes.
Because he calls out the Agonia.
Yep, one of the key cards of DDs. Like, we've been seeing, I mean, this is going to be a staple in DDs for over a year now, for as long as the deck has really existed. Epis coming down.
With Boo Lucy.
Yep.
Basically, with that, the abilities of all cards on the field will be nullified.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that will nullify the
No,
Epis.
only the Epis, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
On the field. Agonia is already sent to the drop.
Yep. So that's basically just what he wants. So that's pretty great. All right, so we're going to see here. Able to keep digging through the deck. This is really the specialty of Dimension Dragons. Dig through the deck, find that Lost World flag, and then just overwhelm your opponent, essentially. He does play the Impact as well. I'm a really big fan of that recent of the impact that we've been seeing in DDs lately.
Yes, it's very important because nowadays the amount of gauge stealing is actually one of the reason why the impact is still huge.
Yeah.
The impact's not only search you out for your lost world flag, it also gives you extra gauge in case you fight against decks that
Just
burn
gauge
off your
steal
gauge.
all the time.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a bit of a shame he didn't, you know. I mean, it's good that he drew into it here, and if he doesn't actually dig through for the flag here, it'll help him to secure it for next turn. But yeah, it's a really nice addition to the deck, and it feels like it does push it up a fair bit.
Yeah, this pretty much confirms that he will be going to Lost World during his next turn.
Yes.
After
So the
he
time bomb
survived-
is here.
Yeah. However, he has to survive the Legend Dragon's Rush, which is actually quite difficult.
Yeah. And his life isn't that high either, so he's not in the most comfortable of positions here.
He buddy calls. Its ability allows it to reduce all damage by 5 if you buddy call.
Yep.
However,
We're just checking some effects here. And they're also just quickly reading the effect on Sean's side because, I mean, he has to make sure that there's no small mishaps. Again, they are fighting for the title of World Champion here. Ooh, he's just going to... interesting. So he's going to just cast Bulusi again on there. It's really interesting.
yeah, he has to prevent the reduce 5 because if the next turn he's gonna end it the next turn, it's actually, that card will actually protect the user.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. So things are looking pretty good on Sean's side, I would say.
Yeah.
Because every time Cameron tries to make a move, it's just doesn't go through, and
He kind of relies on who's going first for this type of matchup because whoever farms first will actually win. You get the answers to all your outs.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, being able to dig through the deck so fast and like find all these answers is one of these strong feats of Legend Dragons, and it's just being able to do that is really, really impressive. All right, so Cameron's still going through his turn, still kind of mulling over which plays he should go for. You know, what the options he actually has.
He does have a loss of D in this hand, which allows him to take back a Lost World or D Dragon Monster.
Yes. But doesn't have that many targets right now, right?
Most likely he'll be taking the Epis that got negated.
Yep.
Yeah. He calls down the deal gain
Yep.
in order to have a D Dragon on the field.
Yep.
He casts the Arcane.
Alright, let's see. There's still...
He casts the counter spell, which allows him to bounce back cards and recall them.
Oh yeah, so he just gets to refresh them, basically.
Yes. So basically, with his ability, he gets to buddy call and destroy cards on his opponent's field.
And it's without any cost, right?
Um,
Outside of the spells costs.
Yes, due to the effect of the Legend Dragon's nullification of a core cost.
Yes.
He has to pay its cost.
Now he keeps on buddy calling. I think he's on 18 life right now. Absolutely amazing. And so it looks like they're just going to scoop up game one.
Yeah.
Cameron realized that he didn't have much wiggle room in that game and just chose to pass it. He chose to just, you know what, let's just side out. Let's not take any more time to reveal any more information. Like, they've been playing all day. There's a chance they've even run into each other in Swiss, potentially.
Yeah.
But,
But most of the deck lists are actually quite standard. So
yes.
Unless there's some secret tech up his sleeve, which you mentioned, and he doesn't want to reveal.
Yeah, so he just wants to, you know, move on, not waste people's time. We see those loyalties coming in.
Yeah. This time around, you'll be able to see how D-Dragon farm and counter Legend Dragons if it all goes right.
Yes.
For D-Dragons.
Yeah, so he's citing in the loyalties, obviously a very important card to have. So we're going to see he's going to side a couple cards out. I think that's his only side, though. Obviously very important. I mean, I think for both players.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see. But so far we have Sean in the lead, 1-0. But then when you think about it, I mean, he won game one through this like very strong first setup, being able to filter through his deck and just like find all the nulls and everything and just
counter every single move that the D-Dragon throws on.
Yeah, exactly. So then are we going to see the flip side of this now with Cameron just having the ability to set up really quickly and then do the same thing to Sean, and then, you know, it's going to be interesting to see where and how this game will turn and how it's actually going to go. So it's very interesting. I think I really respect Cameron for, you know, it doesn't seem like he lost any composure.
Yeah.
He's just kind of like, okay, game one didn't go too well. I didn't really like get a chance to probably do anything too much. So I'm just gonna, you know, take that as a lesson and just move on and get into game 2 and show up much stronger.
Yeah, I'm sure Cameron fought some Legend Dragons on the way here as well. So
Oh, definitely.
It's no surprise that he knows how to counter deck.
Yep.
From what I've seen.
Last round he had to play against Conan and managed to win that one as well. And then now
That was very impressive because the Conan player was really good at countering.
and he was still able to make it through.
He's able to outwit the opponent through his counter spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's definitely very impressive here. So we're going to see. Sean's just going to finish up shuffling. And we're going to be able to go into game 2 here of your grand finals for Buddyfight. We're very happy to be able to bring you this final coverage of Buddyfight as well, of these world finals. And so it's honestly very exciting. And it's a great thing that we are able to do this. So,
especially being one match being between Legend Dragon and D Dragons, this is actually one
like
of the
climax
matches that a lot of people have been requesting for.
Yeah. All right, so now they're going to draw their first 6 cards and their first 2 gauge. And we're going to go right into game 2 with Cameron taking the first turn. So he's going to draw. And we're going to see he has a loyalty in hand that is actually really big. That will actually help him to, you know, put a stop on any kind of farming that Sean wants to do.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really great. So Agonia comes down.
So this time round, without any counters, he can do all his combos uninterrupted.
Yep. He drops the D-end bringer. So let's see what he's going to find here. But yeah. Okay, so
he calls over DK.
Yep.
Which allows him to draw whenever he calls a D-Dragon.
Ooh, we see the second loyalty in there as well. All right, so
select between the Lost World Searcher or the other 2 cards are unknown.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see them from this angle, but we do see the Lost World Searcher in there, as you said. So we haven't really seen Cameron's hand here, but you know, it hasn't been looking as oppressive as Sean's opening hand last game.
Yeah.
So, you know, a good number of key cards and, you know, ways to set up, but doesn't seem to be as powerful as Sean's start last game. But obviously, with the amount of filtering that this deck can do, that's definitely not the, you know, biggest problem. You can always just, oh, he's going to be using that desuction. He's going to be able to draw himself an extra 2 cards. What he drew is still a bit of a mystery, though. All right, so let's see what he's going to do. He's going to body call. It's going to come down and
this time around, to guarantee his survival, he will be able to pull off the body call effect, which is to reduce all incoming damage the next turn by 5.
Yes.
So Sean will have to wait an extra turn in order to claim his victory.
It's an interesting play because, I mean, this essentially stalls any matchup by an extra turn and buys him enough time to set up Lost World and then go into, you know, just his own potential win cons. And so honestly, that's really, really huge. And just playing that down for the sake of just being able to stall it out like that is really, really smart.
Now he calls the Epis, discards the Anchors.
Yep. And so now he's going to be...
Anchors under resolution. He adds back the Anchors and I think it's a Dugain. Looks like a Dugain, which is a negate.
Yes. All right.
So now we can see he actually has his bot set up. I believe he does have his Lost World option already.
Oh, you already found it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Otherwise, he would have took the Lost World Searcher.
That is correct, yes. Oh, does he actually? I think he does, yeah. It was one of the very foily cards in his hand.
Correct. It was the Lost World Searcher.
Yes.
So he calls out... I think he calls out Dola.
Yes.
Yeah, which prevents all of his monsters from being destroyed. And Disturb Hand Dragon. Okay, this card will totally stop Legend Dragons because this card prevents the opponent from drawing from card effects. So it's huge. He probably decided that in as well.
It's like an obstruct with a body.
Obstruct with a body. So the only way Sean is gonna go through that is he has to destroy the Disturb Hand Dragon in order to draw and turbo his hand.
And that's a challenge of its own.
Yes.
You know. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. I mean, that's one of the kind of boons of
Side decking.
yeah, and also just the fact that DDs are Dragon World. It gives you options like this that you might not conventionally see, but regardless, it's just a very strong tech that, thanks to being able to sideboard, you can just slide it in whenever you need it for a matchup. And I mean, clearly right now it's going to be showing up pretty hot. So
yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed that he's going into Lost World because firstly, he won't be able to die by battle damage. Secondly, he has the disturb hand on the field, so Sean won't be able to farm as much.
yeah. So I mean, for Sean, we haven't really looked at his hand too much. We're going to see what's in there in the next game, but right now the player, I mean, Cameron had a good setup, definitely certain that he can go into Lost World next turn, and he already filtered through his deck far enough, I think, to draw into anything he would possibly need. And now it's just going to be a matter of how long. I mean, because Sean definitely can't win on the next turn.
Yeah.
That's clear. But it's going to be both a case of how long can Sean last under Lost World, and I mean, on top of that, how fast he can win it on once the aggression can come back to him. So it's a lot of interesting plays. Really I mean, would you say that this finals has been representative of the BCS as a whole?
Currently, yes, because these two are the top meta decks right now. And yeah, and they have both have an equal chance of winning. So as you can see, whoever goes first actually has a huge advantage since they will be able to farm for their outs. Yeah, it's all about farming in this Buddyfight meta.
Yeah, I mean, and they're both fighting for that world champion title. The ability to put world champion in their Twitter bios after this day.
One interesting thing is Sean, the player on the right, Sean, actually went away from hiatus for quite a while, and he's back with Legend Dragons, which is really good. He's one of the really good players in Singapore.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he actually topped. A few years ago, he actually came for finals as well.
Oh, so the world final stage is definitely not new to him.
Yeah.
All right, so that's definitely very nice. Honestly, it's just amazing to see again this international level of play just meeting at the middle. Both with the players representing America and Singapore respectively, but also we have the Japanese player, as we mentioned many times now, that made it to top 4 and potentially 3rd place. And so it's honestly just great. We're going to see Sean here search out his dragons.
He actually managed to draw Dijumao, which is very important because...
Oh, he didn't have it?
No. He actually had it in his hand, which is good because that's the only way he will be able to get rid of the Disturbed Hand Dragon, as you will see soon.
Yep.
Unlike in a situation where he does not even have Dijumao and he has to draw it out with card effects, and then that will mean he will brick.
Yep, that's true, but Cameron is hovering over that loyalty too.
So due to Dijumao effect, he has to discard 1 card, and he discarded this as spell. Makes sense because D-Dragons don't really have a lot of 95 effects unless you go into Lost World.
Yep.
He activates the new guard.
So that's gonna pop the Disturb hand.
No, it's not activation, sorry. It's a gauge cost.
Oh, I see. It's gonna draw 2.
Draw 2 for body effect.
Off the also calling the Magma.
Next he casts Aramat, allowing you to look at top 3 for and choose 1 card and add it to your hand, the rest in the cage.
Yes. Again, an effect that is very common in many of these decks.
Yeah. He's trying... As Distant Hand is now gone, he will be able to farm, which is great.
Yep. So we're going to see where that goes, but alas. Alright, so... Still setting up, and not too much disturbance from Cameron, even though he is holding that loyalty nice and steady. He's going to promote it to the top of his hand.
And also, he actually gains 2 life because he has 2 or more Legend Dragons on the field.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
There's a secondary effect from it.
Yes. It's very crucial as well. So, luckily here, life totals don't matter for time because we do not have time in finals.
Yeah.
That'd be problematic. But he is going to re-equip the item.
In order to search for another dragon.
Yes. So it checks the top 5. Yes.
Yeah, top 5.
Alright, so he finds one. It's going to be shuffle. Oh no, just puts the rest on the bottom.
Sean is looking to be able to turn the tables, but it also comes down to how the lost world plays.
There we go. We see a loyalty come down on the direct call. So I think that was actually the third call of this turn.
Yeah.
So now essentially he's gonna just search for more for another Dragod here.
One tip to note is, if you were to play Legend Dragons, the most important two units you have to call, even if you do know that your opponent does have loyalty, right? The most important units to call is the Fire Horrors and the Freeze Horrors.
Yeah.
Because the Boutique Route could be called during your opponent's turn using counter spells.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sean did expected it.
Yeah. So he's playing around that information very well. I mean, I'm sure he was certain that if his opponent wasn't maining loyalty, he was definitely going to side it in.
Yes.
So definitely a
Draw
great
2.
choice. All right.
Paying 1 gauge to draw 2.
Yep. So he's going to do just that, and we're going to see what he can actually draw into, any potential pieces. But he does not. He's not able to call any more monsters.
His bets out now is actually to draw into defensive cards so that he can survive the lost turn.
Yeah,
and then see how it goes from there.
Yep. So, I mean, he has been doing just that, and hopefully, I mean, that he did draw into them. It's a bit hard to see his hand from this angle, but he does seem to be in a pretty comfortable position. So he's definitely not as bad as Cameron's turn 2 last game, where he essentially just kind of struggled a little bit to do something and didn't work out, and then that was kind of the end of the game. So it looks like Sean here does have the confidence to still keep on fighting and see if he can, live through the Lost World. Because, I mean, as we already know, he won't be able to close out the game here no matter what. And so it's just a question of waiting it out, surviving through the Lost World turn, and then we're going to see where that's going to go. All right, so just checking his drop zone of any particularly threatening targets. He did confirm the impact as well and the loyalty. So we're going to see. So they are still debating between plays. I think one thing I saw the Japanese commentator tweet out today is that there's a term called shakapachi, which is like the flicking of cards in the hand.
Oh, yes.
And then because he played against a lot of the international players today, and then he tweeted out in Japanese saying, shakapachi is a global thing after all. So
using the Lost World Searcher, he did search for his Lost World, discarding Anchors, which allows him to charge and draw as well.
Yep.
Triggering Anchor skill.
Yes, and then the Lost World is going to be ready to roll.
From here, we'll see a lot of interesting plays from the Lost World.
Yes. All right, so now he's going to be able to use it to pay 2 gauge and go into Lost World and switch decks. So we're going to see the final decks, the first deck switch of the final so far. And the players are required to put on Lost World sleeves for their Lost deck. So that's a very nice thematic enforcement. I guess we could put it that way.
Yep.
All right, so they're just going to shuffle through, and we're going to see. I mean, we have to keep in mind that D-Dragons still have all these draw effects and abilities that allow them to go through the Lost deck as really quickly as well. Or maybe not too quickly, but fast enough to find some good pieces and good cards to actually try to steal the game as quick as possible.
Now it all depends on what Sean has in his hand, whether you have any outs, because from what I see, there's a loss of D in his hand, so he'll be definitely be able to retrieve the Anchors and get a lot of pluses of it.
He drew into the impact. That's going to be pretty threatening on its own. So he did play the D Endbringer. And there we go.
Loss of D.
As you mentioned. Does Sean have an answer to this?
And Anchors as expected.
Yep.
So if he does have a D draw in his hand, he will be able to discard Anchors for extra 2 cards instead of 1. Usually you just discard it for a charge and draw, but when you're in Lost World, you should get discard it for a charge and draw 2, which is huge.
Yep.
While in Lost.
All right, so we're going to see here how he's going to keep on digging through the deck and trying to find his pieces.
He activates the card Lost World. Now allows him to take back 1 card from the drop zone and add it to his hand. It's a counter spell, so he just used it in his main phase, and he did draw into that D draw.
Oh yes, that's
now
really
he
strong.
discards 2 cards, and he's going to discard the double and cross.
Oh, so good.
That is a lot of plus.
Yep, it's absolutely insane. So he gets to gauge and draw twice. And draw an extra card from having Lost World as his flag twice. Like, absolutely amazing. So, just like we said, I mean, he still had the cards. You know, everything was basically set up to have just this really strong turn while on Lost and being able to go through his deck really quickly, and then
he calls down the Vanity Heart's Destroyer.
Yes.
Now locking your opponent's life points, so he won't be able to gain any life from defensive spells.
Yep.
And he calls Lost and Vow.
Yep.
Which allows him to check top 4. Check top 4 for 2 cards to the gauge and 2 cards to the hand.
Yep.
So making his choice.
All right, so man, it's really impressive how he's just amassing so much.
He literally just turbo through the deck, half the deck in like couple of plays.
Yeah, not even the turn, it's just plays.
Now he casts Day of Devastation. So he could choose to whether he wants to protect all his units. Most likely he's gonna choose the ability to protect his units. Yeah, from bounce and destruction.
Yes.
Because there's no way you can destroy the Dragots, as they have the ability to protect each other.
How much life is Sean on right now? It's a bit hard to confirm from here.
Definitely around more than 12.
Yeah.
Because he flipped the life counter upside down.
Yes. But he hasn't buddy called too many times, and he hasn't reset it yet either. So we're going to see. But I mean, with the things that Cameron's been drawing into, I mean, it's definitely possible that he doesn't even need to care about life because he can just go through all of it in this one turn.
He just casted Dimension Wave, sacrificing the monster for 2 gauge, 1 life, and 1 additional draw.
Yep.
Or it's 2 life. Sorry. He casts out another Vanity Heart's Destroyer.
Yep.
Ouch. In order to activate Impact, you do need to have 3 Lost Vaders, so he's still required to call 1 more Lost Vader in order to Impact to be live.
There it is. And equips the item as well. It's the first equip of this game.
Yeah, it's a free equip as long as for each monster.
Yep, and it looks like Sean recognizes that there's nothing he can do, and he's going to scoop it up.
Yeah,
and we're going to go into game 3.
So
God, this is just
farming at its best.
Yeah, honestly, this is just prime farming experience because we just see both players just try to set up as fast as possible
and negate each other's farming. But unfortunately, it's just if you manage to farm into Lost World, it's just pretty much game from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Lost World is very unstoppable right now in the meta. One key card that's been played in most of the Lost decks. I'm not sure the D-Dragon player is playing it. It's one card that prevents nullification of effects. I think it's a Ninja / Lost Vader.
Right.
Pretty interesting card. It's a hot meta tech right now due to the fact that Legend Dragons has been topping quite a bit, and also Kirari, which is the Idolmaster set in Japan. Led to its popularity.
Yeah, so I mean, when you have 2 fairly popular meta decks, you know, showing up as a challenge to your position as the best deck in the format, obviously you got to account for that and start teching in for it to make sure you're not losing your position at the top.
Yeah.
So definitely an interesting tech to take note of, but we're going to see both players still siding a little bit here. They do have one last chance to side, potentially take out any particular targets, but as we can see from Cameron's side, that loyalty that he teched in was really huge.
Yeah.
I mean, to some extent, right?
Yeah, to some extent it was huge. But unfortunate for Sean, he actually got this light freeze and fire auras.
Yeah.
He did stop his dark Voltic Ra from appearing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but alas.
The only way I could see Voltic Ra, Sean surviving that last turn is he would use have Voltic Ra on the field, so somehow manage to summon it through spells.
Yeah.
But I think he does not have it.
Yeah, because there is the one spell that is able to bounce 2 in and call 2.
Yeah.
So I guess that would have given him the out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so both players are going to be shuffling and setting up for the final 3rd game of the Buddyfight Finals. So after this game, we will see who will be crowned your world champion. And honestly, it's really exciting because I'm really glad that we are having the full 3 games. You know, when you have a best of 3, you really want it to go to 3 games for the finals, just for the full excitement, you know, the full experience, you know, so you can really remember for the rest of, you know,
your coming days of, how you fought through the finals and made it all the way here.
Yeah.
So,
And Buddyfight is actually a lot more tiring since it's best out of 3. Imagine the amount of games you have to play, and the amount of counters you have to go through your heads throughout the whole tournament.
Yep.
It's really tiring. Both players should be really tired at this point.
yeah, but they've still been playing excellently.
Yeah.
That's the point. They must be super tired, but they've been playing with such excellence that it's just, you can't help but praise them more and more. It's honestly, like, no matter who wins this, both of them are showing just really great plays and amazing quality of play, and therefore both of them really deserve that World Championship title, but only one of them will be the one to actually obtain it. So we're going to see Sean obviously go first. He did lose that game, so he does get that opportunity.
A very interesting card I've seen is the spell notification, which is a Breton guard. He just shuffled through.
Yeah, I think he just drew it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's pretty important.
Very
to be
important
honest.
to stop farming.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he has the
Freeze Horus.
Oh yeah, I thought that was the Ra for a second, but it is the Horus. You are correct. So he's gonna buddy call it, go up to 11 life.
Oh, without even farming, he actually managed to draw into
He just drew into them without any struggle. I mean, that's already perfect. And we haven't seen Cameron's hands, so we don't know if there's a loyalty in there or anything. He's going through it, but with the angle that it's at, we can't really see the contents of it. But regardless, this is a really, really good showing so far. He's already basically setting up his plays here, and then
use an item.
Yeah, goes for the Hieratics Throne. Going to be able to rest it and check the top 5 cards. Going to see if he finds anything. I think he does. Let's see what's going to target. There we go. So that is going to be the Juthalash, I believe. All right, so let's see where it's going to go from here on out. All right, so going to be able to restand both of the rested buddies so far. So going to be enabling him to gain even more life from potential future buddy calls. But we do have to keep that in mind that, if a loyalty does come down, which I don't think it will, because I don't see it in Cameron's hand here.
He doesn't have much monsters to call at this point, and I guess he just searches out for his Photic Ra.
Yep.
An extra
Another
Horus.
Magna Horus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to continue just farming up a little bit, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it is a strong setup, but he hasn't been filtering through the deck as much. Like, he hasn't been digging through it, drawing it. He still wants to draw into more outs, you know? So I feel like not having done that, I think he's still going to be a bit hungry for more opportunities this game.
He drops a cut for its effect.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to put top 2 into gauge through its effects.
Yeah, usually we do play the Warrior Limb, but this time around is the drop for adding 2 gauge, probably because there's a lot of gauge stealing in the meta.
Yeah, so it definitely does make sense. So it looks like I'm just going to give it a quick read. All right.
It allows him to either retrieve 2 Legend Dragons from the drop zone or such an item, and he chooses to get the 2 Legend Dragons back.
Yeah, that's the Arcane Crown, right?
Yes.
Yes. All right, so...
And also he dropped the hand card so that he can replenish gauge as well.
Yep.
Very good play. So
Ra comes down.
Ra, so now he has control of multi-attacks.
Yes. Definitely a good position to be. He's going to be buddy calling again, going up to 14 life if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be 15.
Allowing him to draw as well.
Yes, he does get to draw. So just reading through it, making sure there's no mistakes, but Sean has been playing excellently so far and definitely worth the praise for his play. So
it's really cool that you could actually use the buddies to farm for your resources as well.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, not just spells, but your buddies do give you draw power, and resetting your buddies just to draw again is just amazing part in Legend Dragons.
Yeah, and I mean, having the ability to also like restand the cards in your buddy zone and then just,
searching out the combo pieces is just too good.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's a very interesting way to play around with the concepts and the rules of Buddyfight. Honestly, I really like the creativity that the Buddyfight team has been having with these recent decks. So
he goes for the 0-turn loss woe.
Ooh.
So activating the impact, which allows him to discard 2, he'll be able to search his deck for lost woe.
Yes, and he also gets 2 gauge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna
2 gauge and lost world.
Yep, as you said, 0 turn lost. The place to be.
However, this time around, since Sean went first, let's see whether Sean has any outs to lost world.
Yep, that's true. So he does reveal it, pay the cost.
Yeah, we do have to take consideration that going to 0 turn loss does give the player a bit of disadvantage, since he had to discard 2 cards in order to go to search for lost world.
Yep.
So that means his hand size is very small, and hopefully he does have a bit of draw power when going to lost world. Otherwise, he might brick as well.
He's also not able to do the same shenanigans as he did last game with the size 1.
The farming.
Yeah, exactly. So, his drop zone isn't as big, and his hand doesn't have as many of the DDs in it that help him, accelerate through the deck. So he's just going for this aggressive, I'm going to go for lost and try to break your board and try to end the game. But we'll see. It's really going to depend on these first 2 draws that he gets from the draw and the charge and draw.
Yeah.
I think so. It's going to be interesting when we see his first draw. He went through it pretty quickly. I didn't catch that. But let's see. It looks... I still can't really catch it.
It's really hard to see.
Yes. All right, he's going to just gauge that and draw.
Oh, he draws into a... It's not really a useful card, since he allows... It's basically Dimension Cruelty. Either you rest opponent's card, or you resend a monster, or you charge 3 gauge, or steal a gauge. He has a 4 option in a single spell.
Oh, okay.
But
so he played only the Epis.
And he does a spell now. Very, very important, because when in Lost World, you get to draw 3 instead of 2, and deal additional 2 damage to your opponents.
Yep.
And he scoops. Oh.
Well, and it looks like Sean will be your world champion. So Cameron really tried to make something out of that situation, going for that 0 turn lost, but Sean absolutely set up just perfectly for that game. And it's really interesting because we saw game 1, he set up excellently and was able to just push out the win, and then Cameron managed to come back in game 2 and kind of put him in the same position. But then Sean really opened fairly well this game.
Yeah, and the spell now actually got him the game. I guess the opponent didn't really expect... Didn't have a choice but to get spell now, because that was his only play. He was saving the draw spell for the Lost World.
Yep. So we are going to have Sean up on stage fairly soon for the player interview. But honestly, great showing. Did absolutely amazing here. And it's just, I guess Singapore is a place to be for Buddyfight, huh?
Yeah.
So
congratulations, Sean.
Yes. So we are going to have him up on stage very soon. Honestly, great performance. And, I'm sure that it's a lot of people waiting back at home for him to celebrate as well.
Yeah.
Becoming the 2019 Buddyfight World Champion is not an easy feat.
Yeah, he was actually afraid, because the past few games, the Singapore all got 2nd place.
Oh, yeah.
Do you realize?
That's true, that's true. So yeah, now that you mention it.
Yeah, he was very afraid when he told me about it.
Oh, man, yeah. You do have a point, but alas...
He broke the curse.
He broke the... We see a lot of curse breaking today.
Yeah.
We have people actually breaking top 8 curses that were like flawless in Swiss, and then usually you lose in top 8. But we saw people like Derek Dow breaking the top 8 curse. And then now we saw Nuno as well breaking his eternal 3rd place curse. Finally Sean.
Yeah.
Finally putting Singapore to 1st place.
Yeah.
So that was honestly amazing. And, it goes to show that it's kind of the ultimate ending to this format as well, and it is going to be changing. We have Time Dragons coming in soon.
Yeah, the meta will change a lot with Time Dragons introduction.
Yep. So that's going to be interesting to see, but alas, Horus was the answer to Worlds 2019, it seems.
Yep.
So it was a diverse field. We only had 4 Legend Dragon players, or 8, I guess, if you count the lost ones.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, based on the statistics, it's around 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I think there might be an error in the earlier slide.
Oh, really?
And they show 4 only, because when I checked, there's around 5 Legend Dragons on the Swiss rounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. All right, so there might have been error in the data there, but
I was quite surprised, because Legend Dragons is actually one of the top picks that I felt that would have clinched the championship title today.
Yeah. So it's definitely very interesting. But soon, Sean will be exiting from the backstage and entering the stage here. Congratulations to Sean. Everyone, give a round of applause to our Buddyfight world champion for the 2019 circuit. We will need you here on stage for the player interview, so please do come up. So don't leave us just yet. The world champion for 2019. Give it up for Sean. Yes, come join us. So first things first, huge congratulations. How are you feeling after that best of 3 series?
It's a bit unexpected, but I've actually trained quite hard for this world qualifier, but I didn't expect myself to actually win this because of all the other hard matchups that are in the meta now.
Yep. And so, I mean, you say that you practice a lot. Do you have like a particular circle or like group of friends that you've been practicing with that you might want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of people to thank to, because all of them actually helped me to. They gave me advice. To structure my deck, and then they play test with me. So I'm actually quite grateful for that. So to everyone that supported me, thank you very much. Yeah.
Spoken like a true champion. And then Jun also mentioned here that, you know, it's been a bit of a curse with Singaporeans keep coming second at World Finals the last 2 years, and it looks like you are the curse breaker for Buddyfight today. So how does that feel?
I was actually quite upset that my friends lost for premium and standard, but
we are still very proud of them.
Right? Yeah, we're still very proud of them, and I'm able to do them proud also.
Yep, that's right. So Singapore takes one of the trophies home. So honestly, absolutely amazing showing. And then could we ask about your personal history with the game, like how long you've been playing and your records throughout, you know, these tournaments and you know, any appearances in Worlds?
I actually played this game for 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't really made it much for the Singapore qualifier because I lost at the top cards. For example, 2017, I was top 4 and top 8. That meta was Zui Executioner. Yeah, so I was the only... I played Zui for both.
Right.
Yeah, then I died to both champion, which was Singapore champion, which was Andrew and Sean. Yeah, and then, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, so but now you were able to not only make it out here to Worlds, but also win the entire tournament and come back next year. The first ever Buddyfight champion to get this grand prize of returning to Worlds. How are you feeling about that? The fact that you'll be able to come back onto the stage as like the defending world champion?
Others' expectation of me will be quite high.
Yeah,
because,
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, because next week Time Dragon is coming out. Yeah, so it will change the whole game, definitely. And I believe the deck will last quite a long time. Yeah, so I will still do my best, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Yep. Yeah. Honestly, it's absolutely amazing. Jun, have any questions to ask?
Do you have anything you want to say to anyone, a family or something?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom. Yeah, cause she supported me all the way. Yeah, and she's rooting for me even now. Yeah.
So she must be really overjoyed to see you win.
Yeah, and of course to my friends that helped me along the way also. Yeah, I'm grateful to everyone.
Yeah. Honestly, spoken like a true champion. So honestly, just congratulations 1,000 times.
Thank you.
You know, being able to take the World Championship with Horus of all things. I mean, it's a great deck, and it really goes to show what the 2019 circuit was, and I think being able to close it out with that is just absolutely amazing. So a lot of congratulations to you.
Okay, thank you
also,
very
one
much.
question, how do you feel when you fought against the Japanese player, which is one of the first times that the Japanese joined our tournament? Do you feel there's a difference in skills? Or?
Yes, I actually, I would like to say that the Japanese guy actually, he's quite brave to play Conan, because okay, he's also quite smart because Conan is not a deck that a lot of people knows, and his build is actually to a point where he give opponent disadvantage while he gives himself advantage. While most Conan players usually they will play like wrestler cards, but his is more for drawing power, and the skill level is actually very different. Yeah, and the way he plays like counter timings and everything is actually is a next level play lah. Yeah, and I'm actually very grateful that I met him in the Swiss round, that I got opportunity to play for a Japanese player for Buddyfight.
And that's the amazing part of the fact that we had the Japanese national champion join us today. So honestly, I think it's honestly amazing. But again, huge congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure it's gonna take a few moments until it sinks in. You know,
Yeah.
that you do have this amazing title.
World champion now.
Yeah, you can go home and add it to your bio on Facebook or Twitter.
Oh.
You know, 2019 Buddyfight World Champ.
Yes.
So yeah, honestly, just huge congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so
that means we've come to the end of the day.
Yes.
Wow. And what a day it's been, right?
yeah, honestly, a lot of emotional games, just a long day of coverage, but I hope that you guys at home did enjoy it. We have a lot of improvements that we tried to make throughout this day, you know, with the 2 streams and a big diversity in the games that we showed, and I hope that the people at home enjoyed that. Obviously, give us feedback because that does go into the coverage next year.
For sure, yep.
Yeah, so how are you guys feeling at the end of the day?
I'm really tired.
I'm pretty sure not as tired as the players. They've been using their brains.
Yeah.
the
Especially
entire
for you
day
with
already,
Buddyfight
but-
best of 3.
I
And
think Chris is also very tired.
Yeah, it was
Chris is
actually a very
definitely
tough
really,
game
really
for
tired.
Yeah. Especially I saw the game where you fought against Japanese player. Wow, that one is really epic. Even though it wasn't live streamed, but when I saw it, it was mind blowing. Especially the tactic where you use Misera as a main win con. That is very impressive. Yeah.
Wow.
He focuses on Misera, which is not really expected.
yeah, I don't see many people doing that. Well, that's incredible. So, yeah, I guess it's going to be closing thoughts from here on out.
Yeah, more or less. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank everybody for coming down, and to you guys for coming down as well.
Thank you.
It's been a long day, but I think we've had a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of really good games. We've seen a lot of very high skill cap games, definitely for sure. To whet your appetite for competition, Bushiroad Spring Fest 2020 is going to start really, really soon, sometime in March.
Yep.
So do look
Couple
forward
months
to
left.
this. Yeah, just a few months left. The location announcements will be going up really quickly. I think the first batch has already been announced. There'll be more coming out really, really shortly. So before we end, do you have anything else to say? Any last comments?
I want to thank you guys for tuning in today, and I want to thank Chris and everyone, the commentating team, for doing an excellent job this time around, especially on the preparation, because that took really a lot of effort. And thank you guys for the feedback from the previous years as well.
Yeah, I mean, from my side again, also big shout outs to our commentary team as well. I feel like we've had a really strong lineup this year as well, and also big thank you to Bushiroad themselves, because they allowed us to be more involved in the planning process, and I hope that, you know, the people at home are happy with some of these changes. Honestly, it's great to be able to bring this coverage to you guys, and I hope that the people at home do appreciate all of it. And I mean, for me, just amazing also being able to come back all these years, and I hope that I haven't dropped in quality and I can continue to entertain for many years to come, because I mean, I love seeing this, like the finals that we had for each game. It really just paints the entire picture for each game, each format, and you know what the competitive circuit really is. All these emotions, all these, you know, feelings that the players have, the people supporting them, the teams, the friends, the families, like everyone gets really invested into both the players and, you know, the game and all these circuits that take place. And so seeing it all come to a conclusion and just be just remembered for years to come, you know, as this day that these players won and managed to leave their names in the history of each game is just absolutely amazing. And so I feel like I always get a bit, you know, emotional at the end of these days, because it's just another milestone in the history of Bushiroad games, and it really goes to show how great Bushiroad games are for this kind of experience, because, you know, it's so action-packed and so much emotion and things happening that it's absolutely great. So I just want to thank you guys for having me, and so thank you to the casting team. Thank you to everyone at home for supporting. I know that there's a lot of people, you know, supporting the players, supporting the staff and everything. And so huge thank you to absolutely everyone. And yeah, I hope that Springfest will go well. We're going to see a lot of interesting results.
For
and
sure.
Yeah. Also, thank you for Matthew. You've
no.
literally sat with us here throughout the entire day, the smallest of all breaks. So honestly, huge thank you to everyone involved.
All right, I think that's our time this year. So we hope to see everybody again next year, and until then, we hope everybody will keep spreading the love for trading card games. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.